They got me fucked up, chat. They got me fucked up. Fat white people use Casey as a punching bag. Fat white people want to destroy Casey's spirit, and they'll stop at nothing. Fat white people will do anything they can, it seems, to ruin the insides. I've been seeing it for years, literally years, of fat white people going out of their way to ruin. At first it was black people, but now I guess I've evolved enough that it's me too. I've got real enough. She spent an entire day, that fat white cunt spent an entire day trying me. I don't understand why I'm in a competition. They have me competing against other artists and other people. Like I just have a mission that makes my heart feel. You know when you know when something's right, the right thing to do. Like living with your purpose. It's my birthright, chat. It's my literal birthright. It feels like I could, off the top of my head, I could name about 20 people that for some reason I've never really met them personally, but it seems like they always get positioned in the way to stop me in my creative journey. When I decide I'm gonna drop an album on a certain day, it's like the whole world gets in my way and I have to, like a juggernaut going through the wall, I just have to keep going and keep pushing. And then these random ass people I don't know will drop on the day, and then the town that in the past, the people I was trying to impress, like the town that treated me like shit my whole life growing up, that I wanted to make a difference with, I wanted to show them. They all flock to these people that drop horrible songs. They're shitty people that drop shitty music. They're like random mobs that spawned that went and covered my all. I have this green heart, right? When I went to college, one of my ex-girlfriends spray painted it in the center of my hometown. And it was like a staple in the town, this green heart. And then when I got in the car accident and I lost my son, they did it, someone else did it for me. And then when I got back on my feet and I got to Burlington and I started performing on stage, someone did it again. So that when I came back to my hometown, the green heart was there. I decided, I think I'm going to start doing interviews with homeless people. I think I want to start showing people what Vermont's like. Within a week, some other person from my hometown starts doing exactly what I was thinking in my mind. Goes and spray paints over my brand, my green heart that other people did for me because of the challenges I overcame. As like a, I'm proud of you, Casey. It's not natural for me to have no friends, be talking to nobody, with just a mission to make a difference creatively. And then to have over 100 people, I'm talking hundreds to 1,000 people, go out of their way to get in the way to ruin that for me. I'm talking people that stalk my Instagram page, copy my music that I drop, word for word, drop it as their own, and then the town blows up and loves them. But they won't like I'm talking I get 1,000 views on my story, but I get maybe 3 likes on my Facebook, and it's 1,000 people throughout southern and northern Vermont. 1,000 people watch every time I drop on my story. They watch me religiously, but they'll never like my posts. And they'll go out of their way to like, including my family, they'll like people that go against me. So I won't post for 6 months. I'll drop something on the community page. Some kid will be like, fuck Casey. And then it gets flooded with likes. How insane is it that these people go so far to their way? Henry Jack. Yeah, man, it seems like I got spiritual ops, man. It seems like I have doggy style. I'm starting to like missionary now that my spiritual evolution is coming. Oh, no, but I get along with lesbian couples really well. Like my target demographic for women are bisexual girls. Bisexual women love Casey. I'm talking about copycats that steal my ideas creatively and express them as their own, and they drop on the dates that I make up in my mind. I'm like, I want to drop on August 23rd, and I want to drop 9 songs, and then all of a sudden someone from my hometown is dropping a song August 23rd, 9 tracks, 22 minutes. And when I post, you gotta pay me, bro. If I ever get to a point where I'm live streaming and I'm hooking up with the girls, maybe I'll do an OnlyFans like Adam 22. I'm trying to help me get $200, chat, so I can buy a computer. Help me get $200, man. I'm trying to buy a computer and finish my album, and I have to fight someone else that stole my release date. And he stole I made an Instagram reel with my songs, and the guy copied it. And the whole town's on his dick. Anyone that doesn't it seems like the whole world's out to get me sometime. No, but you might have a rich grandmother, brother. Help me out, bro. Help me get a fucking computer, man. It's like $200. They wouldn't hire me. No one wants to hire the traveling nomad, no matter how nice he is. The world is a bunch of prideful, stupid cunts. Yeah, you're going in timeout, bro. Keep beating your dick. Maybe one day your dad will be proud of you. I get to be one of the smartest souls on earth. But I have so much trauma, it's hard to use my mind, and the world will go out of their way to go. They go insane. I'm telling you, that woman spent an entire day. That fat white woman that couldn't speak from the heart, and she was constantly trying to put the narrative over to take it. It just seems like they're vampires, man, with no heart. It hurts. It hurts to be around. Yeah, I wish I could kill you. I wish you were here, bro. I'd drag you to the woods and I'd rip out your eyes with my fingers. And I'd leave you there with a gag in your mouth screaming. And I'd watch you. And then I'd watch the crows eat your corpse. And no one would ever find you because it's Vermont. They don't even care. Unless you're interrupting the heroin industry. Because the cops need money. This guy's been on my dick for 2 weeks. I'm not meeting you yet, bro. I'm giving you one chance to say something that's intelligent and worthwhile. You've been trying to say shit for 2 weeks. Give me something worthwhile, bro. Use your brain. Really think about it. I'm giving you one shot. He deleted his own message. That's pushy shit, bro. See ya. Yeah. No word back from Jobs, guys. And the governor of Vermont called me an engine. So, I'll get back to peace of mind and I'll start making songs. And the songs are amazing. It takes me a lot of work to get in that right space to start pumping out stuff I feel I'm proud of and make classics. Right when I get into that space, even if I'm deep in the woods, shit happens. Crows show up, start screaming. Usually there's these fat white zombies that have no type of love in their system. And they will really far out of their way. It's so foreign to me, I don't have a word for what they do, but it's basically like projecting and gaslighting. They come up and try to knock you off your throne, basically. That's what the thing I want to say. They want to knock you off your throne, make you feel weak, and then they try to stun on you. And white people will use their community. So they hold this like pretend world. In this case, she lied to the police, but they mostly lie to the police, including like the buff white mechanics, the guys that take pride in being rugged. I don't get it. I've been here long enough that I should get it. I've talked to enough people, but I don't. It's like it's like we're different species. We have completely different operating systems. And then I try to I'll try to have a conversation and it doesn't work. This security guard at the Capitol building spent about 12 hours just circling me, literally circling me, coming up to me, trying to get me to move. I said, this is a public place. I'm not going to move for you. She wanted to order me to get up and move 5 feet. It took like 2 hours. And then I pulled my phone out. And she called the police and said, he's refusing to leave. Yeah. If you connect to Jesus, if you connect to Christ consciousness, if you raise your vibration all the way and you can hold that peace, do they leave you alone or they go harder? I'm finding it like I've had to I've had to kill MCMC. If you're here, I've had to kill 2 people in self-defense in a Kundalini awakening where I felt connected to spirit. What's a tinkly ween? Brother, what the fuck's a tinkly ween? Can someone post my Cash App? Is anyone down to post my Cash App and I will pin it? Yeah, that should happen. And it happens all day. And I think I got it recorded today too. That the whole park will be empty. Check it out. Whole park the size of a football field. Completely empty. And then I'm just focused. So I'm trying to feel good. I'm trying to focus and create something like my art. And then they'll come, 5 to 10 of them show up, and they come and just stand like right in my vicinity. So like right on the sidewalk right here, or just right over there at the edge of this, and they'll just stand there with their backs turned to me, and they're creating. So they're trying to take that energy away. I don't like your fucking tone, MCMC. I hope you're foreign and that English is your second language. Okay, we're getting somewhere, guys. Demonic beings that come during sleep paralysis. So after I got in a car accident and I was in the hospital for a couple months recovering from the car accident, and I would have sleep paralysis every night. Every single night something would be in the room, and it would be feeling like it's draining my whole self. Like I'd wake up in the morning and I couldn't come up with things. I felt like I had no personality or identity. People would ask me questions, and when I used to be able to make a joke and everybody would laugh and it would just come naturally to me. Instead, I was just like dazed and confused. Like I can't think of anything. I don't know what's happening. I thought I had a brain injury. I'm Irish too, man. I'm O'Brien. I outrank you. So what I did, eventually that went away. Then I started smoking weed like 9 months later, and then I would have awake paralysis where I would kind of go into like a half sleep state when I got high. And then my cat would start freaking out. My cat would get scared and hide under my leg. And then I would see the same things that I would wake up those sleep paralysis demons. I'd start to realize they were in the room with me. I'd see them come through the window, and they're these black shadows. And I'd feel them like try to attach to my back, and then suddenly I'd get really cold, and I'd sit there for like 12 hours. I couldn't figure out what to do. And then 2 years later, after traveling around the country several times, getting in a lot of fights, I suffered police brutality, no lie. Hold up. It won't be long. We're gonna give you 5 minutes, and then we'll come back to you, brother. I had it one more time where I fell asleep. I woke up in like the half state. Then I heard a scream, and then it looked like in the dream where you're half dreaming, half awake, some like light witch, like this woman with like soaking wet hair. I was sleeping next to a lake, and some girl with like soaking wet hair lunged at me in the spirit realm and screamed at me, and I went, ugh. And then all of a sudden I snapped, and then I was in a second dream. And then one of those things, like the dark being, if Oni Plays he did it in Blender. Oni Plays made his sleep paralysis demon in Blender. I know a lot of pickup artists, like people that have like 20, 30,000 subscribers, and they get it every single night. In Vermont, when you do mushrooms, it's just natural to see these dark beings. So one of these things unzipped my tent and peered its head in, and I felt the fear, and then I felt like this golden string, like a violin, but it was talking to me, wrap around my head, go into my ear, and it said, "Tell it you love it." So I make songs all the time. I constantly make music, and it seems like the better I am at making music, the more I'm connecting to God and making something that is my version of perfect, the more people go out of their way to try to drive me crazy. like, people lose their mind and act terribly and go out of their way. It's been so much, I don't think any of you could understand it, how much I've been through, for real. So I just tried to imagine myself loving it. Like, I made a song about me and this thing loving each other. I just imagined myself sending love to that sleep paralysis demon. And then it politely stepped back, zipped the tent up, and left, and I've never had sleep paralysis again. I just imagined myself loving it. Kind of like Harry Potter, when you do the Patronus, you make your perfect memory to shine that love, and then that fights off the Dementors. I just imagined myself loving it, and then that thing stepped away. It's like using your love and light as like a creative authority to imagine something, trying to love it, and then they go away. And I've never had sleep paralysis again. Now I have people that it depends on where I'm at. When I lived in the hood, nobody ever bothered me. It was all police. When I lived in the hood, there were tons of crazy people that you'd say have mental health issues like schizophrenia. There were tons of people like that are walking around angry and screaming. But all those people, they were only like that because of fat white pride and police brutality. That's all it ever was. Fat white women specifically that go out of their way to try to like pick at your brain and hurt you emotionally. And then fat white men. Never, I mean, the closer I got to the hood, like in Brattleboro, then you started to have the cops that thought that they were about it, and they're trying really hard to like pretend that they're hood. So they'll like, I think you'd have to be there to understand it. You'd have to know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know. The guys are pretending to be about it because they deal with those people coming up from Albany, and they think it's cool. So they try to be like that. And that because when you're pretending, it steps you out of reality. Those guys have serious problems, and they take it out on the public. So I had a lot of that today. And they called the police, and then a beautiful woman cop showed up, and she had, see my tattoo? She had a ring that had the heart with wings, and it turns out it's like one of the main symbols in Ireland. So I went to shake her hand, and then I held it, and I was like, oh, look, while I'm holding her hand, your ring is the same as my thing. And she's like, that's amazing. And then she just started spouting off the Matrix programming. But I didn't cut her off. I listened. Because I was like, if she needs to get it out to feel good about herself, like maybe the police that she's dealing with are like the people I'm dealing with. So maybe she's trapped because of that. So I let her. And then this Karen, the Karen spent 6 hours today trying to ruin my day. Going out of her way to like get in my way, hover around me. Ask me, like, just stand by me and asking me questions, like. And then the crows started screaming, so I walked all the way up there and I said, Dine! Until they shut up, and then hundreds of crows left when I finally beat them. So that's where we're at. I can almost anticipate the hateful comments. They always talk in the same tone and say the same things. Yes, we have a religious freak here that wants to talk about Jesus. Which is real. We're spiritual beings having a human experience. I talk to God all the time. So what do you want to say, bro? if you're new to the channel, I've been dropping a practice pretty much every day now about, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I have a practice about how to heal yourself biologically so that you can house energy better to connect to God. And it's something the CIA taught me, no lie. I went across the country to her office, and I sat down outside her office and asked her to just give me the keys because I had a brain injury. I thought I had a brain injury. Turns out I was just psychologically traumatized into believing that I had a problem. I had bad people in my corner. No, I wasn't fighting it before. I was trying to understand it. Like, even if I'm scared and like this, I'm always like, what's happening? What's going on? But yeah, letting go of things are important. So yeah, this woman, it was like tourists would come up and we'd have a nice conversation, and then she'd come out from her security booth and keep trying to talk over me to the tourists, and we're just having a nice conversation. Yeah. Should I give this guy a chance, or should I just put him in timeout? W's in chat if I should buy a BB gun and then beam these Karens in the butt in a ghillie suit in a tree when they bother me. I'm trying to get a computer. I found a computer for $300 that's got the 16 gigabytes of RAM, the newest Intel processor, and a 1 terabyte SD card. So that means I can start animating, I can start making songs, I can start making content. I'm trusting God. I think I'm making more of a change in the Matrix when I ride my bike through on my way to go to the store, and I pass by all the people that are trapped and twitching and with their head down, judging each other, and then they get mad and get aggressive, and then they'll come stand by each other and start coughing like yeah. Other religion, I mean spirituality calls it Christ consciousness. They still believe it's Jesus. But you have to admit that the Bible took most of its stuff from all the religions that it conquered. When Christianity left the East and it moved west, everyone, they toppled Greece, Rome, the Celts, the Norse, all this stuff. And then a lot of their teachings come from, before Jesus, most of the teachings that the Bible was talking about was already the teachings of Thoth in Egypt. So, I mean, I don't know, I wasn't there, but they said Jesus left for 30 years. And people are saying he probably, like, there's evidence of Jesus, I think. I can't give you, like, cite my sources. It's coming from Billy Carson. And Billy Carson devoted his life to it. So, and Billy Carson also said he found all this stuff because he met extraterrestrials. He met interdimensional aliens. And it cost him his whole family because they thought he was crazy. And then he listened to them, and then it brought him to figuring out a lot of shit about ancient civilizations. And it made him a multimillionaire. And then this is the year of karma, right? It's the 8th year, it's the end of the Kali Yuga. All the Revelations prophecies, like the fiery King Kendrick overthrowing Drake the Dragon, the Beast. All these people that are going out in the street and finding pedophiles and exposing them. Billy Carson hasn't gone under. He's actually getting more successful in the year that Mr. Beast has fallen and all these people are falling from grace when they were the most famous people in the world. Yeah. I mean, you haven't provided anything useful, you've just been telling me your opinion. And I'm telling you, like, sources that are talking about the other aspects. And I was saying that I'd go look at the Billy Carson thing. I don't remember which one, but Billy Carson talks a lot about it. It was saying that he had evidence, like tablet stuff, talking about Jesus going to all the different schools to learn this information before he came back and taught the people. And that there's things before that point towards aliens coming down and helping humanity. But for whatever reason, I'm attacked. I'm definitely spiritually attacked. Like I've got at least 10 years of stories. Yeah. Don't come back, bro. Love you to death. Who else? I'm trying to focus, man. Today was hard. They kind of hit me with everything they had today. So I feel pretty hollow. But I wrote amazing songs today. I tried to channel it and make a difference. And just... It's like I'm at war with white pride. I'm not saying Jesus is wrong. I don't think that's how you should talk about it. I think that guy was coming from pride. That guy was definitely coming from pride. You can kind of tell when somebody's kind of sitting in themselves angry. I just saw a vision of myself in the Playboy Mansion wearing a suit. But yeah, it's like I'm tortured every day, and then the wins that I strive for when I'm suffering, and I reach out and I'm like, I want to make this happen, and I fight for it. It's like they just beat me down until I can't, and then somebody else gets it, and then I just keep going, and then eventually I realize that those people, those wins that they had, aren't as worthwhile, like the shallow victories. Like I had a dream, the guy that I had KCC and I started performing on stages, and then a kid trademarked my brand name and got famous. His art sucks. And then the kid that beat me to being the biggest artist of Vermont did the Illuminati stuff with the eye and the symbolism. So he joined the club, and now he's unhappy. I'm still here. So if the answer to sacrifice all my progress and then submit like a dog to the devil, literally sign my life away to an employer. The last time I did it, as soon as I signed the paper to be employed, I felt all my energy get ripped out, and then my boss walked around me and got in my face like this, like he had gotten possessed, and went and tried to stun on me. He screamed at me as soon as he was like really friendly, but as soon as I signed the paper and I felt like I lost my power, the guy went out of his way to torture me every day. You guys don't understand how hard it is, man. I have to write a book. I haven't gotten any money from this. I haven't gotten any donations. It's been like, I think like 100 hours of content now. I gave away the secrets to help people. I'd like sacrifice myself, and then every day I would get tarot readers that were like, to stop. They don't care. You're helping people that don't deserve to know what you're sharing with them. You're wasting your life trying to help people that don't deserve it. Every time I ended a live, I'd get a notification for a random tarot reading channel with like 3 subscribers that was practicing channeling, and then they would receive my story, and they would like, oh my god, and then I got to see that eureka moment for a bunch of people, which helped me feel recognized in a world that doesn't seem to understand anything that I say. And they would reiterate my life back to me completely, not me like picking and choosing based off what they're saying and assuming because I'm wishful thinking. It's like obvious in your face facts about my life that are unique to myself. They pick apart the motifs, like the Irish, Native American, in the forest, with the crows, 33 life path, Sagittarius, and then they would tell me, they're really proud of you, man, but you gotta give up trying to help these people. The world doesn't stop attacking me. Maybe I need to do acid again or something and shed all my traumas and then go fully crazy and just step into it and then go through public and see what happens again. And maybe then I'll be living in Christ or something. I get spiritually attacked, man. And it's when I'm doing the right thing. And I don't understand why. Even the Bible thumper that came to tell me I'm not living with Jesus, he was coming in with the same pride that I'm talking about. It's like we're a different species. It's like we are a different species. But I get along with gang members that have been to prison. Like real gangsters, you heard? Those people understand everything that I say. They get it. So maybe I'm just in the wrong environment. I thought I was making a change. So I powered through and talked to as many people as I could. I woke up as many people as I could. And those people definitely seem more powerful, but I think they fell into the same thing. Like, maybe this is teaching me that I need to boycott the information because, like the tarot reader said, man, they don't deserve to know what I'm talking about. Like, maybe it really is like you have to deserve it, and then maybe I'm doing wrong by God. But I was trying to help people. I was trying to help people in the hopes that I could make my dreams come true. All the places I applied didn't work. I'm sat here and I'm looking out at all the places that I tried to apply to, and the people like me, but for some reason the managers would suddenly tweak out, kind of like they were spiritually attacked. Suddenly driven crazy, driven to violence. That car drove by and I suddenly felt a huge pain in the side of my head. Like my whole ear just hurt. What am I at for charge? Yeah. Yeah, it's not. The whole place isn't active. I'll use my mind to daydream and try to like make a better way to go. Like I'll start to think about like a fun thing that I could say or like a fun thing I can do, something that like inspires me with positivity. And it seems like the environment reacts. Like especially so we suffer through the week. Saturday it's like I have to deal with all the things and I power through it. I go to sleep Saturday night feeling good. I'm excited for Sunday. I wake up on Sunday morning and I feel peace. I'm ready to do things. It's like everything that I do, I'm no longer worried about the outside world. It's like I feel comfortable in the space and I start to think about all the things I'm going to do. And then I have like what seems to be an empty vessel, a twitching fat white person, twitching. And they all talk exactly the same. The way that they talk is the same. The tone that they use. to me, it just seems obvious they're hiding from this peace that I have. It's like they don't have the peace that I'm feeling. Whatever I'm feeling is allowing me to not fall into what they're dealing with. And then those people that, like you said, balance, like the yin yang, the opposite of what I'm going through, shows up. And today it was the past, like when I first got here and then now, it was the same fat white security guard that tries to overstep and try to order. Like she left her perch here. This is her building. She's in charge of this building. But she has a master key to all these places because they're all state buildings. And on the weekends, she doesn't have to. On the weekends, she's here as a janitor. She's here to clean. But I notice when I come in and I meditate, she gets triggered. And she went all the way, like she climbed up. My phone died. It's on the charger now. I'm getting in Arizona. And we're gonna keep talking, man. We're gonna see what happens. How's that? I got a chair. I'm gonna get my Arizona and come back real quick. Boy. Boy. Thinking about driving a truck, chat. Man, it depends on how hungry I am. If I'm really hungry, I'll let it crust and have a little snack later. Man, today I spent like 30 minutes thinking about shitting in my hand and then waiting for that fat white cunt to follow me through the woods again and then shove it down her throat and make her swallow it. It's not a good angle here, man. I'm feeling a lot of bad vibes around. I'm feeling a lot of bad vibes lately, man. There we go. We are here, chat. I'm on the throne. Does anyone have any questions about the universe? I might be able to answer. I'm also looking. I wish that guy that came into my chat just to be like, he tried to press me about Jesus, remember? That guy tried to press me about Jesus. The guy that prided himself on being so religious tried to press me about Jesus. He was in a bad mood for God. Because I was looking for someone that knows the Bible well, man. You could throw some scripture in here. Give some advice to people, man. I need after everything. Mint Mobile doesn't work, man. I bought the SIM card came in. I spent my money buying tons of different SIM cards, trying to get different service providers for this phone, and none of them work. I got a notification that says unable to send message. What are you drinking? Beer? So what? So what if I was, man? What's good, Maddie? Where are you coming from, Maddie? Drink, 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 drink. Melbourne, Australia, man. Why is so many people come from Australia and New Zealand? Half of my subscribers are from Australia. And then a quarter of them are from the different reservations. Half the people that come on my live streams are either native indigenous people on the res or people from Australia. It's making me want to go to Australia in the res. This guy said trust issues. I mean, I know you gotta be the change you want to see in the world, man. But I don't get any enjoyment from hanging around these people anymore, man. Maybe you don't have trust issues. Maybe you just aren't around the right people. Maybe they don't deserve trust. Aussie people loves you, man. And I love Aussie people, man. Fry up a giant spider on the bobby for me real quick. Go hunt a pterodactyl for the one time, man. Australia is like playing bushcraft survival on nightmare mode. The Amazon rainforest in Australia are like the nightmare level. The favorite predator? It's gotta be EDP. I can't say Drake. Drake's funny, but he's not my favorite predator, man. Epstein and Weinstein are off the table. Dan Snyder wasn't that funny. EDP probably because he just he has no remorse, and he continues to come on YouTube and talk about it. He has no remorse for what he did. It's been 2 years and EDP is still going, yeah, and I'd do it again. I'd get that bitch a cupcake right now. I'll go buy a cupcake right now, bitch. And he still makes content. Favorite predator? Probably a bear. Probably a polar bear. Now, they're not that vicious, and their hunts aren't as fun, but they're my favorite animals. You too, Maddie? Can't go back to what? Before you were traumatized and betrayed? Killer whales are cool, but if you want to talk about the ocean, man, you have no idea what's in the ocean, man. There are these catfish that are the size of whales. Hello, I'm here. Yeah, my phone died. You have no idea what's in the ocean, man. I can't say a killer whale because there's probably so much cooler stuff down there that we have no idea. Like, killer whales are probably nothing. Like, have you seen those weird giant jellyfish things with the tentacles that are the size of skyscrapers? There are things in the ocean that they're the size of, like, small New York City skyscrapers, and they just have long tentacles and giant heads, and they just, like, float and stare at the camera. I can't. We could do some Native American braids, man, but I think my head's too nappy, man. Look at this. I love my hair like this, bruh. I feel it's a whole different feeling, like, with your hair like this. I don't know how to describe it. It feels like a bear, like I have matted fur. It's like my hair is half dreaded, but it doesn't smell and it's not full of shit. It's dope. I love my hair, man. I don't think I could put it in a ponytail right now. My favorite island, Ireland. My favorite island is Ireland. It's gotta be. Ireland and then Hawaii. I want to go on Vitality streams and catch a predator, man. I want to maul a predator. I want to show up in a full suit of armor. Like, just the shoulders, like the shoulder pads and the chest. And then like a fur cape or something, like a rug over this. With like a crown on. Maybe like an Irish blackthorn crown. And I want to be buff and do MMA. But it might be too late for that. Then I want to maul predators. I want to maul pedophiles on Vitality stream. Favorite body part? Probably my dick. I ain't even gonna lie, man. It's probably my dick. I'm an ass man. I'm becoming more of a tit man as I get older. But there has to be, life is about balance. You need both. You need both. But I'm okay with women that have small titties because they get bigger as you give them children. As they bury your seed, their boobies grow. They confused me. So I thought about it. I was complaining about matrix attacks that always happen when I feel this sense of purpose and belonging and peace. And the phrase, stealing your blessings, came to me. That maybe there are things that are jealous of my blessings. And that's why they come at me. My favorite rich person, like billionaire. I mean, now I know to get to that position, you got to do a bunch of horrible things. Like Elon Musk worked with high wizard Satanists. Like he did the Diddy orgies and shit like that. He was in on that type of time. So you know, Mark Cuban was in the same thing. Kevin Hart's in the same thing. I don't know about Andrew Tate. I know his dad was. So I don't know if Andrew Tate's about it. Favorite prison shower activity? When I would go to jail and I'd get my shower alone, after I'd sit in the tank with all the drunk heroin addicts and horrible people, and then at the end of it I could go get my own shower, and I'd wash off all the shit, and those bad people got to sit in their cell and watch me leave, never to be seen again, and they have to sit there forever. That's my favorite. Is there anyone that doesn't know my practice? Do you want to hear about my practice to heal your body and connect to higher dimensional energies to be able to make a change in your community? If not, I'll save it, man. But I learned it from the CIA. We're going to meditate right now, watch. Feels like I was spiritually attacked, man. All the energies feel out of whack. It's harder for me to do what I was doing. I feel like it's clouded by other people's energies now. And I think those people knew what they were doing. I love the NPCs where they go, hello. When people are like, what are you listening to? What's your favorite? Like the TikTok interviewers, where they come up and are like, hello. What are you listening to right now? And then the guy goes, hello. I can't play Fortnite, man. I'm homeless. My favorite activities include brooding and humbling white people with the birds. My favorite activities include harmonizing with birds, and then going out in public and watching all the white people get mad at my energy. while I try to enjoy myself. I see so much weird shit, man. I've been people watching for years. I'm sitting outside this park and watching how the people act. And these people, they're just stomping around with their head up like this, getting close to each other, and then like trying to make each other submit. My phone's on the charger, so I'm sitting below it today while my phone charges. The building I was at yesterday is right here. Is this a better way, chat? Is this a better angle? Is this a better angle? To hear my word, and my word is everyone's pussies and they're prideful and they're trapped in the matrix. The only way to beat it is to let it go. Focus on keeping your vibration high by putting your attention to the sky. Converting the energy in your image. But I was spiritually attacked today, man. So I'm feeling it. I really understand that, because I watch these videos and I watch the people that come on here. I guess in my field, people that would be, I guess at this point I'm like a spiritual ranter. So I listen to other people talk about it to see, like, is there commonalities? Is there a common denominator in all these experiences? Is it just that they have mental health issues? What's the defining factor? And they, for the most part, the only real difference I see is that I hold on to my humility and I kind of play devil's advocate, even with all this stuff happening that's obviously in your face and true. Like using the Higgs field and people trying to conquer each other in the ego system and stuff like that. I still hold on to the fact that it could be anything. I think that's the difference, is that I don't hold on to it. And those other people go overboard with it, which is probably what they should do. But I remain humble. Man, I can't fuck with either of them. Logan, I'm a Paul. Like, my grandma, my family are Pauls on my mom's side. I have a line of Pauls. Like, my mother, my grandmother, and then my grandmother's family, they're all Pauls. Like Logan and Jake Paul. But I don't, Logan and Jake, man, they're not real ones. They do power games. They're constantly trying to fight each other for spiritual dominance. Like, they'll bring Jake Paul on the podcast and they'll try to, like, destroy him. I didn't watch Homelander. I don't like what I see on Homelander, but at this point I can't really like TV. Sometimes I like Game of Thrones. The Boys doesn't seem that great, man. Same. My phone died too, man. Where are you coming from, Debbie? Dottie Hottie? Homosexuals, I don't like them. I love people, but when they put all their perks in that skill tree, I don't really like the stuff that expresses. You feel me? You feel me? I'm just giving life advice in my perspective, talking about shit that happens in my day-to-day, and then I tie that in with all the shit that I know and I've learned from traveling for 10 years and talking to spiritual leaders and millionaires and all this stuff. I know there's a God. I know that there's something that I can connect to higher than myself that reveals the story I'm living inside, and I'm a creative person that's constantly pushing at, like, making art and music and trying to make my magnum opus my perfection. And the closer I get to that, the more I understand what it's like to be outside of public. You feel me? What religion calls like the devil and living in sin, probably. It's just like this over-aggressive lack of humility and compassion, constantly trying to attack each other and overstep each other. There's no harmony or connection, and the birds are trying to sing that away. You feel me? And then when I raise up and I think about higher stuff and I break away from that, it seems like those people get really angry, man. Jesus, I feel like, you heard me? I feel like, so I go through a lot of suffering. Like, I've been through a lot in my life, and particularly in the worst parts of those experiences, which happen to fall under the transitional phases of the zodiac. So like the worst tests that I have are always in like the transition of the Vietnamese and Chinese zodiac year. By coincidence or not, I end up having to suffer immensely at the very end of that. So I go through a whole year of shit, and then at the end, it's like I have to deal with all this shit at once. And then at the end of that suffering, I see like whoever was being my attacker or abuser, whether I'm in jail or I'm freezing outside and I have to stay with somebody, and that somebody like, I'm basically like trapped in a room with a guy that knows a guy with 500 million, and I'm trying to talk to the guy with 500 million, and the guy next to me is smoking crack, and I'm over a Zoom call, like trying to help this guy start his business, and then I look over and the guy has his dick out and he's trying to fuck me. But I'm like, there's a guy with $500 million right here. An investment banker from South Florida is on the phone right here, and this guy is trying to like molest me. And I'm starving, I'm freezing, my car is about to break down. And it's like transitioning from the year of the water cat to the year of the wood dragon. Like right in that transition, I'm trapped between a pedophile and my way out to save the world, basically. You feel me? And then at the end of all that, and this consistently happens at least once a year, where I go through that suffering trap, whatever, like jail cell stuff, this, being outside, having to kill someone in self-defense, like horrible stuff. At the end of it, it's like the person that was my abuser, you feel me? The person that was my abuser comes out when I have this breakthrough and I feel like I have a stronger relationship with God and a better understanding of the universe. Where like I wake up from all the problems that I had just fought, and then when I wake up, the person that was my abuser comes out like it was all a prank. And he comes out and he says something to me about the whole year that I experienced. Every year it's like the same, because I'm an empath. I like see the world in energy. I see the world in music. I could feel the emotion and the tone change, and I can feel the light coming out. I could see it literally. And it's the same thing every time. The same sense of compassion, the same like high level of intelligence, the same profound wisdom that I carry with me as I go through life. And it's always saying something that activates something, like I have a realization about my life, like there was a whole problem that I hadn't recognized that I had, and then that key fixes that. I can't bring it off the top of my head because it feels like it was a spiritual attack. You feel me? It feels like there was a lot of shit going on. So usually it will come to my head and I can say this profound wisdom, but it just feels like there's a big cloud of white pride, narcissism that I had to deal with all day today. Maybe fasting or something, I don't know. But I think that that's Jesus. Save this world. It says you are loved. Save this world is in the chat, guys. Just like the other day, the first commenter was a guy named Legend God. And then I got tons of people that have like names where their initials are KC when I'm talking about how I keep running into KCs all the time. Well, where you from? Save this world. This world is sick. Where you from? I'm a girl. God bless you, brother. The devil attacks you when he sees that you are getting closer to God. Yeah. And I think I have a lot of knowledge and understanding that when I can get into a point of using it with wisdom, it seems like I told you, man, I'm not lying when I say that like I'm suddenly just attacked by police, or I'm suddenly just having to fight a crackhead to the death. It's made me like stop wanting to think, but I keep going every day. Yeah, I changed my diet. I'm doing push-ups every day. I'm working towards getting a computer. I am smoking a lot of cigarettes, but I'm also starting to stretch and doing other daily habits, changing that. I was at a, not to keep sounding like a bitch, you heard, but I was doing great last night. This morning was great, and then suddenly I was attacked. Immediately. I had a chance, like I sat there at peace. I decided the next step that I was going to do. As soon as I took action on that step, this person like materialized and was just in my face with no heart, no compassion, just spewing white pride nonsense at me. And then because I was at a sense of peace, I was trying to empathize, and that empathy, me trying to like reroute to kind of figure that out with the person, felt like a bunch of shit changed. I wish I could, but usually these people are in positions with authority. Like when you're traveling homeless, you have the advantage of having no responsibilities and a greater connection to nature, and you're free from your relationship, so you can see the world for how it is. But the bad part is that there's no defense you have against people that are security guards or police or park rangers or people like that with like this feeling of authority that get triggered by the high energy, and then they come out and there's nothing you can do because it's a small town where they could call the police, and then it doesn't matter if you did anything wrong. That moral stature doesn't exist. It's like a rules that they're pretending are real, but in reality, like a police can just do whatever they want. And especially in Vermont, if you just accidentally have your body cam off, you're not going to get fired. So that's what I'm dealing with. And I'm feeling it. And then when I felt it, she came back, and it's like they dunked on me all day, that they had gotten me. So, I mean, if I had a Bible, I'd open it and read it. There definitely is, like, especially when when I really need it, I'll flip open the Bible, and then it's exactly what I needed to hear. And like, one time I opened up a page, and the wind blew the Bible open to the page I needed, and it was a 33, which is like important to me, so it drew my attention, and then it was exactly what I needed to hear, and it solved a lot of my problems. So I believe it. But I also believe that Catholicism and Christianity moved west and raped a bunch of people. If look up Catholic torture tools on Google, what they used to do, they would like shove something up people's ass. Like the Catholic Church would take like a Native American and would string them up on a wall and then shove something up their ass and then open it, and then they would like go exploring to see what's in there, and they would torture people alive. Like George Washington had a torture chamber. It was just like a normal hobby for people, like playing Fortnite, for rich people, for wealthy people like this, to have basements specifically made as torture rooms to practice magic. But I know there's a God or some type of higher dimensional entity, and I know that that's probably what's blessing me, so I'm grateful for that. Yeah. But also with Christianity, like all the different stories, like the Last Supper was a Greek myth before it was in the Bible. Before the Last Supper and Judas and all that was a part of the Bible, there was an entire like Greek mythos involving the Last Supper, and that's what the Olympic Games was trying to show people. I don't know if it was a mockery of God or Christianity, but it was just showing the fact that that story had been around before the Bible, and the Bible took in bits and pieces of everywhere that they went to make the Bible. A lot of the stories and stuff in the Bible are taken and derived from other cultures. Not, but regardless, it's still offering that culture's wisdom. It's just like they rebranded it as their own, the same way that this kid from my hometown is stealing my art. So I'm the highest level of empath, right? As there's 11 people in the chat, because I'm born on the 11th. And so I just looked up, tried to raise my vibration, tried to connect to God the way that I usually do, and that's when I can ask for a bird, and then I get a bird. So I raised my vibration, I like opened myself up in the spirit world, and then I got a bunch of suggestions that felt like there was like spirit guides or ancestors behind me, kind of like taking in information like codes and then shoving them into my system. So it was like, say, like I raised my vibration, and I felt like there was something in like the room of my mind that was like, if you want to do that, you need to go to the store and get this much protein, you need to go out in the sunlight, you need to go try to find a new phone. Like, it gave me a bunch of suggestions to be able to put myself in a position for that experience I just tried to ask for. Yeah. That's all it was, man. I'm trying to get like $300 at least to get my computer. I don't think they're demonic spirits. I think, like, I know when it's a demonic spirit. I know the feeling when something's like in my face, like trying to suggest me. Like, I was mad all day today. I was walking around angry because I felt like when the thunderstorm came in, there was a big electric storm. Heavy electric storm. The lightning was coming up from the ground, I swear to God. I'm sure you can look that up on YouTube, lightning coming up from the ground. Where it looks like a tree where it grows out. That was happening today. It was coming out from the ground into the clouds. Or the other day, it came down from the clouds. True fact. So today it was like, after this woman did all that shit to me, it left me confused, and then I feel like I lost my presence and my sense of control. And I was mad and like walking around trying to figure it out, and I felt like I was fighting this girl, and I'm like, I can feel her trying me, and then all of a sudden she would come out from behind a building and just stand near me, twitching, and I could feel like being attacked by the Matrix. And then like I'd find my way through it for a second, and I'd come back to where I was last night, and then suddenly a stranger on a bike is like speeding down the road and then stops right in front of me, and he gets out and just joins this woman standing there twitching. And then I pull my phone out, and then they leave immediately. I'm not into the demonic stuff, man. The most demonic thing about me is cigarettes and I definitely, when I go out in public, I try to hold my power and authority, like my personal sense of self. So when I do that, other people react to it. You could say that that's coveting. Like, if I go out in public and I feel like I'm trying to covet my energy to keep myself grounded and strong, that's the most demonic thing I do. And my third eye is purposely closed. Appreciate it. Love you too. Thank you for watching. If your grandma's got more money than she knows what to do with, hit my Cash App. Help me get a computer, fam. But I trust God will provide. Yeah. Are you talking to me or talking to Dottie? Yo, a lot of... Oh, I had top messages on, so I couldn't see a lot of the comments. Yeah. I'm doing it slowly. I did do it a lot. Like, this is... I guess it's just different. In 2020, it was much different. I was taking care of myself, but I didn't have the experience I have now. Now I'm here, and I have a lot more knowledge and experience, and I just am not in a position. And I did go to jobs, and I looked for jobs. I've been doing it for like 8 months now. It seems like the universe is pushing me to stay out here. And when I go in to try to get something, I'll get like I'll like get notifications. I've been arrested a lot. The first time my neighbor was writing me love letters in public housing, he had schizophrenia, real schizophrenia, not like I'm an overthinker that has a bunch of spiritual experiences. This guy had real schizophrenia where he wasn't functioning with whatever was going on with him. So he would write me love letters. He would listen to my girlfriend and I have sex through the door, and he'd get caught. And then when we ignored him, or I told him off, for about 6 months he would call the police twice a week and tell them I had drugs and was blasting my music and I wasn't, and shit like that, to violate my lease. Because if police show up, it violates your lease immediately, because it was Section 8, so people were running brothels out of it, people were dealing drugs out of it. So the landlord just said, if any police show up for you for any reason, you're out. So my neighbor kept calling to try to get the police to keep showing up so it would violate the lease. So we passed each other in the hallway. He didn't move, I didn't move. We bumped shoulders, and I got an assault charge. Then for my court date, I had COVID, and I called in and said, like, yo, I'm sick. I have the test right here. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm literally down the block. This was 2020. I said, I don't know if I should show up or not. But I'm here. And everyone gave me a bad attitude. Like, the clerks were like purposely really unhelpful, and the judge was just aggressive and angry, and my lawyer was like out of it, my public defender. So I got a warrant I didn't know about, and then a couple months later police show up for something else, and then they just grab me and tackle me against the wall. I have my arms up like, come on, man. Talk to me. I'm right here. Look at yourselves. Have a conversation with me. And then they pepper sprayed me. They threw me on the ground. They dragged me on the carpet. They pepper sprayed me again. They put me in jail and didn't wash my eyes. And then I did put my face in the fucking toilet bowl and wash my eyes out. And then didn't feed me for 3 days. I had no food. They did the torture cuffs every time, where it's like almost breaking your wrist. They're called torture cuffs. You can look that up. They put it a certain way that it hurts the whole time, and you have a high chance to break your wrist. And they did all that for no reason. Like, I had Tim's on and a gold chain, but I didn't sell drugs. So I assumed it was like profile and prejudice. They just assumed something, and they went out of their way to torture me for a couple days. And then after that, it really messed my mind up. They also told the local news that I attacked them first, because I raised my arms when they pinned me to a wall without saying anything. So then the whole town ostracized me, and I had to get in my car and leave, and I door-dashed around the country. And then snuck into Montreal. I drove my car through the border to Montreal, got arrested again, got deported with no charges. They just took my car, and I had to get it back. Then my mom has a lot of problems. So one of them is that she likes to play victim, so that she can continuously call my grandfather and play victim so that he feels bad for her. And he knows what she does. Like, we talk a lot. And he said, I know mom's got problems. She thinks that she's sneakily getting money from me, but it's really like I just listen to her yap for hours, and then if I have something, I'll give it to her. But my grandpa drives Uber, and he's in his 70s, I think. They live in Jupiter, Florida, and he's a Sagittarius, so Sagittarius and Jupiter are the same. They didn't like that. So then so my mom, to help promote that thing, because I scared her because I got arrested in front of her, she made me out to be, like, she did it to my dad too. She'll like make somebody out to be the bad guy, and she'll lie to police and over exaggerate so that she can keep spewing out that story for months. And she did that to me. So she filed a restraining order, made them think something was happening that wasn't, knowing the fact that they had already kind of profiled me and treated me horribly like that. She kind of played into that for some reason. I swear to God, I wasn't like that. And I texted her and said, you know, the way that you're treating me right now, I'm your son, your only son. You're hurting me a lot. Like, I'm getting mad because of it. I don't want to be mad at my mom, but you're making me feel like I want to get revenge for what you're doing to me. I don't know what to do. I was 22 with just recovering from the brain injury. And I'd also like gotten kidnapped by a church going across the country, and they tried to convince me I was gay. And I was in voodoo rituals there. Like, I thought I had a friend, and then they locked me in the room and they did a voodoo ritual. So I was like recovering from that. I got home, and then a bunch of kids saw me with my nice clothes because I blew up on Dogecoin. And so I had a nice car and nice clothes. So I was suddenly targeted by a bunch of 18-year-old kids that do Xanax and perks and bath salts and crack. And they're all like running around with their dad's gun trying to kill me because they are just mad, and they're threatening me online and shit in a small town. So like all that was happening at the same time that so I told my mom, like, you're doing the worse to me than these people are doing, and I'm trying to deal with all of it at once. And then that violated the restraining order. So I went to jail for that, and then my mom would like text me. I'd respond to her texts, and then she'd call, and then I'd go to jail again. Or like I'd be in town, which I would only come to town like once a year after that. So I passed by her to go see my dad, and they live in the same apartment complex, and my aunt was there at my mom's. So I called up to my aunt, and then because I was outside of the 50 feet range, I didn't address my mom at all, but they still showed up and then arrested me and put the torture cuffs, and then in jail they postured at me and tried to make me submit like a dog. The police officers like went out of their way to like try to really get me psychologically. So I've been arrested tons of times for just being a victim of an abusive and narcissistic mother with a lot of severe mental health issues. And I think the last time I got arrested, I got trespassed from a place, and then I stuck my head through the door and was like, am I actually trespassed, or are you just being fat, white, dramatic people that profiled me, and you're angry at yourselves? I just came in to get a soda, and you trespassed me for what? You just assume I'm a crackhead? And then I got arrested. And then I used to walk on these trails, and I had to pass a college and go through it to go on these trails this year. And they blamed me for some other kid that broke something in there. And then they just assumed it was me, because I was the local guy that has the camping backpack and the long hair. So they assumed it was me and not somebody's nephew that they know in town. So they blamed me for that, and then they trespassed me, and I didn't know that the trail system was connected to the school, so they caught me on the trails hiking and trying to enjoy myself, and I went to jail for that too. And it's been 2 years of the judge like staring me down in the courtroom the whole time, just like full eye contact, trying to make me submit in front of everybody, in front of a full courtroom. The judge is like staring me down, trying to make me look away, and I have to just like stare at him back. Like, are you gonna, and I'm not allowed to speak, or else the cop gets up and grabs his gun like that and postures at me. I'm telling you, like, at least my neck of the woods has gone completely insane. So I'm just out here, like, fighting it every day. going in the woods, just picking up what I'm learning and trying to apply it and change the energy, having like amazing, profound spiritual experiences, and just keeping it together to keep going. And it just seems like the world is attacking that. It seems like society doesn't like that I'm doing that. It seems like the birds like what I'm doing, and tarot readers and psychics like what I'm doing. God probably likes what I'm doing, but there's just heavy attacks from people that obviously are not mentally sound. Yeah, I think if you believe it's the devil attacking you, it's got to be because God allowed it. But I also, like, if I lean too far into Christianity and take it serious, like if I don't see it as symbols that describe the system that we're living inside, and I see it literally as like a story, like a Marvel movie, then like religious fanatics don't. It seems like they're like some of these religious fanatics believe the WWE is real. They still believe that wrestling is real. And like Vince McMahon really got choked up saying that. He almost said, "I love cock." Where he was like, you hate cows, I love cows. You hate roosters, I love roosters. You hate cock, I love cock. And then he froze and everybody went crazy. There are Bibles, like serious religious guys, I can quote a lot of scripture that believe that that wasn't staged and that wasn't a script. And that believe the WWE is real. You feel me? But if you see it as lessons that teach you about the greater intricacies of the system web that we are living a part of, then you can really get it. I don't know, man. Maybe I need to be humbled. So they're doing as much as they can to humble me, because I have like an unrelenting, non-stop thing. I don't know, but it's been every day for years. It's been every day for a decade at least. And you'd think the only reason I don't have solutions to the problems is it feels like it gets ripped out of me. Like I'm calling in energy and making thought forms and I'm putting it into my system and I'm holding on to it and I feel like I'm growing my presence. And then it just seems like that people are really going out of their way to try to ruin that, to like really stop it. I try not to worry about it, man, but what would you do if you're talking like this and then you look over and there's somebody with a crook neck standing there twitching like this, and then you feel like a pull, like they're vacuuming out your literal consciousness, your presence, your anointing. You're like, if you imagine you have a song in your heart that you're trying to share with people and you have a bunch of knowledge and wisdom, and then there's like a twitching person over here and you feel it like they're holding a spiritual vacuum that's trying to rip it all out. And then when you beat them, two more show up, and then when you beat them, the crows show up and start screaming at you, and then when you beat them just by staying here and like hiding in yourself and just holding onto the focus like this, and then you just make it through, and then suddenly there's police, suddenly there's like a security guard over your shoulder like this going, "What are you doing? What are you doing? I need to ask you to move 5 feet over to the left. I need you to move 5 feet to the left. Can you move 5 feet to the left?" And she doesn't stop blinking. She's talking just like that. And you just woke up like, what the fuck is going on? And then if you say no, she calls the police and lies, hoping that the police show up and are violent with you. And she's standing there like this, really proud of what she's doing. That happens all the time. Like that's like it's like a sequence of events that I've seen so much. I can just recognize, okay, one of those is happening. It's one of those moments. And then when I moved the 5 feet, suddenly it's like I felt like I was in submission to that energy, and it was like I couldn't escape it. I had to say no with boundaries and then say, and this. It's hard, man. I like the challenge. It makes me feel like I have a purpose in life. But yeah. No, at the same time, man, like I'll open my notebook and I'm ready to write a song, and I'll like open myself up to like imagine something, and then I'll get inspired and I'll see like a bigger picture of all my different albums and how they fit together. It's like something else fills in a missing piece, and in order for that to be true, if I like put that in my system, it like changes everything, my whole perspective on life. And then I realize all the problems that I was just suffering dealing with that were projections of other people. Like I was taking in the problems that I would see outside, and I was incorporating them to try to find solutions, and that was like destroying myself, trying to fix the problems of others. And then it was like I finally like opened up and received something from somewhere that gave me like a moment of clarity of everything in control, and I cried at how beautiful it was and how grateful I am to be here, to be able to experience that. And it is really, most of my problems are just the energies of other people. Almost all of my problems are people that projected themselves onto me, and I felt like I lost my ability to have boundaries and be able to push that away because of my past traumas. So that's something I could use a therapist for, is that if there's a way that we can process the things that have happened to me and find a way to help me get control over that, that's what I would go see a therapist for. But we're past the schizophrenia allegations, man. It's just a connection to the spirit realm. There's just more stuff going on around us, especially as AI gets better. Now that AI is here, there's lots of people are going through it. Lots of lonely people are suffering a lot. But I think they're in spiritual war. I think there's like problems in the system that we're like Bitcoin computers churning out, taking in these problems and then finding creative solutions and then pushing that back. Like I think we're collectively using each other to solve these problems. And that's why like people like Vitaly on Kick, movements like that where somebody pops up with a certain energy and a certain mission that makes something happen that affects the world and then brings us to a better conclusion and understanding about the world's problems in the collective conscious. My Instagram is SAINT Saint_Casey CASEY. It's on my channel description. That's dope. W Dad. W Grandpa. I think that God wants me to be a YouTuber. There's so much more to myself that I feel and that gets revealed to me, and it gets me really excited. Like I'm like, oh my God, I can't wait. I like see this grand version of myself suddenly, and like all the things that I could do, and then it gets clouded for a couple weeks. So I'm worried about time, man. I'm worried I'm out of time. I'm worried God gave me this amazing life and amazing blessings, and I didn't do the right thing. But I also get a lot of like messages on my phone of people saying you're on the right path. It's SAINT_CASEY. Okay. So I'm letting you know I'm regarded as the highest level empath on Earth. Maybe there's more people that have been practicing longer, but those people aren't 33 life paths born in the 11th. According to the best spiritual people that I've been able to get a hold of, that have millions of subscribers and millions of followers, and are widely respected by people across the globe, tell me that I'm the highest level of empath possible. Like the stuff that I see when I close my eyes and I open up my imagination, I see the world in a very different way than most people. And that's why I smoke cigarettes, and that's why I've simplified my life to be very simple. Because when I overcomplicate things with complexity, there's just so much going on that I see. And when I power through it and I do more with it, I do a lot. And the experiences are amazing, and I can't wait to write a book about it one day, or maybe a TV show or a movie of some of the things that I've seen and done. But basically, when I close my eyes, I'm just naturally seeing certain things, and sometimes it's like attacks, sometimes it's constant attacks, sometimes I'm fighting back against the attacks, and then birds will come surround me and butterflies. Sometimes they're big attacks where I'll have a dream there's a giant AI monster that's like trying to attach to all of us and destroy us. And then I'll wake up, and then right where I saw the monster in my dream, this like AI mind flayer type blob spider thing, right where I saw where it was spiritually attacking the people, like a whole like tons of Humvees, a tank, like tons of military people showed up and surrounded where that thing was, and I felt them attacking it until it dissipated, and then I felt nature extend itself back in and kind of wrap around me. That was in 2022. I met Epic Mealtime, I think like 3 days later. Stuff like that. So what I saw when I closed my eyes is I saw all my manifestations, all the different imaginations, the energy, all the different personalities, what people call spirits. When you sip on spirits, all the different, maybe their ancestors. It just felt like some type of light, some type of expression of light in me. And then I saw with the camera, it looked like these like dragons that came out and were siphoning it out of me. And I was trying to hold it in, and then they like wrapped around, and I saw like a robot claw that was trying to turn it into a string and then take it. So I realized now that subconsciously there's a lot more going on than I realized, because I seem to be lulled to sleep, and probably cigarettes, and probably a lack of protein and omega-3s that allow me to structure my mind to keep more energy in. When I really did this a lot more, like I'm talking this is because I've just spent about 7 months homeless out in the woods. And when you're out in the woods as this type of level empath, I'm like feeling bugs. Bucks are coming out and screaming at me because I'm making too much noise spiritually, and the buck's like, you need to stop. And then I feel like I like learn to lose it or just like turn it off, and then they would be comfortable. That's what's making the crows upset. But I'd turn it into songs. So it was good for me to sit in the car and lock myself in the car, and I would DoorDash and drive around playing music and making songs that I would make at night, and then try to go into places. Like I'd go into the McDonald's to pick up my DoorDash. So I'd have to invade the space, and people would feel all this energy that I'm talking about, and I'd have to deal with the twitching and people getting close to me and all this, but I would be able to come in, grab it, and leave, have a relationship with all the different store owners, and then I'd go make my music. But after that, it was like fighting someone to the death. I was stuck around crackheads, overdosing in the car. Like I'm in my car trapped at the park and ride, and there's a bunch of rednecks that are trying to kill me actively. Like somebody in North Carolina is trying to pay these guys because I beat the fuck out of his nephew, and they took a picture of them with the gun to my head like this. So it's been, when I tell you that all that stuff, I feel it get ripped out, and then if I don't, it gets violent. Whether or not of your beliefs, that's just what it happens to me. It feels like I take in a lot of stuff, I make something perfect with it, and then suddenly I have to defend that perfect. And then as I'm going things get revealed to me that enhance the thing that I'm creating, and then I keep going with it, and then I suffer through a bunch of different stuff, and then at the end of the suffering, somebody that I just feel the energy through somebody that speaks to me in a way that I can continuously recognize that energy, and I think that that's Jesus. It's like this dark black and gold. Not darkness is evil, but darkness is just darkness, like dark and light, yin yang, compassion, this density and humility from suffering. And it speaks with compassion, and it says things that are insanely profound to me, that make everything that I just went through make sense and gives me hope to keep going. And it's usually coming out of the mouth of a crackhead that just almost overdosed on crack, or like somebody that seemed out of their mind, and then suddenly it's like something jumped into their spinal cord and then used them like an instrument. So that happens, man. So I was trapped in public housing around pedophiles that were trying to take advantage of me, and that pedophile was a psychic that does rituals in 2020. So I remember sitting there and having to deal with that. But sometimes it's like I'll close my eyes and I'll feel this like horrible, like in 2020, I'd feel this horrible, disgusting alien giant monster in the spirit realm. I'd like see it clear as day. I'm communicating with it telepathically. It's like trying to siphon my life out and then replace me with something else. And then I don't know, I'm like, what the fuck is this thing? What do I do? And then like a week or so later, I'm watching like a TV show like Adventure Time. I'm watching the finale to Adventure Time, and that disgusting monster at the end of Adventure Time, not Glor, but that weird like dog thing. It's that thing. And then that thing is also in the movie Skyline. You feel me? Here's Cassie Cooper, KC. You feel me? Keep on hoping for your help. Sometimes the Bible makes it seem like you have to submit yourself and be kind of like a slave for a higher form of intelligence. But at the same time, if you see it as a test, and you see it as you're designed not to understand God's plan, then that makes sense. Like you're saying, I keep hoping for your... It's just holding that faith and then making it through the storm. So that's what I am doing that. I'll add you, man. Jada Dyer 26. I think I added you. Yeah, I have to stop thinking about it in biblical terms and think about it in spiritual terms. Okay, so I open myself up to God again, and then I see all the energy, and I try to make it into a song, and then I feel like I'm on a time limit. I feel like I'm constrained, and I should be worried about making sure I can drop my art in time, and that pushes me to want to get a job, and then it feels like like getting a job feels like it restructures my container, so I can no longer house the same energies I was housing before. If that makes sense. I added Jada. Jada, you look young. You look young, fam. But I be adding people when they want. Sometimes like counts matter to people and shit. So, of course, I'll support people. Okay. I'm serious when I talk about that. It feels like a Truman Show for me. Like, that woman that showed up when I felt peace called a police officer that looked exactly like the girl that, like, for like a couple months I'd been thinking about, like, what girl would I want? What's my type? What do I look? What would I look for? And then exactly what I thought of was there, and that was the officer that showed up, and she had a literal ring on her finger that was the Irish Claude tattoo, and then her tattoos were all different symbolism, like symbols that are like all these different stories that I have when I talk about God, and like how the universe has like made the difference for me, the symbolism behind all these stories. She had a whole sleeve of those same motifs that I talk about. Like when I used to walk around with the brain injury, and I would pick up dead bees and I try to find the beehives that they died from so that they could be buried with their family. And then when I walked 10 miles on the track and I read books and I did all this stuff to get back to life, I went to Miami, and then when that didn't work, at the end of the Miami trip, I was at a construction zone hiding under a tarp, and then a bee crawled up from behind me and laid up right on my chest like this, and I had to keep the bee alive because it was freezing to death. So I had kept it in a little Dorito bag, and I kept it until the morning, and then I got it back up and then let it warm up in the sun until it flew away. So I have tons of bee symbolism in my life. And then she had the bee tattoo, and she had other ones I can't remember off the top of my head, but when I looked at them, it triggered tons of different memories. And then I saw she had the Claude ring when I shook her hand, so I held her hand like this, and I was like, oh, your ring is the same as my tattoo. And she was like, that's amazing. If my type that I used to go for evolved like a Pokemon, I would have been that cop today. Which inspired me to get buff and wealthy, because I know I'm handsome, man, and I know that there's a lot more to me that makes the men that I should be competing with humble and angry and insecure. Like, I know that I'm a catch. I was just waiting for money to be in that position, you feel me? Stuff like that. So I can never tell if you guys are real, or if I'm just alone in my own God-given simulated test. But sometimes it really feels like I'm the only one. Sometimes I'll open my mind again and I'll imagine, and I see a bunch of these characters that are like floating above me, attached to me, trying to get into my life. And then the ones that I allow in or I try to interact with, they show up, almost like they were just around the corner waiting. And then when I think about them, they're there immediately. Almost like it kind of feels like, it just kind of feels like there might be some type of angel or reptilian shapeshifter or game developer that's just like down there, just standing there waiting. And then if I reach a certain level of consciousness and I wake up more to the simulation and God, they just come out and talk to me. Sometimes it really feels like that. Like, the devil is a liar, right? So he's constantly spewing out false narratives. That woman was enforcing a lie. She was trying to fill me up with lies that if I accepted, I like accidentally changed my frequency and gave a lot of myself away, and then she used that against me. And then when it didn't work, she'd get mad and would start patrolling around me. Because it was like a puzzle I had to figure out. If that makes sense. So this originally, I wanted to do these live streams back at, shout out if anybody's here that was there during the Vivek saga, when we were I was living in a cabin deep in the woods. Shout out those guys. If you guys have been around since I was living in the cabin this spring. A lot of shit went down back then. But I was trying to convert that place with bushcraft I was like taking pallets apart and building stuff with it. I was raking tons of trails in the woods. I love being out there. And I wanted to set up these live streams like a war room. And then we would talk about, okay, this is where we need to put our money. Arizona. This is where we need to, these are all the live streams we need to invade and then plug the channel to get more people in. This is the Discord I'm going to have. This is the merch I'm designing. And then you'd put all your dreams in, and then we'd work together to make everybody's dreams come true consistently in my own war camp. And then we'd beat the Native American drums every time we started, like boom, 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 like the campfire. And then we do the live stream where we save the world. But what happened, man? I had an op. I had a crackhead that was targeting me, that would consistently ruin my day every day, and I just couldn't find my way to get to where I needed to go. So then I just started exploring around and walking around, living out in the woods, and I met tons of different cool characters that have similar themes and motifs to their life that my life had. Like, I was sitting on top of a mountain overlooking the thing by myself, and then a guy, like a 50-year-old man, came and sat down, and he's an Irish Native American whose son died. And we sat and talked, and then his boss, immediately, like as soon as we had a good connection going, like a friendship, like a us against the world, because we realized how fucked up the world was, his boss went out of his way to lie and trespass me and get me out, away, get this guy, Casey, away from this guy. Let him sit by his dead son's grave and suffer all day. Don't let him have a relationship with Casey, who's this constant spout of positivity and hope for the future. And then I went to jail, man. Then I had to, I slept in a tiny little, like, sugaring shack while a tornado went by me. So I survived the tornado. When you look up, what, my video, the video where I'm wearing the white shirt, and I've got the headphones like this, and my hair is waving in the back. I think it was a couple weeks ago. I had just survived a tornado that went right by me. I was like hiding in a tiny little shack, and a tornado went by. I don't remember which one it was. Maybe I just called it the storm. I think I called it the eye of the storm. I had just survived a tornado. What's up, bro? We're talking about all the bullshit I just went through today with fat white women. I had a bunch of Karens try to ruin my life today. And they did the Karen thing. They lied to the police. I should have recorded it, man. I had an entire, like, when Canel Joseph deals with the Karens, I had a whole Canel Joseph simulated moment where I went through the entire thing. And then the cop was hot as hell, bro. The cop was a baddie, bro. What else are we doing, man? I wrote a song I want you featured on today. A song came to me that I'm writing, that when I'm finished and there's a verse open, I'm gonna send it to you on Instagram. It's pretty dope. I'm pretty happy with it, man. I'm gonna get a cigarette in a second. I know, man, they be ruining people just having a good time, you feel me? They can't stand people that are happy. Hold up, I'm gonna take y'all with me. I'm gonna take y'all with me, man. 44%. This shit charges fast as hell, bro. Boy. fucking hate it, man. They're cop collars, bro. I'll send it to you after, man. Cause I don't know what I want it to be so far. It's dope though. I have I have like 7 albums right now. Tell me when it wins. Oh. How the fuck am I supposed to get 40 grand by December? What's the average truck driving salary? Alright. Nah, I don't have a way to make it, bro, until I get a computer. That shit's like, maybe 400. I gotta get 400. Okay, I got this. Solving problems. If anybody's got any mental problems they want to talk about, I'm here, man. I got the solutions. Alright, where's my cigarettes? I do be smoking these cigarettes. Oh, check it out, man. They gave me, for the price of 1 pack of cigarettes, they gave me 4 today. Yeah. I'd have to check it out to see if I can mix. If I can mix sound design. The audio isn't that bad. I don't know. Okay. I'm getting smarter, man. I'm realizing when I walk too much and I'm starting to get the blisters on my feet. Taking preemptive. How's everyone doing? I can't, that's just how it is. This is a shitty track phone, bro. My other phone broke. My other phone cracked. My other phone cracked, man. How we doing, chat? How we feeling? They left. I'm in Vermont, man. That's the building. That's the capital of Vermont, man. There are stabbings and shootings and murders happening about 5 miles down the road. I'm in the white part. I'm not the white. Yeah, it's the white part, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not happy about it, but we're in the bad part. I'm watching that culture die from the inside slowly. I'm watching them all suffer and go crazy because of the fault in their programming that they took so much pride in the past few generations. I'm watching it get destroyed firsthand, and they're going down swinging, and they see me as the embodiment of their problems. The governor of Vermont called me an engine. The literal governor said he was sick of this engine squawking on his property when I was singing the Native American. Yeah, we have do you know about the Buffalo Soldiers in the Civil War? There was about like 200 different families that were people of color that trained, and then they went to war with the North, and then they went down to the South to help beat it. All those Buffalo Soldiers, like when Bob Marley's like, Buffalo Soldier, those Buffalo Soldiers, they all came to Vermont. So we have very long, multi-generational black families that were descended from those Buffalo Soldiers. So it's not like a uppity, the prejudice stuff is more in the woods. But like Burlington and where I'm from in Brattleboro is heavy African immigration. So we have like third generation, so somebody's great-grandparents or somebody's grandparents came to Brattleboro when it was all hippie communes. And they settled here, they got a house. So there's a lot of African here. There's a lot of, it's mostly African, it's not Jamaican. You don't see a lot of Jamaican people. We see like heavy African influence. Like my hometown's got like African tapestries hanging from the windows, and like the different stuff, like the different symbolism and stuff for all the different cultures from where they came from. Like it's pretty where I'm in Brattleboro, it's very normal to see like more black than white. And those black families are actually middle class. They're not in the hood. Like the hood of Brattleboro is all like crackheads and people that wandered in from New York and came to get benefits and welfare and shit. And they're living in the Section 8 housing. Like the hood part of Brattleboro, the bad part is all like drugged up 20, 30-year-old, like cracked out, not even trailer trash. Like we have a trailer park, and those trailer park people are actually really respectful. And the Hicks here are even intelligent and smart, and they're not like falling under the hillbilly stereotype. But then like you go into these like Vermont's like the Wild East. It's a bunch of small towns sprinkled in. Some of these towns, the towns that I just went through, like this year, from when it started, when I broke down to where I coming here, I haven't seen a black person since I got here. But when I went to Walmart, which is like 5 miles down the road, to Scary Berry, I went there, and I saw like, as soon as I got in there, it was all white. They were all the same like hick kind of, only prejudice because they're stupid and on drugs. And then the security followed me through. He was targeting me because of how I looked. He was trying to see if I was stealing. The same like prejudice stuff I dealt with, and I had to talk to him. And then while I was in a conversation with him, a group of 3, like 6'5", huge, like built like military bodybuilding type, like huge, and they were all black with the tattoos and chains. They all had fades. Like here we don't have hairdressers, man. We don't have good hairdressers in where I'm at. But these guys had full fades and dressed nice. And then they saw what was happening, and they stood behind me with the security guard, and then they didn't press him, but they were like, hey, do you guys have this, and this here? He pushed him out of the way so I had a chance to leave, because they could see how he was talking down to me. So that when that happens, I realize I like New York better, man. I like living in New York better. Vermont's living in like La La Land. and I'm suffering trying to figure it out. When I go to New York, I feel at home immediately. I love smoking cigarettes and playing dice with the old heads. And I don't really talk that much. I wait until they ask me for stuff. They ask me for advice, or they want my opinion on something. And then I speak. I don't rant like this. I feel more at home there. It's just also it's more dangerous. It feels realer. It feels closer to being real. Here it seems like everybody's out of it. Everybody here it's just different. It's different everywhere, man. I don't understand it. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but thought about putting you on the song. I'm really happy with it. Chat, do I need Adderall? Chat, what's the circumference of Uranus? I don't like that I can't pin a comment, bro. I don't like that I can't pin my own comment, man. What time is it? 11:42. We'll go for 2 minutes, man. Just to reiterate, the best way to solve all of your problems is fasting, sunlight, probiotics. Lose your mind, come to your senses, build a greater connection with the universe through understanding the Higgs boson. To live in that sense of energy. Today we learned about faith. I literally just saw a beam of light shine right in front of my face. Like there's just some being sitting right here. And then a butterfly in the middle of the night, a butterfly just flew right to left to remind me of that connection I used to have. That I've kind of lost touch with the past couple days and weeks. And then it said have faith. So have faith, man. We in this bitch. I got my necklace, man. We keep going, man. The same way that thing just happened, that thing has never told me to get a job, so. How about the next car that goes, if it goes right to left, I'll go to FedEx right now. Go tomorrow. If it goes left to right, I'll put my priorities on trying to get money to get my needs met in different ways and try to get to Mount Mansfield with a computer and a microphone and my headphones, and I'll just sit and make music until it's all done. It was busy the whole time I'm talking, and now there's no cars at all. But where I was looking directly in front of me, a lightning struck, and I saw the streak of lightning straight ahead from where I'm looking. Okay, I saw something on something just beamed into the side of my head and said, "You're saying too much." I've now become painfully aware that I've smoked my third eye into calcification, and that's why I don't have any connection and presence. Because I'm not able to be in the seat of the soul. Because then I'd be immediately in a war zone. Now I'm realizing that I'm seeing all the different attacks that have happened to me since I got here that's lulled me into this sense of sleep. I just saw a little zip of light go from behind me over this way. My butterfly is back and it flew where I was looking. It's a butterfly in the middle of the night. And that's a recent thing. I've never seen butterflies at night until recently. I'm not gonna say it. Oh, I don't know what to do now, man. I brought attention to it. Simulation's kind of opening up. That's when it gets freaky. That's when it gets freaky. I feel like somebody just popped in and said something. Hey, I followed you. Many people are gone. What do you mean many people are gone? Appreciate that. Okay. So I need to get kombucha. I need to get a re-up on multivitamins and omega-3s. I need to be back out in nature. How the fuck did you just drop YouTube play buttons in my comments? I told you, man, on the high... Sorry, I don't... Are you guys seeing it as like actual light, actual energy in your spirit? Yo, look. So there's nobody here. There is a dark shadow that's moving that window. I saw a dark silhouette of a person. It's hard to see, but it's moving that window in front of me. None of the other windows are moving. There's now a dark silhouette in there. It's not a person. And it's behind this thing. Can you guys see the movement of that? Can you guys see what I'm looking at right now? There's nobody there. It's not a janitor. That might be a good move, man. That'd be dope, man. I'd get a passport and go down there. If you had a setup in Africa, man, I'd definitely go down there. It's still moving. It's like it's violently moving, bro. Where is it? It's right there. Is it? What the hell? It's this one right here. It's suddenly a lot darker. So I saw a literal black shadow appear. Oh my god, that's terrifying, dude. That's fucking terrifying. That's fucking terrifying. I'm getting cold chills. I'm feeling like this weird, like, sleep paralysis demon type shit. Every time I look at it, every time I look over at it, something violently rips the curtain. And there's nothing there. But I saw a black shadow at first. There's something there. That's a ghost. That's... Holy shit, and it happened while I was praying, man. Oh shit, I was trying to pray. I was trying to connect to God, and now directly in front of me, one of the windows the curtain is starting to violently shake, and I'm seeing a shadow blip in and out that looks like like a sleep paralysis demon. And it's in a Freemasonic temple where they used to do demonic rituals on Native Americans, and now there's lightning surrounding it. I'm feeling a presence. I'm literally feeling a ghost. Holy shit. We have a little dick loser in my chat. Keep jerking off. Maybe one day your dad will be proud of you. There we go. And now it's died. Like, there's just no movement in the curtain now. It's just stopped. What the fuck was that? Yeah, well, dead ass. What the fuck was that? Why did that happen? No, I said dead ass. If I said it, I don't think I said it. You can rewind the live too. Let me know if I said it. Let me know if I said it, bro. I'm feeling a pull. There's something came to that window, bro. So. My own song one of my old songs just played. Did I? I'm gonna have to clip it, bro. I'm highlighting it. My fault. I think I said little dick loser. Keep jerking off. Maybe one day your dad will be proud of you. Was it when I was panicking about this? My fault. Yeah, I don't even... That's terrifying. Yeah. I'm just an empath, bro. I'm picking up on the system that I'm in. When I'm traveling, it's a lot different. Like, I definitely feel more at home in New York. Maybe I'm supposed to be homeless in New York City before I get money, so I can experience what it's like and not go into New York City with money where things are easy. Maybe it's better to be homeless and broke. Yeah. I don't know. I'm 24, man. I don't need to be saying the N-word for no. Even if I'm like, oh, I want to... That's just how I want to express myself, man. I feel like I can't talk unless I talk like that, yo. Now it's like... I don't know. Maybe I just have no sense of identity because I live in music. But that shit happened. That shit happened. I saw like a black spirit, and then the curtain started to shake violently. And then every time I looked at it, it would whip when I was praying. And now I feel a bunch of cold chills coming at me, destroying my bubble of peace. My delusional little bubble. And then that guy showed up halfway through. Man, you should move to Africa. The world's going crazy, man. But also, a flight to Africa, is that $400? How much is a flight to Africa for one person? You're already an American citizen. Usually, it's way harder for someone to come from Africa to America and be here. You have the privilege of having all the paperwork and being an American citizen. So it would be a lot easier for you. It would be a lot easier for you to go back and forth. And then you get to experience both cultures. You get to see more of the world. That's a gift that not a lot of people have. And then when you go to Africa, fuck, I thought you lived in Chicago. I thought you were in Chirac, man. You didn't grow up here. You're from Africa. You're from out of the country, man. I would definitely get South African. That's dope. Does that mean you can't work? You can't go to work and get a job? I would try to get citizenship somehow before you left. Just to make it easier. I think South Africa's a first world country, no? This guy's out here living life. That curtain has just completely stopped. Now it's starting again. What the fuck? No, Ethiopia. The oldest remnants we have tracing back DNA. The oldest strand of human is in... What the... Do you hear how my tone changed, bro? What the fuck is happening out here? I said human. The earliest strain of human is Ethiopia. I was trying to pray, bro. I was trying to pray, and shit went down out here. Shit got really freaky as soon as I started to pray. God, thank you so much for keeping us alive in this experience. Please allow me to be safe and have a strong connection to the Most High. Please don't give up on me. Please allow me to be able to make all these songs and make these people's dreams come true. Please allow us all to be able to make it through and have the most meaningful experience possible in this life, so that we can all die proud of what we've achieved. It's now raining. Hey, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh, hey, hey, way, way, oh, way, hey, way, way, oh, way, way. Do I need weed? That prayer definitely made me feel stronger. I see now the importance of affirmations. Do you guys not see blips of light and then you feel an emotion, like something just transmitted, like a DM to you from the stars? Okay, I just saw that I'd be a really good tarot reader. And then they showed me a channel called 144 From the Stars Tarot. I say they. I don't know what they means, but I wanted to say they. But the songs still come from me. You feel me? I'm really proud of what I made today, man. And then that fat white bitch tried me all day. I want to interview you on a podcast one day, man. I want to hear your story about what it was like in Chicago as a South African. That'd be dope, man. Do you know who your favorite granny is? Your fave granny? I just saw you and me on a song with your favorite granny. I don't know if she's from Chicago. R.I.P. R.I.P. your grandparents. My grandparents on my dad's side are gone. But your URFAV granny. She's a rapper. She's funny. Today we saw a demon while I was praying. Yeah. I just saw some free. Yeah, right when you mentioned it. We both said it at the same time. We both wanted to bring it up. And it's right in front of where I was looking too. Like all these windows and then the one window that turned on, like they leave the lights on, is moving and the rest aren't. There's no fan in there or anything. The window isn't open either. And I saw like a black silhouette in the windowsill, and then that thing just faded out of existence, and then it started. Yup. Anywhere outside of this, and I no longer have access to Wi-Fi or phone service. I've gone as far as I can go without being in, like, if I get in the bus tomorrow and I leave, which is a good chance I might, I get in the bus and I leave, the only places I can go are, like, to a ski resort where they won't hire me. I bet I could do carpentry for somebody. I could get in as a carpenter at like a ski resort town. But they don't have public Wi-Fi that I know of. Where they wouldn't be, it'd be the same small town drama with the police. And they're even more wealthy than they are here. So they would be more upset at my presence being around their homeless. Unless maybe I could get to know them and introduce myself to the church. Or I'd be going to Burlington. I don't think I have a Greyhound to go to Chicago, man. I don't think that would be a good idea. I bet, bro. With the amount of murders that happen in Chicago, man, I bet every city street is full of, like, bad energy. What's up? How you doing, Conquer? Where you from, man? Where you coming to you live from Vermont, man. 4 of them left. What I got for drinks, man? What I got for drinks, man? I thought I could get Adderall for $5 in Chicago. City life is completely different than small town life. That's dope. What's his like average views? What's his sub count? And I want to ask if he's in crypto. I want to ask if he's in crypto, and I want to ask what his average viewer rating is. It's hard when when all the big ones like Aiden Ross, Kai Cenat, Speed, Cinna, Valkyrie, Pokimane. There's already thousands of people taking up the viewers. It's hard to get people to watch. But they also, all the famous like all the Aiden Ross, all of them are paying for bot viewers. Like when Neon was blowing up on Kick, and he had 200,000 people watching every day, he only had about 5,000 people max. You got a studio set up? Do I have a coin? I don't. Yeah, I do. I got a fucking coin. Should I go to Chicago before they leave for Africa? Yes, how about, should I go immediately and go to Chirac? What's crazy is I wanted to go to Chirac. That was my original place I was planning to go when I left home. I was going to go to Chirac and do social work and make YouTube videos to make a difference. For some reason I kept getting drawn to Chirac. Should I go? That's 2 heads up. The coin usually doesn't like. Okay, so should I heads Mount Mansfield for Leo season, tails I go to Chirac and try to survive? That's tails, man. Be positive. I should go to Chirac immediately. Now it's nose. Okay, should I do it now or later? Heads now, tails later. Tails later. So not now, but eventually. Okay, see if the coin's right. This is a simulation, man. If it's God's plan. I ask God to control the coin and say, should I leave Vermont immediately and go somewhere else? Yes. Should I go to the Grand Canyon? Should I take a Greyhound to the Grand Canyon? No. Should I go to Chirac and finish my albums in the studio immediately? No. Should I go to Chirac just to go to Chirac? No. Sometimes it do be working though. I think if I went there with absolutely nothing, I could survive. I think if I went there with a backpack. think I'd need a knife and a gun. I think it'd be a big learning curve where I have to shed off all the culture that I've adopted by being out here. I'd have to come back to how I was when I was homeless and traveling. Right? Because I've been around the country, like, I lived in Phoenix, I lived in Miami, I lived in Albany, and those are pretty bad places. Like, I lived around that. I was in Vice Lords. Alright. Keep the faith, man. Let's keep going. Who else is here? Fuck you and your mother. Goddamn. Spending money in the club like Sam's. Yes, ma'am. It's my birthday, 12/11. Somebody went back on one of my old videos and liked one of my old comments. Dope. The Fairfields didn't show up tonight. The Fairfields weren't here tonight. Jacob Martin made an appearance. We haven't heard from Jacob Martin in months. Who else is here? Ganglange. Gangarang. Who's in my goddamn chat, man? We're solving problems. Nobody now. Good night, bro. Stay safe. Thought about making a YouTube video where I go there and I meet you and your ops. And I sit down and be like, you fucking idiots. You guys are trapped in a system that's making you fight each other for no reason. Pull your money together and go buy land. We need an RV caravan, chat. Imagine how much we could do if there were 50 of us with RVs and e-bikes, consistently making money online through tons of different methods, door dashing on e-bikes when we needed to, and just pulling up in every city. And we all have dogs, like big dogs that we train. Utah or Wyoming? Utah seems to be where all the people that are rich are building bunkers. So I said Utah because there seems to be a higher chance, if the world ends, that there's going to be more people with more resources out there than in Wyoming or Montana. In Montana, if shit were to hit the fan, there's going to be more guys on horses with guns and not like rich people with Armageddon vehicles and hydro stations. Like, there's a lot of bunkers in Utah. That's what I'm saying. Like, Texas is overrun. There's too many people in Texas. And people are saying Wyoming's completely empty. Like, Wyoming's one of the biggest states and there's just nobody there at all. So there's definitely a lot of land, but Utah just seems like there's more people. I don't know about what kind of people are there. I know that's Mormon. And Mormon people, they lay on the bed, they put the dick in the girl, and then they have their friend jump on the bed so that they don't disobey God's word. That's what's going on in Utah, bruh. There are like 30-year-old men and 30-year-old women that are Mormon, that are laying in bed with the dick in, and then they have their friends shake the bed so that they fuck without disobeying God off a technicality. It's called soaking. They be soaking it up in Utah, man. And they were mean to Gideon, bro. The Mormons did not like Gideon. That pissed me off. I should go back. I should go to the most racist town in America and go to that guy that was interviewing all the black creators that would go there to, I think it's called, it's this tiny little town outside of this small city. I forgot what it's called. But Gideon went there, Canal went there, a couple other guys went there, black creators. And I should go see what his genetics are and see if he's Irish. And go explain to him that Irish people are black with white skin. Because the inhabitants of Ireland were all black. And then only a few stragglers from Celtic culture made it to Ireland. And then they just, like, there's a good chance that the Irish people that the Vikings invaded were actually like a darker brown, that were very tall, and they were monks. Like, Christianity changed everything. Christianity made Jesus white. Christianity made all these different people white. When there were like Ireland was like completely dark skinned, melanated, with blue and green eyes. Like, if you know someone that's dark skinned with green eyes, there's a good chance they're from Ireland. Like, green eyes is specifically from Ireland. And Irish people traveled a lot. Like, Irish people was one of those cultures that you don't hear about them because they didn't go out and conquer. They went out just to see what's going on down in Jamaica. And then they would just say, hey, I'm here to help. We're sick and tired. We come from England, and England's treating us like garbage. So, like the Mayflower, we got in a fucking boat, and we all came out here to see what's up. We're not going to attack you or hurt you. We're just going to see how much is out there. We're friendly. So you don't hear about that because they didn't conquer and rape a whole culture. So Irish people have been everywhere. Irish people went consistently all over the world. They're one of the main people responsible for the height increase of the planet because of their traveling, and they were a foot taller than everybody else naturally. Like, Irish people for thousands of years were the tallest people in the world. That's also where all the biggest animals came from. The biggest elk and the biggest bears, the polar bears, all came from Ireland. Something happened in Ireland that caused people to grow to immense heights. And that's why the Vikings would steal the women and then cart them off to places that they were conquering so that they could keep pumping out giant babies because they saw us as giants. So imagine every religion. That's a crazy revelation. Every religion talks about giants showing up to help them, and then we know genetically that Irish people were a foot and a half taller than the rest of the world. So when Irish people would leave their island and would go across the country just to visit, they'd be like, hey, we know how to do boats. We're traveling because we're sick of England. And then all these cultures now have these stories of giants. They're probably just Irish people, bro. And then that's a crazy download I got. Something just inspired me and I had a revelation that Irish people were responsible for the height increase of the planet. and that they're the unsung heroes because they didn't hurt the cultures that they showed up in. They didn't conquer and then write down in history that they enslaved the whole place. They just showed up traveling and made it better. The Irish saying is that we make the world a better place so the Irish after us have a good place to live. When they'd pull up in America and the English would be like, you have to pay our taxes and you have to do the indentured servant contracts and we're going to keep you as slaves if we feel like it. And they'd go, fuck off. And then England would write home to the crown and say, a group of crackers showed up. We have a colony in West Virginia and Virginia. A bunch of crackers showed up. They're building the railroad, but they're not gonna be governed by us at all. Should we kill them? That's where the term cracker came from, because Irish settlers would come across on boats and would show up in these places, and then they would crack jokes in the English face, like, no, that's funny. Let's go, guys. And England, like, the fucking crackers. That's me, man. I don't know what to do next, man. We learned about faith and prayer today, and we had an eventful night. I have a feeling I lost a subscriber. I don't feel like I gained any. I didn't put my Cash App today. I haven't got any donations. But maybe down the road, the peace of mind I allowed people to have with the knowledge I shared will allow them to better themselves, and then maybe later we'll be in a position to build an army and storm the castles. Either I'm solving problems, I'm teaching life skills, we're going on adventures. We saw what's probably a demon tonight on my live stream. I had a bunch of revelations about history. I'm starting to raise my vibration and it's kicking out a lot of the sickness in my system. The world is a bad place right now, and I'm just traveling through trying to find a place that fits, and it doesn't seem like any of them are working. The world's in a state of horrible dysfunction right now. White pride is running rampant. People are attacking empathy. And I'm stuck in it, bruh. It's fucking me up. It's fucking me up a lot, man. There's my bird. Did you hear it? A bird just flew by me at night. So I want to watch some YouTube, man. I'm going to watch some YouTube. Does anybody have any questions or life problems, things they need help with, some life advice from the most powerful soul in the world that knows a lot of and has a lot of wisdom? I'm praying for you, man. It's easier to change a habit than to stop one. So pick up exercise, pick up a hobby, because when you have the want to go back to that, and then you channel that into doing something else, it's very easy to transition. But when you cut it off completely, it's like something that's going to constantly nag at you. So pick up things that are beneficial to you to replace those habits that you're quitting. I replaced jerking off with push-ups, and it helped me a lot. Let me know how it goes, brother. I can see it going well. And I'm glad you're doing it, man. I'm proud of you, man. It's a hard thing to quit. But it's going to be better for you. In a couple even just a couple weeks, your whole life will be in a much better place. You'll have a better head on your shoulders. You'll be able to do more. The things that you do will be more enjoyable. I swear to God. That everything will be more meaningful when you quit alcohol and weed. So I put all my pain into progress, man. And it helps out a lot. Like, when I was smoking and drinking, I couldn't do anything. When I started channeling it into progress, within a week, it was like all these opportunities opened up for me out of nowhere. And I was able to do more. The respect that the like I used to smoke and drink because I wanted to fit in at the parties. And then when I quit smoking and drinking and I started working out instead, and then I'd go to the parties, and by then I had discipline enough that I'd be able to just like sip a beer. And I didn't even like that. I just would smoke cigarettes if I wanted to. Then people saw me as that. People started to like rely on me and to respect me and appreciate my presence a lot more. It was like I was like a knife through butter. Things were so much better. Like when I quit jerking off and I'd imagine. No worries, man. Get yourself to a better position. Fuck work. Nobody's working. Most of Gen Z are like, I already can't afford a house. What's the point in working? And they're moving into, like, mass exodus. Most of the 18-year-olds in cities are now, like, there's a huge percentage of people that are moving into cars and living in cars and treating it like a cubby, like a little tiny bedroom, and they spend the whole day outside at the beach. There's a mass exodus from the sick world where more people are going out into nature. I just saw myself in LA on the beach at the skate park, enjoying life. My first ever emojis, man. Hey, we got some emojis in the chat. I got my first W the other day, man. I got my first couple W's in the chat, man. I got my first W Riz in the chat, man, talking to a girl on here. I would pull up to a Vitaly stream in full suit of armor and catch a pedophile. I think he'd love it because it would be entertaining for people, so he would welcome me if I showed up with an army of soldiers dressed in full medieval armor, and I've got a crown, and I said, I'm here to stop pedophilia in its tracks. And I run in and I pick him up and suplex the pedophile on the ground. And then I run away before the police can figure out who I am. And then I keep doing it. I keep showing up to Vitaly streams and he doesn't know who I am. And I keep suplexing his pedophiles on the ground and running away. In like a whole suit of armor. Pull up on Matad's podcast, wearing the suit of armor and nobody knows who I am. And I go, I am here to save my people on the reservations. The world reeks of blood and white pride. Michael, I'm taking you with me. Join me, Michael. Destroy you. Fuck you. Fuck you, Michael. That'd be fun. I'd need enough money to make that happen, basically. And then I could do it. And I'd have to have somebody that knows LA enough. I need to have somebody on the inside that knows LA to know where these locations are, to be able to get there quickly. Isn't that crazy? Vitaly has all these streams where he does pedophiles and nobody comes up to attack the pedophiles. Or maybe LA's bigger than Grand Theft Auto makes it out to be. That's what I wanted to do, man. I didn't want to be suffering like this. I wanted to be invading the YouTube space. I'm out of food and liquid. I've run out of food and liquid again. How the hell did I run out of all this shit, bro? I spent like $40 on food last night with my food stamps. Buying protein cookies in Arizona's. What the fuck? Oh, I'm manifesting a bad bitch. Oh, send me a bad bitch. Oh, Reggie. Should I end stream? Should I watch some YouTube? No, we stay. We stay until 3:33. Yes. To reiterate, man, I have so many things that I can see in my mind that would be amazing and would change the world, but I can't. I bitched out with getting a job, and then when I would power through to get a job, it didn't work out. Not on my end. So we're in Leo season. It feels like this is my time, and I don't have the means to get what I want done, so I don't know what to do. So I have matrix battles against people with problems. And I sit here and say, I'm indigenous, which means I have an energy that makes fat white pride angry. And then the nice couple walking down the street turn and look at me like, what the fuck did you just say? And then the fat white man down the street is like, and then they look at him and they're like, oh shit, he's right. Oh shit, I didn't even realize. And then they look back at me like, keep going, man. And I'm like, that's why I'm here. And then the birds go, and then a butterfly will fly around me. And then the security guard, the fat white Karen, will come out and stomp around, thinking that she's conquering the space. And then I have to sit and deal with it because I can't deal with another day of her people lying to police and getting profiled and attacked. Should I leave today? Tomorrow, should I get on a goddamn bus and just leave? No. Tomorrow, should I reach out to community action programs and just extend myself and tell them my circumstance and ask them if they have any means to provide me things that can help my path? Yes. Should I ask for a phone? Yes. And then I have 2 phones and I can put my Cash App here. And then I can go live with 2 different perspectives so that you can watch and be entertained by my face and also the public. Is that cool? Yes. And then I can get it. Then I can use my Straight Talk because I have the Straight Talk SIM card. Then I can get Straight Talk service once I have enough money. Yes. So there's some progress we can do and get back to 100 push-ups a day. Yes. There's some progress, man. There we go. Let's write it down. My pen is magically right here. Oh, and I got a fucking one more cookie left, chat. The one of you that's here. So we have, bam, tomorrow. Community action. Oh, they might be able to help me get a better bike. Community action. There's a guitar for $50. Somebody just put up. It's nice. It's got I like the way it looks. Community action. bike, guitar, headphone, what's it called when you get the when you buy the warranty, headphone warranty, multivitamins, fish oil, probiotics, exercise, and then in parentheses, I'll put pull-up bar, pull-up slash dip bar, question mark, because I think there's one for $40 that I could carry up the mountain, and then once I have service, then I can build a war camp out there. There is also a nice canvas tent for free that's about 25 miles away. Maybe I could have them pay for gas, canvas tent, gas money. So there we go there. So community action programs, and then I asked them if they can help me with all these different things. Then we'll put e-bike slash DoorDash question mark, Instacart question mark. Because as much as I hate white America, man, it's fun as hell to ride my bike through it and watch them all get twitchy and angry when I ride through. Oh, JBL Extreme 3 Native Music. I just saw me going to the Navajo Nation and filming a vlog where I share my esoteric secrets and then line them up with their esoteric secrets, and I talk about all the different entities I've met and all the different spiritual experiences I've had, brother. I just saw a beautiful woman that wants to sleep with me from my past. I'm gonna write her down here. She misses me, man. She fantasizes about a life with me, apparently, according to something in the back of my mind that just played a projector screen to that image. And I like her, man. She's a dope person. She does mushrooms. What else? What else do I need to make progress, chat? We need my computer. They might be able to help or know how to get this computer. Then I need some type of taxi. She, so I post on Instagram, and I get between 100 to 1,000 people sometimes. Sometimes it's only 13, sometimes I get 1,000. I've been clearing out my friends list on Facebook, so it's a lot lower. But it was like a lot of Southern Vermont used to watch my story every day. And one day I posted screenshots of a message, like me going back and forth with a girl on text, and the text messages were exactly like the relationship that I had with this girl I just saw. And coincidentally, like, she didn't have me on Instagram, but this one time I post something that's like showing a relationship I had with a girl, this other girl that we used to talk exactly like these texts sees it. So she's like, oh shit, the relationship that we had, he's having with somebody else. And then she stopped watching my story completely. But I mean, I didn't want to be homeless, man. I wanted to have like a means, even if that's like just an abandoned shack that I've built bushcraft and I have a whole setup. She might appreciate that, actually, that connection to nature, and as long as it's comfortable for her. Buff Shrek gang, what's up, bro? Where you coming to me live from? I'm coming to you live from Vermont, gangy. What's good, brother? We're talking. I'm writing a to-do list right now of all the things I can do to change my life for the better. I'm making a list of all the things I can change to put me in a good direction in life, and I'm solving there's a lot of people scrolling that got mental problems, man. So I also have a lot of advice for that. I'm in Vermont, America. I'm in Vermont, brother. brother. I have a friend that works in the CIA that taught me a lot of shit about the universe. So I drop a lot of stuff there about that. And we talk about God sometimes. If you have what? Filled with stuff that you should do to change your life? Yeah, to be honest, I should have planned a lot more. So let's write down those ideas I had. Vitali, Bear, Forest King, Revolution. Then we have ebook on quantum mechanics and microbiology. We have bushcraft kingdom. Well, I'm doing it. You guys should do it. If you're doing fuck all, man, just sitting here in the chat, get a fucking composition notebook and write all the things that are gonna change your life. We'll all do it together. Yeah, everyone sucks, bro. When people come into my chat, I put them in timeout, and they get so mad they come back consistently every day to try to roast me. And then I just keep putting them in timeout. I sun them. I ground them. I ground them, brother. I put them in timeout and I get them fucking grounded, brother. How old are you, man? You talk about Shrek. I didn't know Gen Z still knew about Shrek. Alabama, Arkansas, Amerigo Vespucci, Ticonderoga. Africa, Europe, Asia, Australia, Antarctica, North America, South America. Wait. North, South, Australia, Europe, Asia. Hold up. North America, South America, Africa, Europe, Asia, Australia, Antarctica. There we go. And then we have Atlantis, and then we have Narnia. Then we have the Arcturian. I forgot the flat Earth map. There's a flat Earth map that has a bunch of different islands outside of the ice wall, where the aliens live. I have no idea. I have no idea. But I'm a high level empath. I'm like a psychic. No bullshit. Like I had to learn from someone in the CIA how to utilize that to be able to do it. But I can do it. Earlier in my live stream, we saw like a demon or an alien or something. I started to pray, and then I'm outside like a Freemason old satanic temple, and something like I saw a weird shadow in this window. Everything turned dark. Like if you go back through my live when I was showing you when I was trying to zoom in on this, everything was dark, remember? Suddenly all the lights went out, and then this window there was like a shadow figure, and the curtains were like being violently shaking when I started praying. For realsies. On God, brother. I knew it was you, bro. I could tell. Point Nemo. What the fuck? Okay, we're good. So we have the Bushcraft Kingdom. I want an RV caravan. I want Native American. Info dump. Travel vlog. I want all my albums finished. I want collabs with producers and artists. Brother, I want intermittent fasting so that I can clean out all this cigarette garbage with the probiotics and everything. Then I want, how many push-ups a day? Should I shoot for 250 now? Because I could do 100 pretty easy. Should we go to 250 a day? 250 push-ups? As long as I have enough protein, man. Because people are starting to look at me different. When I was eating McDonald's all day, I felt nicer because I could walk through and not be bothered by the energies. But now that I'm doing push-ups and I'm filling out these shirts, man, girls are giving me second looks. Girls are smiling at me a lot. They're wealthy, and I'm obviously, like, my hair is, like, scraggly and looks like I'm homeless. But it adds to my character. What's it like being 12? Buff Shrek gang. Get out of me, swamp! Get out of me, swamp! Donkey! Get out of me, swamp! I'm bothering suburbia. Thanks, man. Or woman. I got luscious, it runs in the family. My dad and I got luscious locks that are very thick. Probably because our ancestors were badass warriors. You heard? My hands are huge. I'm probably 5'9". My hands are huge. It's fun being 12? I bet it is, man. Get buff. Yeah. It's just, thank you, Cassie Cooper. KC. Are you real? Cassie Cooper has said, hold a connection in faith with God and let go and let God. Have faith and take consistent action to better your life. And watch as it all unfolds in a way you didn't expect. But you get everything you asked for. Solar panel. I see Indian Scout motorcycle. I think I want a Jaguar. I think my dream car. My dream car was a Challenger, but I'm thinking I want a Jaguar now. Jaguar or Challenger. Or just put hot rod. Hot rod for hot bods. And vlogs and VODs. Hot tub? Hot tub streams? I stream whenever, man. I'm homeless. So whenever it's available to me. And I feel like dumping all my energy for the public. I was having a horrible day. It's going a little bit better. I prayed and it was nicer after I prayed. I ain't gonna lie, man. I had a bunch of revelations about life. I just saw a finish line, and I was running towards it, about to break that sash. So that means I won, right? If you're going towards the finish line and the sash is still there, it means you're going to be the first one to break it. And then right when I saw the finish line, Chance the Rapper's song "Finish Line" played in my head. Do do, which is one of my favorite songs. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All my days I pray and pray that I see the finish line. I'm gonna finish mine. All my days I pray and pray that I see the finish line. I'm gonna finish mine. By any means, brother. Oh, guitar. I have guitar on the other one, but I'll put guitar here. I want a guitar and capo. And I want... You didn't make your daddy leave you and your mama. You didn't make that girl that broke you break her promises. Hell, you didn't ask Uncle Sam to send your friends to that foreign land. It's time you face the truth. It ain't the man in the looking glass who hurt you. Whoa. I smoked so many goddamn cigarettes, my lungs are fucked. And this fat white bitch has ruined all my passion. They really hate that my heart lights up and shows off what's hiding in the dark. I'm just trying to leave a mark. Not everyone can come, it's Noah's Ark. I'm out here shitting and farting. I just saw the Hawk Tuah girl. Why? Why did I just see the Hawk Tuah girl? Guess what? I hate my mom. I hate my mom. Like the video if you hate your mom. Look at all this shit. So I just filled up 3 pages at least with all the things I'm gonna change to make my life better, and then all the goals I want to achieve, which is gonna be very hard without a lot of money. Oh shit. TikTok content affiliate program, Shopify store, merch designs. I have merch designs, and I have the embroiderer I could call to help me make them. Probably tomorrow, maybe. I've been doing it every day now. I've been streaming every day. I've been going for like 8 hours a day. Just solving people's problems. Telling stories. Waking people up to how to live in the simulation as an empath. What the hell? I'm getting lots of cold chills. I just saw a tarot reader that has a message for me that when I end the live I need to look up. And then he'll have a video out for me. Let's go, chat. I'm taking you with me to go take a piss. 'Cause you didn't make your daddy leave you and your mama. You didn't make that girl that broke you break her promises. Hell, you didn't ask Uncle Sam to send your friends to that foreign land. It's time you face the truth. It ain't the man in the looking glass who hurt you. Whoa. Hey-ya-hey-ya-hey-yo. Hey-ya-hey-ya-hey-yo. Way-ya-ya, way-ya, way-ya-ya. Angel Eagle, come on down from the heavens just to help us on our way. They come to teach us, then they leave us to find some other souls to save. Angel Eagle, come on down, hear our drums, because I need you now. Yeah. Way, yeah, way, way, yeah, way, yeah, way, way, hey, way, hey, way, oh, way, yeah, way, way, yeah, way, way, yeah, way, way. Way ahead. No, no fucking way. Get the fuck out of here, bro. We don't. We don't. Ethan, you can die in the fire. We don't want you. We don't want anyone named Ethan on the channel. We're actually gonna have merch that says "fuck Ethan." And Ethan, I liked. Ethans like to leave a little bit of shit in their ass, and they don't wipe on purpose, so that it smells when they sit on the bus, and everyone has to smell their shit. And then, when they really want to be like Ethan, they'll take their finger and they'll wipe a little bit, and they'll smear it on the seat after they leave. And we don't like that. No, it all goes to Larry. Casey and Larry for the win. Casey, I'll support Larry's as long as Ethan's are banished to the Shadow Realm, where they deserve and belong. Even the crows don't like Ethan's. Angel Eagle told me that Ethan's a bitch. He's like, fuck. I'm torn. On one hand, we have Larry's. On the other hand, we have Ethan's. Smelly Ethan's. Stinky, smelly Ethan's. Or legendary Larry's. Legendary Larry's over smelly Ethan's all day. Stinky, smelly Ethans that smear their shit on the bus. We don't like that, chat. We don't like stinky, smelly Ethans that smear their shit on the bus before they leave so that other people can smell them after they're gone. We're not a big fan of that, chat. Chat, if I have one day soon, I'll have another phone or a computer, and we can go on Monkey. We can give them bitches the what for, you heard? What the fuck was that? I'm cold, man. I'm fucking freezing out here, bitch. Who the fuck enters my lair? Who's out here entering my goddamn lair? Motherfucker. You fucking fuckalatugan. Trying to riz up. You tried to riz my mother's gat in Ohio? Are you fucking kidding me right now? That's not Sigma at all, man. I don't appreciate you trying to riz up my family's gats in Ohio. It's not cool. You'll go to hell. You're gonna go to hell for that. I'm here. I was in a bad mood earlier. I didn't want to solve that guy's problem. He kept saying, "You've been reading your Bible, huh, pussy?" Where's my smokes, man? I need to destroy my blood vessels. Okay, so tomorrow we're going to reach out to all the different community action organizations. Oh shit. Get my son's toys back. From evil police. Evil police got mad I made some content about them and then stole my car, which had mementos that I really need in my life. My sentimental items from my childhood they stole, and they're happy to be coveting it. Because the world out there is evil, man. They're a bunch of... 33333. They're a bunch of prideful pussies. Pretty girls shouldn't ever have to cry. I'm right here to wipe away all of your tears. Meerkat Manor in this bitch? What you doing if I pull up to your prom in a full suit of armor with an army of lemmings and meerkats, and we run through your dance floor, climbing up your legs and biting at your earlobes? What you gonna do then, huh? What you gonna do when I pull up with my army of meerkats and lemmings to your prom? What you gonna do, huh? What you gonna do when I pull up with my army of lemmings and meerkats to your prom and we start to crawl up your legs and bite your earlobes? What you gonna do then, huh? Where's your God now? When I pull up with my lemmings and I open up the door and I go, run! And they go right for your earlobes, man. Donald Trump won't be able to save you then. What are you gonna do when I riz up your grandma's gat down in Ohio? What you gonna do then, huh? What you gonna do? Because it's inevitable. You can't stop it. No matter what you do and no matter what you try, there's nothing you're ever gonna be able to do to stop me from rizzing up your grandma's gat in Ohio. Skibbity style. There's nothing. I know you really want to try and stop me, but you can't, man. It's gonna go down. It's inevitable. Larry Ethan tried to fuck us up. Where you been? Where you been, man? We needed Larry in the chat. Sigma, let me be your Sigma, baby. Let me riz away your gat. Can you see the chat earlier? That don't play like that. What? That ain't you, bruh. Fucking phone died. My fucking phone died. My fucking phone died, and now we're here, chat. My fucking phone died, chat. My fucking phone died. Crikey, mate, I let me fucking phone die. Fuck, crikey, mate. Oh my god, in Australia. The spiders have wings and they're as big as the doors. Crikey. Chat, the spiders are as big as the doors, chat. Ethan. Who the fuck made a channel? Who the fuck heard my rant last night about Ethans and made a channel called Ethan and stuff? And came here about the crows? Who the fuck? Why the fuck you torturing me like that, man? I'm getting sick and tired of these Ethans running around, man. Getting sick and fucking tired of it, man. Getting sick and tired of these Donatellos, man. Thinking they own the place. I'm getting sick and tired of these, what is it saying? Amerigo Vespucci. How come there's Chinatowns, but there's no Italy towns? How come there's Chinatowns, but there's no Israel towns? That's my question. How come there's Chinatowns, but there's no Colombian towns? Why isn't there a little Brazil in America? How come the Chinese have their own towns in our country, but Puerto Rico doesn't have their own towns, man? That's my question, man. The homeless people be building cannons out of like cardboard boxes and shit, and they'd be blowing up like public offices, you know? There's too many rats on skateboards. I'm getting sick and tired of Stuart Little thinking that he's the shit just because he's small and drives a tiny little car. It's pissing me off, man. It's starting to piss me off. Every time I see that little mouse in his tiny car and his sunglasses and his Hawaiian shirt, man, something about it just rubs me the wrong way, man. And that fucking blob from Monsters vs. Aliens. Who the fuck you think he is, man? Not me, I'll tell you that much. They not like us, right? I think that blob from Monsters Inc. likes him a little bit too young, if you're asking me. That shit smells so bad. I can't describe to you that smell, man. I can't. That's a good place to end the life, man. I just ruined my night with my own fart, bro. Who am I? I'm Magneto. I just moved a fork in your house. I just moved a fork in your kitchen a centimeter to the left. I'm moving tiny things in your house and you have no idea where they are. You'll never know, but I just moved something a centimeter to the left. Can Stuart Little do that? He can't, because he's not a dark wizard from the ethereal realm. He's not an ancient Irish king that incarnated here just to move something of yours to the left. I'm stealing all your life force. I'm a dark wizard. I just moved your grandmother's phone to the left a little bit. And you can't stop me. You can't stop me. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? You picking up what I'm putting down? I just unfolded one of your washcloths in your bathroom. I just passed one of your grandmother's gallstones. I just helped your grandmother pass a kidney stone a little bit. Just moved it a little bit to the right. You're welcome. So I have my to-do list, man. I have all this stuff, man. I think I might want to watch House of the Dragon a little bit, man. Lay down. There's no place I can sleep where I won't be bothered by crackheads or the people that show up tomorrow, man. I don't want to be here anymore. It's not worth it, man. This place sucks. It sucks balls, man. It sucks here. But I'm worried that the grass is actually browner and smellier. Not a race thing. But the grass is not greener. I don't want to put myself back in the war zone dealing with all the crackheads. It's not worth it, man. There's so many things I want to do, man. There's so many things I want to do, man. Should I end the live? I think it's time to end the live, man. Unless I get a bird or something that entices me to keep going. Okay. Throw your problems in the chat and I'll solve them before I go to bed. Because I'm an ancient god. I'm an ancient god, I have the solution to everything. I'm here to solve your problems before I go to bed. Dump your problems in my chat and I will solve them. You fucking pussies. Wow, 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 wow. Dump your problems in the chat. Dump your issues and I'll eviscerate them for you so that you can continue fighting this battle. Wow, 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 wow. Man, I guess all these people are goated. I know. This guy's got no fucking problems. He's perfect. I was seeing only top messages. I wasn't seeing all messages. There's a big problem with Ethans in this country. The Ethan population is getting out of hand. They're taking shits and smearing it on their fingers and then wiping it on public places, man. I'm getting sick of it. Stuart Little's driving around on his tiny little bike with his sunglasses and his Hawaiian shirt. He thinks he fucking owns the place. Donatello's out here pushing his glasses up and then holding on to his katana or whatever, his bow staff. I'm not happy about it, man. I'm not happy about these Karens. They're getting out of control, man. What's the male form of a Karen? No, Stuart Little goes to Ethan's house and then Ethan takes a tiny little gas pump and fills it up with the wrong type of gas. And Ethan puts ethanol in Stuart Little's car and Stuart Little drives around. And I'm getting this close to just stomping on him the next time he goes around my feet when I'm trying to take a piss. And Ethan is a male Karen. What's a name for like a white man that he's kind of fat but he's got a little bit of muscle on him and he walks around stomping around, putting his hands on the desk at the gas station, acting like he's like trying to dominate the space all the time. And he says things that are a bit too weird. Not like hitting on them, but like just the way that he talks is kind of off to like the girls at the Starbucks. No, Scott's a little bit shorter than the guy I'm talking about. and the Scott has a little bit of moral values to him. This guy does not have as much moral values because he's got this strong sense of duty and like fake righteousness. It's not Adam. Gregory. No, Gregory's a little bit humble. Gregory's a sensitive. I'm thinking more like a. It's not Dave. It's not David. Maybe it's Edward. Maybe it's Eddie. No, it's not Eddie. It's got to be like an older name. An older name that Henry. Every Henry I met was gay. Every Henry I met was gay, man. And they smoke a lot of weed. Damn, I met one of them the other day too, and he had a name that fit him perfectly. I was at the burrito place down the road getting a burrito, and then the guy cut me in line. Like I went out. I was like ordering, and then I went out to grab my bag to fill up the gas station stuff, and he was like, "Move your feet, lose your seat," type of vibe. And then he had a bunch of because he's wealthier, so he had a bunch of food, and he was like, the relationship he had with the high school girl was kind of off. Eric. It's not Mitchell. It's like a basic boy's name from the 1970s. I'm gonna have to look up boys' names, man. I never get the guys' names. Like when I see them all the time, but I never stop to like wait for people to address their names. Dilbert. Clarence. I have a story with a Clarence. One of the last girls. So there was a girl that wanted me to. She was my age. She was a year younger than me actually. Named Jensen. And I met her because I used to go hit on girls at Walmart. I was in public housing with a brain injury, but I used to be a pickup artist, so I'd go hunting for sets. I'd go still talk and get pretty girls' numbers because like I'm not gonna let my brain injury stop me from being me, bro. I'm gonna keep going. So I would just wander. I'd go and I'd try to do a set, and I'd talk to girls. And one girl I got her number at the Dunkin' Donuts, and she was really good looking. She looked like Mrs. Incredible, like a nerdy memer version of Miss Incredible. And her name was Jensen. And then she had a cat named Clarence, and I had a cat named Mark. So I'd always talk about, because she's like, our cat should have a play day, and I'm like, my cat will fucking destroy your cat. If you brought Clarence around Mark, Clarence was like a tiny little white cat with like he had a little Hitler stash and like he had like a black spot that looked like a toupee. I was like, if you bring that fucking English ass nerdy little cat around my Black Panther, he's gonna be my cat's bitch. And then one time my friend Dakota had just broken up with his girlfriend Heather, she was abusing him because he was a sensitive little boy, and she was older, and he was like, I found love, and then she was like, I'm a coke addict in my 40s and you're 21, but he's like, I love her. And they lived in her trailer together, and then eventually they broke it off, and I let him sleep on my bed because I used to sleep on his bed when I was homeless when I was like 15. when we lived in the hood of Brattleboro. And he, on the phone with me, when he's explaining to me, like, hey, I just broke up with my girlfriend, can you come over and let me crash on your couch? And I didn't have a couch, I only had a bed. So I was like, yeah, you can chill on my bed. Hold up 1 second. And then I called Jensen. I was like, Jensen, I just shit my diaper. I need you to go to Walgreens, pick me up some diapers, pick me up some Magnum condoms, and I need you to come here and we're gonna watch Game of Thrones tonight, alright? And this was my first time calling her after I got her number. And she was like, yeah, would you like the scented diapers? I was like, you already know. I'll see you in 15. And then my friend Dakota, who thought that this 40-year-old woman that he had to work really hard to get, this like crack addict, was like the end-all be-all. And then I showed him, like, you could just say whatever you want to them. And as long as it's fun, they're very happy to come jump on you. So the first night that my friend Dakota came over, I invited a stranger over. And we slept together while he's passed out, crying at the foot of the bed. And Clarence was there. So Clarence and my cat did beat the fuck out of Clarence. Clarences are bitches. No, I wish. I wish she brought the diapers. If she had brought the diapers, I would have dated her. If she was that funny to bring to actually have brought diapers for me, she could have stayed. But I had a girlfriend at the time. I'm a piece of shit. I had a full-on girlfriend. But I had a brain injury, man. That girlfriend would show up. She would kind of use my house when she wanted to get away from her narcissist grandma. And she'd come to my house, and I would be like trying to figure out the secrets of the universe and making music on my computer. Stuck as not understanding I'm an empath, and then dealing with what I now know were the energies of all the mentally ill people in the building, in the public housing. And she'd show up and she'd show me a picture of her hanging out with another guy. She's like, look, I just hung out with all my friends. And then there's another guy pressed up against her back with his hand like on her shoulder like this. And he's like pressed up against her. And she's like, we didn't do anything. And I don't know if I believe her or not, because she was abused as a kid. So she, like, sex with her, she probably didn't have sex with him. But that doesn't mean that she's kind of like, she'll go off in like a delusional romantic relationship in her mind, where she like hangs out with guys and she won't sleep with them because she was abused, even though she's like a 10 out of 10 looks wise. But she'll like have like 6 guys that she'll go on dates with and then she'd come home to me, which I guess is karma, because I had an amazing girlfriend that I used to wake up with in the morning. And then in the summertime, when I was 18, I'd go to the next girl's house and then go to the next town and go to the next girl's house, pick up a girl's number at the Dunkin' Donuts on the way to the next girl, and then I'd go see that girl at the end of the night, and then I'd slink back to my main girlfriend at like 3 in the morning. And she was amazing. She was everything I ever wanted. But back then I was like, I need to have as much as possible while I'm young, so I can enjoy it. Now I wish I just spent more time with that one girl, because I think about her a lot. Garrett Shanks. How pussy ain't lost its value yet. What does that mean, brother? What the fuck does that mean, brother? I'm kind of retarded right now. I'm a bit retarded tonight, you heard? Are you saying, Mr. Rogers, are you saying that I'm old enough? Because Because I'm a freak, man. 7 days a week. Bring a bucket and a mop. I wanted more than I had. Like, I would have, sometimes I'd have 5 in a day and I'd want more. Couldn't stand being, like, I didn't want to talk to any of them. I was on antidepressants. And I would take energy drinks. So I would go for days. Bop, 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 bop. That was 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. That was 6 years ago. I did that shit 6 years ago. Since then, it's been like 1 or 2 girls a year, and I'm not happy with what happens afterwards. I wish I did more. No, I'm fiending for love, man. I'm fiending for love. I want the right one. I'm fiending for the right one. It just seems kind of meaningless. I mean, if I did boxing, and I was buff, and I had like a bike, and I had a gang of friends that pulled up to all the different swimming holes in Vermont, and then I meet a girl there, and then we hook up, and then I'm off to the next adventure, then I wouldn't mind. But if I'm the way that I'm living now, like an ancient bear god, I just want my warrior princess, you feel me? I'm broke! I literally have no means to get there. And when I go, the people seem insane. I don't like the people that I'm running into. It doesn't seem worthwhile to exchange sacred energy in a SEX, sacred energy exchange. But I know those girls are out there, man. They're on my Instagram. I see all these Vermont girls. I know they're out there adventuring. And the hiker hoes are out there. I'm just not finding the right ones. I'm finding the drug addicts. I'm finding the girls that drive Subarus and pretend they're not a lesbian. They're lesbian until they meet me, yard. I've been there. Now I have to steal it from fat white cunts that try to press me. I'm happy, man. I prayed, and then I've been happy for the next couple hours. We did a group prayer together earlier, and shit's just been feeling nice since, man. There's power in groups of people praying together. Literally, it changed my whole night, man, just to pray with people on the internet. Oh shit, I just found a whole pack of smokes on the ground. I thought it was empty. It's not. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm fiending now, bro. I'm fiending, bro. Nah, we pray to the Great Spirit, the Most High. I said a prayer. And it was a nice prayer. And I've been feeling pretty good after that. No, Larry is like, you know, if something goes down, Larry's someone you can depend on, man. If something goes down, if you need help finishing a boat in your basement, Larry will pull up and help you sand the whole bitch down. He might have a beer, but he doesn't smoke cigarettes. I don't know if Larry minds if we smoke around him. But you always know, like, he's a dependable guy. Maybe not for a fight. I don't know if you'd call Larry to help you fight and spin the block. You might have to call Lawrence for that. Lawrence is a... No, not even Lawrence. What's a name of a guy that falls too hard into that white authority and masculinity, whatever, and he kind of like walks around like he's constantly conquering the place. And he's very rigid, and nobody really wants to be around him, but they treat him with the respect that he seems to be commanding for some reason. We throw Larry at the ops to confuse him, while we flank him from the back. So we spin the block and we send Larry out to try to reason with them, and then they're like, "What the fuck you talking about?" And then bam, I come around with the Dexter thing around the guy's neck, and I put him on the ground, and then my cat Mark jumps at the other guy's jugular. What's a name that starts with Z that isn't Zeke? Zachary? It's not Zachary. There's no name I could think of that matches the guy that we're creating here. Jim. It's Jim. It's not Jim. What's Jim short for? It's not Jimothy. What the fuck is Jim short for? James? We really in a collective for real. So earlier in the live, I'd want to say something, and then I said it at the same time people commented it. That happened a lot today, where I wanted to say something, and then before I could say it, someone commented the thing I was trying to say. I think Jamie's an honorable mention. I think those guys could be a Jamie. I could see a Jamie pulling up. Randy. I could see him being a Randy or a Randall. What's a guy's name that starts with R that isn't Randy? Ron. I could see a Ron. Ron's like in his 40s and he has a bit of a gut. And maybe at one time he like tried to be a police officer when he was younger, and now he takes it too seriously because he never got the job. And he's still in his 40s and he drinks. But you know you can trust a Harold. Harold's a good dude. And Harold Harold doesn't like Ethan, but Harold doesn't think we should burn Ethan at the stake. You heard? Fuck, I already forgot the names, fam. Ron's nephew that Ron's really proud of is that rigid guy that nobody likes to be around. And Ron thinks, oh, my son is strong, but we're like, no, your son's just a douche. What's happening, man? You excited for your first day in 8th grade? How do you like school, man? Are the teachers nice, or are they crazy, like Karen? And who's your favorite YouTuber? Shrek? Who's your favorite YouTuber, man? Some of these kids be crazy, man. Some of these kids be crazy, man. How's the audio? I watched my live back and I was clicking the other night. Welcome to my store. Yeah, gang, gang. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah, I heard that high school now is like everyone's trying to dominate each other. Everyone's trying to roast each other, disrespect each other. High school is crazy now, man. High school's weird, bruh. Alright. We're saving the world. We're leading a revolution from the inside. There's a guitar for $50, man. I could get a guitar and capo and be playing my guitar all night. I could wood burn it and have bears on it in the mountaintop forest and a bear sitting on the mountaintop. I could have a river going through the center of the guitar. That would be fucking dope. Buff Shrek Gang. You be working out, Buff Shrek Gang? You be really buff? Do you for real be buff, man? Man, eventually we could do like a Discord call or something. We can have a Discord going beside the live stream. And we all do push-ups. We all work towards a better tomorrow. The sun's coming up, brother. The sky's getting brighter, man. I got no place to sleep. There's no place around here that I could sleep. I guess I could ride my bike. No, but there's just gonna be more fat white privilege. I don't like waking up and seeing that everybody's afraid of me and trying to get me out. It sucks, man. It's like two sides. Like on one side I have to go be around crackheads that want to rob me, and on the other side I have to be around white privilege and pride that like dramatizes the entire event, and I become like some weird villain just because I'm sleeping on the ground. Like they assume I'm every crackhead they've ever seen. On the other hand, I'd have to fight those crackheads. I'm like stuck in this balance. There's no place for me to like pass out. The only place I have is about like, I have a campsite at the top of this mountain. And it's like a half-hour walk. Maybe, it's probably more. It's probably like an hour, 45-minute walk to get to my campsite. And there's no service out there. And it's probably wet from the floods and moldy. I haven't checked. I haven't been up there. Because there's Wi-Fi here. I wish I had kept my tent and set up behind this place. Because then I wouldn't have had to sit here all day. I could have sat in the woods with the crows. But I could just, when I call community action tomorrow, I could just tell them I don't have a tent. And they'll give me a tent. But I bet they'll be dicks about it. Everybody's really mad they have to work during the end of the world. So they're not being helpful at all. They all have attitudes. Except for people with positions of power like this woman. She's loving it. She's going crazy. What stream? You talking about the Discord calls? You have an older sister? Where do you live, fam? I can't. As soon as morning comes, there's mean, bully white people. They're mean bullies that are very dramatic. And they would love to ruin my day for me. It makes them feel better and more powerful. America. Yeah, where in America though? I'm in Vermont. I don't care what town, but what state. Nobody's gonna come looking for you, fam. Are you in a swamp? Buff Shrek, are you in a swamp gang? Are you in a swamp gang? Are you telling people to get out of your swamp? Buff Shrek gang, do you be picking up small Englishmen and then throwing them out of your swamp? Because we need that type of energy on my team. All Kentucky. He's in Kentucky, gang. Buff Shrek in Kentucky, gang. He's picking up a small Englishman and throwing him out of his swamp. On God, no cap, for real. I swear to God, he is. Buff Shrek, when these English guys come in and they play their little trumpets, he's taking them by the neck and then throwing them out in the name of the Great Spirit. I had him entertained for a good 20 seconds. What up, Joel? How you doing, fam? I'm a simp for that hot tub. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. We're gonna go eat Elon Musk. We're gonna grab him by the jugular, we're gonna throw him down, and we're gonna eat him. I swear to God we will. Mark my words. We're gonna eat Elon Musk by the end of 2024. Ah! Hot tub. We're here. I think my massive cranium is scaring the hoes, fam. We're here, man. We could use better lighting. What time is it? It's only 1:49. That's not bad at all, man. I thought it was 3 in the morning. I still got 2 more hours. I still got 2 more hours, fam. Let's fix the lighting in this bitch. Hawk Twa, real Obi Trice, real name, no gimmicks. Is Joel still in here? Where you from, Joel? How you doing, man? We're saving the world. I'm starting a revolution. Alright, this lighting should be better. You didn't make your daddy leave you and your mama. You didn't make that girl that broke you break her promises. Hell, you didn't ask Uncle Sam. There we go. To send your friends to that foreign land. It's time you face the truth. It ain't the man in the looking glass who hurt you. Whoa. Oh my god. How many cigarettes have I smoked? I'm at like 12 now. I'm at 12 smokes, man. I've smoked 12 cigarettes in the name of Jesus. Chat. Steal your grandmother's credit card. Go steal your grandma's credit card right now. We're gonna rent a car and we're going to go catch predators. And we're gonna bring a man in a grizzly bear suit and we're gonna cart him in a chain, and the predators are gonna think it's a real bear, and we're gonna have the bear maul him to death. He already has stolen his grandmother's credit card, or he already has mauled a predator to death as a bear. Okay. Good on you, brother. There we go. There we go, look at that. And I got my fucking blanket, man. Look at this. Oh, I'm living like a king right now, brother. Oh, savor the moment. Look at this. Look at this. It can't get much better than this, man. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at this. I'm comfortable, I'm in a chair. The lighting is right. Nobody's bothering me. This is the way. All I need now is a falcon to sit on my shoulder. A cat to sit right here on my lap. A hot girlfriend. A good heart. It just sucks that I don't own the place. Oh my god, if I owned this place and I could sleep right here and no one could stop me. That's the perks of living in town. The nice part about owning a home in like a main town like this is that everything you want is right there. Like the whole park is here. That's where all the girls are at. That's where the guys play sports and shit. I can have a food truck right there and just cart my food truck out when I wanted to serve the community dope food. Like amazing burgers. And then this is like my base camp when I'm done like going out the war zone. That's the perks of living in a small town, man. It's nice. Too bad our generation will never own houses. Unless we go out in the woods and build our own town. We're at 5% on the portable battery, 25% on the phone. So tomorrow I'm going to collect a bunch of items that will enhance the quality of my life. And eventually I need to get some type of taxi, fam. I need to get some type of ride back down to where I started. To go back to my old cabin in the woods. What time what? What you talking about, fam? What time what? I don't know. If I'm awake, it would be like 11 o'clock probably. Unless I do something during the day. Depends on how it is here. I think if I stayed here tomorrow, yeah. Maybe I'll build a shack or something in the woods. What are y'all gonna do? Tomorrow's Monday. What y'all got going on? What y'all gonna do to better your life tomorrow, fam? And then we're gonna end the stream. So I can watch some YouTube videos before I go to bed. And then I have to wander around and look for a place that I can sleep where there's no slugs. You better quit weed. Change the habit to push-ups and shit. And push-ups in sunlight. And then in a week, you'll be able to make yourself high. Just with your own mind. The stuff for on God, Larry, the shit that I told you about fasting, sunlight, probiotics, Higgs boson, understanding that field of energy in your mind with intentions and shit. When you quit weed and you're really doing that, sunlight fasting, and then kind of like hacking your mind with quantum mechanics, you'll be able to get yourself high. You'll be able to sit here and literally think yourself into raising your vibration using your Kundalini energy to stimulate your mind, and it will be a better high than weed could ever do for you, I swear to God. You gotta quit, bro. You gotta detox that shit, man. Even if you do it for 30 days and go back, you gotta reset yourself, brother. Bro, you can't do that. You can't rely on that, man. You gotta reset, man. You gotta reset, man. I sit here during the day, and then a couple will walk by, and the guy will clock his head like this and try to stare me down, and I'll just sit there staring at him until he gets really uncomfortable because he tried me first. And I'm like, if you really want to do this, it'll get really mad. It'll get really uncomfortable. Yeah, dude. Do intermittent fasting. Start doing push-ups. Make small meals. No, I'm at the Capitol building in Vermont. I'm at the state capitol. I don't even know where the hospital is. Man, I could get that tarp and I could hide under this deck. I could sleep under this deck tonight. I'd be invading the minds of the legislators. I'd be fighting back crows to help them. No, bro, eat chicken. Eat chicken and eggs. And then in the eggs you could do fucking Himalayan salt and lemon pepper on the eggs with mozzarella cheese. And then fry up some peppers and onions in that bitch. And then cook some chicken with like different sauces on the chicken. Some paprika, some cumin, some pepper, some salt. And then if you really want to, you could put them both in a burrito with sour cream on it. Fold up the egg and the chicken with the peppers and onions. And then eat like 2 of those a day. Do push-ups in the morning. And then don't eat from 8 p.m. to noon. And then do push-ups right when you wake up. And then just go for a walk, kind of stretch out in nature. Come back and jump in a cold shower. And then have some type of creative habit. And I swear to life will be like your high. It'll be a better high than you've ever experienced in your life. I swear to God. It'll be scary how high you'll be. I was like, oh my. I thought it was my dad. I thought my dad had actually hit me up. My dad's had me blocked for like a year and a half. I thought it was my dad. I was so excited. You don't have a shower? Are you homeless? What the fuck? This guy doesn't have a shower. Yeah, I don't have a home, but you don't have a shower? I have a bike. What's good, brother? What's good, brother? Masterson? Who the fuck is Masterson? This guy's name is Masterson, brother. Oh shit. This guy's been throwing too much in the drain, you know what I'm saying? This guy's been putting too much shit in his drain, man. He clogged his pipes. You gotta call Larry the cable guy to fix his phone, to call a plumber. This guy's got a whole bunch of Goombas in his shit right now, brother. Freshman, he built his own shower? You telling me you built your shower? How old are you, Larry? How old is Larry, brother? Larry, you're 21 and you just built your shower? Are you van life? Do you rent your apartment? Are you in like a schoolie? I'm getting that itch, man. I'm not even done with this cigarette and I'm feeding for another cigarette. Larry's got his own apartment, motherfucker. Larry's living that life. Larry's got an apartment. You getting bitches, Larry? Are you in a city? You be on Tinder? You be doing the Tinder, Larry? Find me pussies with problems. What happened to that kid that was 11? What happened to that kid that was 11 that had Jesus as his profile picture? This man's got a yard. I almost said it. I almost said the N-word. I almost said it. No, not you. There was another kid. He took it back. You ain't lying about that, brother. But yeah, once you quit weed, you're gonna find the right one like that. They're gonna swarm you like flies. These women out here are fiending for a guy that works out, takes cold showers, eats eggs with peppers and onions, and intermittent fasts, and then talks to God on the regular. They're looking for a lively Larry that's not licking keef out of the grinder. Larry should be hitting licks, not licking keef. Larry should be licking queefs, not liking keef. What the fuck? What the fuck am I looking at? What the fuck is that? What the fuck am I looking at right? Is that the guy from Chowder? On the left, is that the head chef from Chowder? What the fuck am I looking at here? Is that a filing cabinet? Is it a bunk bed? What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck you talking about right now, bro? What the fuck you mean, man? I miss my apartment, man. Every day it's looking more and more like driving a truck is the way to go. But I don't want to have to wake up at 6 a.m. and then drive until midnight and then have to wake up at 6 a.m. I'd probably end up oversleeping and getting fired like that. I was thinking about it, and then maybe I could find like a private trucking company that would let me do it for a month at a time. Yeah. Is it hard to get a CDL? And then get in a truck with no experience? I've been thinking about UPS, man. I'm already doing fuck all, man. I might as well. I mean, with FedEx, or like, with FedEx, you can get in like a. You don't have to get in the big FedEx truck. They have rural routes where you can get in a van and then go like deep into the mountains every day. I just don't want to. I don't want to throw my life away, man. I mean, I'm already doing nothing, bro. I already sit around all day. It just feels like if I get in the truck, there's my butterfly going left to right. I don't know, gangy. There needs to be a way I can live stream and also have you guys in like a group call or some shit. And then when I have my computer, I could have Minecraft going or something. Because this service isn't bad here. The Wi-Fi here. I could definitely run Minecraft and live stream video games and shit. Yeah. No, I know a guy. I know a guy in his 40s that he drives the big truck and he makes like he said he made more than 40 an hour around here driving the UPS truck. Yeah, but I got a piece of shit phone, brother. I don't know how I can do Discord. Maybe I could have it open in the back. I need headphones, maybe. How would I get the audio to YouTube from my phone? There's no real button to attach it. I can attach other apps. How the fuck does... I mean, on stream you can screen record. I just saw myself rich as a truck driver, and then I was driving a bunch of like 19-year-old skinny goth girls to Six Flags, and I was like 28 and rich and buff with a plethora of goth women. Yeah, that's you can go live together. I could get the link for go live together, but I need a second phone to be able to hit the link and post the link to go live together. Okay. At 2:20, I'm gonna end the live. And I have YouTube videos I need to consume. And then I have to pack up all my shit. I got bit by a fucking horsefly. Look at this. You see that? How big that bite is, bro? These shits hurt. It melted the skin off my hand. You fucking bitch. I'll try. FedEx didn't get back to me. I'll try UPS. And then I trust God will put me in the right direction. God, I want that police officer, man. She was so bad. I wish I had recorded it, man. I want that girl so bad. I said, "Are you single?" And she said, "That's funny." And then she turned into a cop. But then she went to shake my hand and introduce herself, and then I grabbed her hand a bit firmer and I turned it like this. I said, "Your ring is the same as my tattoo." And she lit up and she was like, "That's amazing." I can't stand the white people though. I don't like that old white bitch. Rest. Being homeless has driven me crazy. Having no regular place to sleep at night. Thank you, brother. I mean, if you I usually have my Cash App out here, man. I've been trying to get these kids to steal their grandma's credit card to help me buy a computer. I'm trying to get a computer for 300. That's like 2 days of work at FedEx. I should outline all the shit I need. I thought about making a GoFundMe, but I made a lot of them in the past and nobody gave a fuck, to be honest. But I'm trying to get my music on. I'm a certified audio engineer. We're just hanging out, Dottie. I'm about to end in a couple minutes. We wrote a bunch of shit I'm gonna do when I go out in public tomorrow. A bunch of shit I'm gonna grab from community action programs. I'm trying to get this computer. It's only $300. So I'm trying to find a way to get that. And then there's a guitar for 50, capo for 5. Then I could get a tent. Eventually I want an e-bike. Yeah. No, I went live. I think I've gone live for like 36 hours this week. And I have my Cash App, and I got no donations at all. But I definitely helped a lot of people. Like I went off for hours the other day about all the things that you can do to biologically heal your cells and kick out all the disease in your body, and then connect back to better emotions and faith to put yourself on a higher timeline. And like I sat for like 8 hours the other day and just worked out problems with people. Their own problems. I think I've been up for 2 days now. I'm starting to feel not real. You feel me? I'm losing touch. No, I don't. I have like a toddler's bike. This is like a state office's porch. I sleep like just on the ground in the woods. I've been traveling for a long time. I had to kill someone in self-defense, and I've been traveling for 10 years. I'm 24. I've killed 2 people in self-defense. Yeah, you ain't lying about that. Yeah. Yeah, this is my bed on somebody's porch. and then I crawl out into the woods in the daytime and just wait for the fat people to get angry and attack me emotionally. And there's no place I can go. It's all right, man. I'm on here. I'm trying to get money for a computer, and that would open up a lot of opportunities. Cause I'm on here trying to help people fix their problems and try to find a way to get money to finish my albums. Yeah, for real. If you go back through my channel, probably February, I was door dashing and traveling. I've lived a really long, adventurous life, but this year, I broke down in a small town, deep in the mountains, and had to kill someone in self-defense that was a local drug dealer. I killed him with a hatchet, and then they hospitalized him, and they had to bring him back to life. And I don't know how they did it, or they're not telling me if the guy's alive. We're not sure what happened to him. Like, I don't think that, maybe they don't want it to sit on my conscience. But the word on the street was he died. And then that bike's going for 25 max. It's like the gear shift doesn't work, and one of the brakes is off. But yeah, I had to, through the winter I was outside, and I was at like a park and ride, and people were overdosing all the time around me, and the friends of that guy, or his customers, were trying to kill me. They were like whipping shit at me as I'm walking to McDonald's down the street, and just made life hell. Eventually I had to get into the woods. Yeah, I have food stamps. They just came in. So I lived in an abandoned shack in the woods. I think I have Lyme's disease now. And I lived with birds. Like, I lived next to a family of robins, and they'd bring me caterpillars to eat sometimes, for real. And no one would hire me because I was just the violent homeless guy. So eventually I saved up enough and got a bike with donations. And yeah, I'm pretty close. Look, I'm starting to get the peel. Reverse peeling. Oh, yeah, eventually it just got bad enough I rode my bike. And I'm here. Just the world is ending. Like, shit's hitting the fan. We're in World War III. So I'm just trying to make my songs before it ends, or like if I can do legendary things, make an impact and do something meaningful. I'm trying, but I haven't found a job yet. I've applied to hundreds of places. I don't even know if I'd want to, bro. So I'm just kind of taking it day by day, trying to build a movement, trying to do all this. I don't want to, man. I don't even really want an apartment. I'd rather just have the means to make content, and then maybe get an RV and an e-bike, and then buy like a small plot in southern Colorado, live out like next to the mountains in my own little plot, and then travel, get a passport and go to Ireland. There's no housing like where I am in Vermont. Yeah, probably. How would you give me a lot of views, bro? I have faith in God. As long as I'm doing push-ups and I'm working hard and I'm consistently making progress and everything, and I go on here to be a positive change in the world. And I sit down and write songs every day. I have 5 albums and I have 3 TV shows I've written, plus a book. Like I'm writing all these stories of my life that I've had for the past 20 years. Eventually, man, eventually somebody's gonna come here and find this and see my story, and they'll have more money than they know what to do with. They have an uncle that's rich, or something like that, and then they'll help me save the world. And then I can be on stage and I can lead the people. This is nice, man. You guys, I'm so grateful to have suffered so much in life because it makes moments like this where I finally have a blanket. Like, no, it's not a sob story. It's that I've like lived outside in the winter where I had to hide in a hoodie on the side of a building and just pray the snow doesn't fall on me and just kind of suffer to make it through to the next day. So now that I have a blanket and it's warm and I have cigarettes and I have food if I need it down the road, I think I'm enjoying life so much better than these wealthy people that don't understand what this is like. So they can't appreciate the things that they have. Like this is like, it's like when you've suffered so much and you've been through so much, the little things are like this is like, I swear to God, this is like I think I'm enjoying this more than I would enjoy being in a 5-star hotel. I think I'd like the jacuzzi a lot, but that hotel room, I think laying in that hotel room wouldn't give me as good of a feeling as I'm feeling right now with this blanket, and I have a couple hours before people are going to bother me, if that makes sense. It's nice. This right here is amazing, dude. No cap, I ain't even gonna lie, bro. It's kind of draining to talk to the camera, bro, but this is nice. What you mean, brother? What you mean hotels are basically free? Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I tried that. I tried that this year. I tried that in January. I worked for a hotel, and it was terrible. It was terrible, man. But I got to be around a bunch of rich girls, which was nice. I'm not built for society, man. I'm here to make a difference in it. When I go around, it seems like everybody has mental health issues. Like everywhere I go, the people seem to be suffering so much. They're stuck in these little stories that they're living inside. They don't understand because they're so held down by all these things in their life. What happened at the job? Um, I went in. Everyone was really friendly. They treated me like a king, basically. Like they were all like, super excited to have me. I had new kid syndrome. As soon as I signed the paper and I was technically employed, they all got really toxic and really aggressive and really dramatic. And it was like it went from being like a revolution to like a soap opera. And the manager was like overbearing, and they just treated me like garbage. And I was living in my car in the middle of winter, and my car didn't have gas, and the nearest gas station was like, it's a mountain town, so the nearest gas station was like 10 miles away. So I had no way to get down the mountain to get gas, and I didn't have gas to get out of the parking lot. And they threatened to call the cops on me, and they wouldn't give, like I told them, I'm out of food. Can I have, like, do you have a whole bar area? Do you mind if I have like a chicken sandwich or something? And they wouldn't give me any food. So I was working for them, but they were starving me, and they were threatening to call the cops on me if I didn't move my car. They were going to tow my own car and then expected me to come to work the next day after they tow my car. Shit like that. Like, as soon as I became employed, I was less than a person. And then it turns out that they hire homeless people as a tax write-off. So they want you to join so that you sign the paperwork to become employed, and then they treat you like shit so you quit, so that they can get the next homeless guy in. And then they have tons and tons of tax write-offs because they tried to hire a homeless guy, but it's just he didn't work out on his end. So that happened. But that was not like living. Then I moved out to a library down the road, and that was nice. I had Wi-Fi, and I could, back when I had a car, I could sleep in the back seat, and that was nice. But I think I think this is God's Truman Show. I think that the situations are set up. Sometimes I don't think that, I think that half the people that I meet in the day-to-day aren't even real. I think it's like an AI, and this is like proven to be a holographic simulation. You feel me? What's good, Forrest? Where you coming to me from? I'm in Vermont. Where you at? I've been sleeping in the forest. Somebody's here. It's creepy as hell, bro. An answering machine has started playing, or like an alarm system. That's really creepy. I don't like that at all. What the fuck is going on? I don't even want to look. Look. As soon as I mention that I feel like I'm in a simulation, these TVs turned on. This is a state building. There's nobody here. Some type of alarm system is going off, like a presidential alert system or something. They're like an answering machine has started playing from inside, and there's nobody here. So there's just like a woman's voice, and then there's a bunch of beeps like boop. This shit's scary as hell. My parents have horrible mental health issues, and they're old. My dad's like mid-70s. I don't want to see. I don't want to see anything. I don't want to see anything I don't want to see, man. We had a crazy night tonight already. I'm good. I don't want this, bro. Fuck this shit. I started talking about simulation theory and how I thought this was God's Truman Show, and then a bunch of shit just activated around me when nobody's here. And I've been here all the time. This never happens, bro. But my socks are too wet. I don't want to get blisters and have to fucking... I walk until my feet are so blistered I can't move, and then I'll have to like sit and park for a couple days and let my feet heal. So I'm not trying to do that again. I don't like this shit at all, bro. That's just creepy as hell, bro. I don't like it. I don't like what's going on right now. I don't like this. I started talking about how I think I live in a simulation, and then all the electronics in this closed building just turned on, and it started playing an answering machine. So a woman's voice started talking to me behind this wall. And I've been here for like 2 weeks. This has never happened. So maybe the power cut out or something, and then it rebooted. Don't say that shit, man. Oh god, the fucking, can you guys see this? Can you guys see that curtain? Earlier today, I started praying, and then I saw this like black shadowy figure in the window of this state capitol building. Nobody's here. And then that curtain started moving violently, and then it stopped, and then it just started up again. Like something just is pulling on that curtain a lot. I don't like it. I don't like it. That's why I'm like, if anyone thinks I'm crazy, it's because I'm avoiding the fact that many times my life has like been at a point where it's like I'm torn between acknowledging the fact that there is some type of like higher system of the way that this whole like reality works. Like I'm scared to accept the stuff that I see in front of my face. So that's why I am the way that I am. Trauma, and then refusing to accept the truth about life and God. Like all these people came in here to talk about praying to God, and I believe it, and I tried it. But when you really believe that to be true, it changes everything. It changes the entire universe to fully accept the fact that the living God is living in yourselves and everything else. So I kind of live like half in and half out. And then shit like this happens. Hello? Can you hear me? What the fuck is going on? Did you hear that? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Shit's going down. This whole place is completely empty. Like this whole block, there's nobody here. These are all state buildings, so they're not gonna. Everybody's home. No, they come in here to work at 9. But as soon as I'm talking about this shit, there's noises happening around me. The electronics are turning on in the buildings. The curtains no longer moving. Randomly, when I think about more stuff on the type of like, what if nothing's real? Then the curtain started to go violently. I get cold chills on my back. It's like, and the last time this happened, I had to fight someone to the death. So now it's calm, but now it's like I'm more alert. I'm more aware of everything. That's crazy. I don't want to. The most schizophrenic thing about me is that sometimes I'll feel like nothing's real at all, and like you guys aren't even real. And you're kind of just like reflections of my own life, and the soul that's in this body is creating the thing in front of me, and it's all like a big illusion. That's the most schizophrenic thing about me, is that I hide from that truth that could be possible, and I have a bunch of evidence supporting it, but I just choose not to acknowledge it to make it easier to live like this. I live like in balance with both. Yeah, there was a bunch of shit happened. A bunch of shit just happened all at once. I think we're fine, man. I just wish I could fall asleep on this public trail and not have people bother me all day. And I don't want to go further enough into the trail that I get ticks. White people love calling the police, man. I don't know why. But middle-aged white Americans, it makes their day to ruin somebody else's. And I think they deserve some type of rapture revelations where they get tortured. I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. Like that woman that bothered me all day today because she needed to feel powerful. And she would hurt somebody else to do it. Yeah, man. I deal with prejudice daily. It just seems like white America has a sickness. Sometimes it feels like they're a whole nother species. And I don't get it. I don't get how they can act and talk the way that they do. How they can treat people the way that they do. And the further I go into white America, because I'm traveling through it, the more I see of it, it's just, the more it makes me sick. It makes me sick to be around them. And it doesn't look like they're having any fun at all. It seems like the kids are kind of having fun, and then the adults are ruining it for them. Yeah, I'm talking more about the culture, not specifically the people. like the leftover things that people adopted into their social norms and their belief systems. It's not their skin color, it's the software that they use and the mods that they use, their presets and guns and the way that they play the game. I gotta find a place I can sleep tonight, man. I already know they're gonna bother me tomorrow. Bush Track Gang's back. I'll see. I can probably get away with hiding under the tarp without people bothering me. Alright. Shit got freaky real quick. I've got so much garbage from the cigarettes. I think I catch COVID every time I come out here. I have goals, bro. That dude Get Help for Real made everyone tune out. Yeah, what's people like me? Awake? Tell him what? My mom thinks that it'd take like 6 hours to catch you up to speed. No. You will look back and when more shit comes out and then it's more publicized about what's really going on at like a spiritual level with like interdimensional aliens and all this stuff, you'll realize I was actually really brave to be doing what I'm doing. Like coming out here and doing this is actually legendary, not gonna lie. I appreciate it. No, my family's abusive, bro. They're great people, but they're suffering from issues that they won't take the action necessary to resolve. Like they won't work out, they won't quit their bad habits, they won't clean their house. They won't take the time to try to figure it out. And they'll actively try to hurt other people. Like they have to keep me as the black sheep so that they can function. But I'll tell you that like I've met spiritual leaders like Ralph Smart and Owen Cook, Elliot Hulse. I met millionaires that do voodoo and stuff like that believe in magic and witchcraft. And they all respect me. They all learned something from me. I taught them skills. They didn't really teach me much. I taught them more than they taught me. So it's freaky. Like, it's freaky to wake up to the simulation. You have to be really brave to be able to do it, because it'll drive you insane. People will think you're schizophrenic to be awake. To be fully awake of what's going on around you. Like, really awake. Not just in a half in, half out, la la land delusion. It would drive anybody into psychosis. That's how fucked up the world is. Society is messed up. Like, it's all... For people that stay outside all day, we see a lot of shit. Like, all the homeless people. If you walk up to any crackhead and ask him about the shit that he sees, being on the outside of society looking in, they all see UFOs. We all see UFOs all the time. We all see people that seem to be puppeted by something. There are normal civilians, and then there are NPCs. People that have just checked out, and it doesn't seem like it seems like they're operating on a script. Like a GTA NPC. And we be getting spiritually attacked for real. I personally, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can go off about quantum physics and stuff the CIA has taught me. One woman that works in the CIA, what she's taught me. And what I've learned from all these different spiritual mentors, and the conclusion I've drawn from going through life for the past 20 years, pretty much in complete isolation. What I've learned about the universe. And then it turns out I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th, which in the same people that built this, you can't see it, the same people that built this giant Masonic temple that's the capital of Vermont, where they would kidnap Native American children and torture them for spiritual energy, that built a whole society based on breeding the right energies so that they could siphon it out of them and keep you all deluded. Those people tell me I'm the most powerful soul on earth. I'm a 33 life path. If you look at a 33 life path, and I'm born on the 11th. Sagittarius, Aquarius, Taurus. My mom's bloodline is Rh negative. Look up Rh negative blood. And then it turns out my dad, it's like my whole life people talk about, I have golden eyes. I have green eyes that are golden, like golden rings and like fractal patterns in them. And then that's what came from Rh negative blood. So my dad's whole bloodline has it too. My family are both this weird. People think that it was like introduced into the public a lot later than the rest of humanity. So like this is like a closer relationship to whatever that is. Like the Anunnaki or the Nephilim or whatever. So I have that. So it kind of makes sense that my whole life it seems like I'm kind of stuck in a prison. Because I could probably wake up to a lot more than this. Like I said, I just like casually said something like a bit. I don't listen to crackheads, bro. I listen to billionaires and they respect my opinion. Not billionaires, but millionaires. Multi-millionaires. Owen Cook, Infinite Waters, Ralph Smart, Elliot Hulse. They freak out when they meet me, and now they sound like me. Their whole content shifted to reflect the energy that I expressed in the conversations I had with them. There's a lot on my channel. Like, there's a lot more that I'm going into here because I'm tired. Like, I could go off about the symbolism of my life and how all the patterns fit together to show this beautiful, amazing story that God has gifted me. It's just, at the base level, I didn't want to ruin that story by subjecting myself to what I go through every time I get a job. So I thought that I could do it with this. But it turns out people like to watch you suffer more than they like to help. You feel me? Not on you. But yeah, there's so much on my live streams especially. But I also have videos. I don't like going back and watching my own videos. The content might hit different for you than it does for me. The information I share is definitely important and rare and unique and true. And it's kind of like I co-created it with the universe. So I'll be brave, man. I'll go out. Isn't it? It's kind of funny that yesterday I dealt with police on the 4-day in numerology where law and order gets heightened and kind of charged. And then today is the day that I have to go out and travel around. And the 5 days are the days of travel, according to ancient Egyptians, ancient Sumerians. Then it went to Rome, then it went to the Vatican, then it went to Freemasons, and then now it's with numerologists, and now it's here. It's just uncovering the system of how the universe expresses itself, how the days shape, and how this game kind of forms, because they found at the base level, it's called the Higgs boson, the God particle. The way that physics works is the same way that Grand Theft Auto works. They have error correcting codes to make sure that the game doesn't bug. And you can find those with CERN using the Higgs boson in mathematics. Like when you put a snake on water and you watch the snake slither on the water, that geometric pattern that the snake makes in the ripple effect of the water is the same way if you express the prime numbers on a 3D plane. It's all math, just like all these religions talk about the numbers, because the universe expresses itself in mathematics and once you understand the Higgs boson. And I drop a practice all the time about how to heal your body to be able to house this information so that you can become a psychic and an empath and control reality. It's just, for some reason, when I do it, it gets violent. Like when I tell you I get for real spiritually attacked, it happens. But it was nice to like chill. And all my dreams are me, like when I fall asleep and I dream I'm floating in a dark room, or I'm like on a battlefield and I'm a giant killing tons of enemies, or I'm like a giant eagle and I'm picking people up and carrying them into different battlefields. And then there was this one guy that would keep coming in, and he was bald and black, and he had these side hair and then bald on the top. And he would bring in these two little English boys that were mixed, and they would be terrified and they don't know what to do at all, and they're scared, and they're watching me on the battlefield murder, like brutalize, like brutally kill, and I can feel it like it's real. I can feel the warm blood on my face when I bite somebody's head off, and I'm a giant. And then I look over and there's just that guy standing with the two kids, and I never knew who he was until 2022 when Andrew Tate blew up and I saw his father Emery, and I realized that for the past 20 years of my life I've had dreams where Andrew and Tristan are these tiny little kids that are scared out of their mind and don't know what to do. And then they have to watch me do what I do, and I have to sit down and teach them in the dream realm while Emery Tate kind of consoles them and makes them feel kind of safe. And it turns out I'm a 33 life path and Emery Tate's a 33 life path. And then, what did Andrew Tate decide to name himself after my dreams? He named himself King Cobra, so he had the big KC on his thing, just like when I blew up in my year of the cat, water cat. I'm a fire cat. Last year, in my zodiac element, the year of the cat, and my name means a tree that branches out into every garden. All the things that I had manifested and created in the past 10 years when I did stand up and pick up artistry and traveling and pranking and all this stuff, just the person that I wanted to become, got expressed through Kai Cenat, who used to eat from my grandfather's restaurant in Bronx. And I have a Native American chain, and he has a Irish chain, the four-leaf clover. Kai Cenat, KC3, and I'm KC33. Kendrick Curry, he goes by Kendrick Curry's a YouTube prankster that says, "Hi, I'm Hugh Janus," and that was funny for him. That was his thing, and his thing was he had the bonnet. 10 years ago, I would walk around this small town in Wilmington, and I had a Facebook page called Hugh Janus, and I had the same hat with the same pattern on it. And then I would drive around in my car, and I was making an album centered around rockets. And I would tell jokes to people when I door dashed. And then the same exact style that I had created became Casey Rocket. And then when I would do pickup artistry and I would go across tracks and meeting people, that's exactly Kurt Cass and the KC Conquest, KCC. And my group is the Kingdom of Creative Champions. And then KC3, C is the third letter, so KC3, Kai Cenat. C is the third letter, so KC3 is actually KCC. Kurt Kaz Conquest, Kai Cenat 3. And then I'm KC33, and my group is called the Kingdom of Creative Champions, the KCC. And then last year, in my year of the cat, the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. The KCC. And they've got the Native American arrowhead. Like, my name's Casey Francis O'Brien. I decided to edge the matrix and see how far out of the simulation I could run away and see what happens. And then I ran down to West Virginia, immediately got kidnapped by a guy named Frank, and then he brought me to on the top of this mountain in Mount Hope, West Virginia, with two families of Bryans. So if Casey Francis O'Brien got kidnapped by Frank and then taken to two families with the father's name is Brian, Mount Hope. And then everywhere I go, I run into a Brian that brings me to a spiritual teacher, and I learn skills that help me with my art and help me maneuver through life. Consistently, like 3 times a year, I meet a Brian that brings me to somebody, and they usually have some big relation to the sign Leo and cats. And the same, like, I'm surrounded by people with the same exact name. Like, my dad's name is Gary. I took a girl Garrett's virginity. Her brother's name is Leo. His best friend's name is Vincent. When I met Leo and Vincent, they were playing a game called A Way Out, where you play as the characters Leo and Vincent. And then after I left Garrett, I dated a girl named Chloe. And then when I broke up with her, she got with a guy named Gary. And then I know John Zerka. I could go off for hours about it. Like I have like 30 hours of these stories and how they all piece together to the bigger picture that shows you the truth of life. Yeah, I did acid with a band called Cheap Trick. And then went home after coming down from the ski resort, and my dad had psychosis, and he ripped the door off the hinges and tried to force me to talk to him. And I wanted to just be on acid and go to sleep. I was 14. And then my dad tried to kill me, and I had to whip him over my shoulder, this 280-pound Irishman. I had to whip over my shoulder, and he had a heart attack and died, and I had to walk in the sub-zero, like negative 15 degrees, negative 20. I was just in my socks, no coat, pajama bottoms, and I had to walk like a mile and a half, and then I had to fix some old guy with cancer's phone, And then my dad came in bursting, screaming in, having a heart attack, and I had to drive him back. Yeah, it helped me. Then I went into government custody, and I helped a lot. I helped thousands of kids in programs when I was in institutions in DCF, and all the staff members were named after Irish gods. And I comforted myself reading Game of Thrones, and my favorite character was Robert Baratheon, and he's based on Brian Boru, my ancestor. And the women that I've been with are way better than any girl you can find on Pornhub. And they love to hear me tell stories like this. So I have a lot of value I could offer, but it doesn't seem like anybody's listening. I'm not finding my audience that would benefit from the knowledge, and I think that's by design. I think that I have a network of tarot readers that consistently send me messages that I haven't, like a spiritual experience that I don't understand, and then I have a notification for a tarot reader that was given in their mind. They got to see the experience I just had, and they get to relay it back to me with more knowledge because they have a better understanding of their psychic abilities. And they share with me more stuff, and they basically said, like, this is a huge waste of time, that I shouldn't be wasting myself for people that don't deserve it or would reciprocate. You feel me? But I want to help people, man. So the world could end tomorrow. So I just share this stuff hoping it can help some people. Some people might be able to benefit from it. Maybe I can change some lives on the way out so that they can have a better experience of life before it ends. And I know for a fact that there's a lot of successful YouTubers that are subscribed to my channel that found me through comment sections of other podcasts that know who I am. And I've also met a lot of them. Like randomly I'll be in a store walking and then MGK is just standing next to me. Or Ray William Johnson or Epic Mealtime, Owen Cook, Elliot Hulse, John Zerka, GG33. Who else? Cheap Trick, C.416, the ghostwriter for Macklemore and Ryan Lewis. Who else follows me? Some like up and coming that people that have I'll tell you, let's do a little lesson real quick. How much am I? I'm at 20%. Stay in the chat, Kaza. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna teach you something really quickly. Something secret, something hidden, esoteric by rich occultists that won't tell you. So, I'm gonna show you. They put the truth right in your face, right? The people that based American society off farming the sexual energy of Native American women, and they're still doing it to this day. They're kidnapping Native American women on the res, and they're raping them in some dungeon somewhere for sexual energy. So look at this. You see these pillars? No, it helped me more than you can imagine. These pillars, do you see that archway right there? What they call the marble arch? Triangle? That flat part right here is the earth, according to the people that built the world, that have been here since ancient Egypt. That flat plane is earth. That arch right there is the firmament, like the Simpsons dome. This is the underworld where the aliens live. And then these are the pillars that the world is built upon. They think we're in a terra dome. We're in like a science experiment for giants, and we're like ants compared to them. This is like an alien dollhouse, and we're a science experiment, like they'd have in Rick and Morty. And these pillars shoot up the energy, and then they come into the earth. When you go in there, there's a checkerboard, and then they have what's called the black sun. The black sun is like this dark ball of energy, this electromagnetic thing that pulls everything to it and sucks up all the life forms. So the Incas and the Aztecs have stories of what we call the Greys that come up, and then they would steal the people and they would take them down for experiments. That's what this is symbolizing. That's the meaning behind this. When you see it in all the architecture, when you see this thing exactly all over the place, that's what they're talking about. The fact that the earth is on pillars, floating, just right there. That's us. According to these guys, and they've been around since ancient Egypt, according to that guy right there, that guy raped Native American babies and ate them to feel powerful. And that's why they don't smile. And that's a true fact. And earlier today I prayed, and then we saw a literal demon in the window, like a black shadow. And that thing started yanking at the curtains and freaking out. This guy used to steal Native American children and rape them. And all do it together in the basement of this building. This guy and all his friends made you think they were benevolent leaders so that you would work for them. And then they'd go out and have you steal Black and Native American babies. And then they'd put them in a dungeon down here, in a cage. And they would rape and torture them and do experiments with spells to be able to influence the public the way that they wanted. And they would puppet people from a distance. They would use astral projection to get in the back of their head, and they would pilot them like so that it was like a TV show for them. And that's why I can't go in town without getting attacked, where people follow me through the store stomping and screaming, and I have to kill people in self-defense, and my own family has gone completely insane, and everyone I love has overdosed on drugs, and then they come back and they're like half versions of themselves that they're barely conscious, and it seems like all they want to do is destroy my spirit inside. So I just prefer to be alone, and I've been through so much more than I've talked about here. So I just try to enjoy every moment, and I try to help people along the way, because my name means brave. It means an ancient tree of everlasting love that taught the Egyptians how to speak to the infinite universe. That's me, man. Just trying to get money for a computer to make my music. What else does anyone want to know? I've got all the knowledge. It's not a conspiracy theorist. It's the common denominator of everything that I've seen, and everyone that I've met that has devoted their life to this stuff, and people in the CIA. I could just wake you up to everything right now if you had the right questions. This is called the hero's journey. So as a master teacher and ascended master, all these people are going on their journeys. They're going through their life, trying to better themselves. They live in a story. They're going on these things to gain knowledge and fight the boss at the end and do all this stuff. And along that hero's journey, which is the shape of the Milky Way galaxy, that golden spiral, as above, so below, as within, so without, that just keeps growing and growing and growing, expanding. You go and you learn something, and then you come back to baseline with what you've learned. And then you go again, and then you go again, then you go again. And then on that hero's journey, you meet the mentor. You meet the master teacher. You meet the god and the goddess that gives you the knowledge you need to ascend. It's like a pit stop on your way to fill you up with what you need. So, look at all these souls that come through my channel. And then we influence each other before we bounce off to continue the journey. My body count is like 35, and I'd say 30 of them were 8 to 10 out of 10s. The girls that you guys jerk off to. But way better, way smarter, way more beautiful spiritually. And I had them at the perfect time, before society ruined them. No Drizzy, no Diddy. So if anybody has any questions, you guys can go back through the live and see all the people that showed up, and the names, and how the names symbolized the things that I was speaking about before they showed up into the chat. And the FBI came once. And then a couple times my live stream went out, and then I got a notification for the CIA and how they recruit people. And they talked about geniuses that live in isolation and can't fit in society, but make a big effort to try. So if it's all governed by an artificial intelligence that doesn't eat or sleep, of course it has time to watch my video. It doesn't eat or sleep, and it can track your biological signature from a satellite floating below the firmament. And then, you remember when I was in that motel room, and then every day I woke up in that motel room and they were playing the Truman Show, and the exact scene where Truman hides in the basement and waits for the people to come look for him? When I was hiding in my motel room, trying to escape this. And then I've had to kill people in self-defense when I felt a really strong connection to God. I had to fight for my life and kill someone with a hatchet. And then the other one was with my hands. You have to be a really brave soul, right, to choose this experience. And then to get a Taurus rising, they said you had to be so ferocious in battle that you were undefeated almost, to be able to earn a Taurus rising in this incarnation. And that allows you to be a free creative channel, because you have the mental fortitude to do it, to be able to create in full time regardless of what's in front of you, with that stubbornness like the bull. And then all my signs other than the Taurus rising are Sagittarius and Aquarius, which are the two last generations signs were embodied by those two signs. So the last 30 years were Sagittarius, and now we're in Aquarius. So in my lifetime, I embody the signs of the generations of my lifetime. And that's the ferocity and the feral nature of living in nature, everything that nature is, mixes with the man beast, the Sagittarius, and then it mixes with the philosophizing mind that connects you to the heavens. And then the Aquarius is the heavens itself, the highest vibration, the infinite. So I'm like the perfect bridge as I'm sitting in this forest right between the state capital of Vermont and a literal forest. And I sit right in between it. And that's been the case my entire life. Butterflies fly around me and land on me. Deer come up and lay with me. I take a shit in the woods and there's a moose just watching me right here and it doesn't hurt me. And then I go out after I take that shit. And then there's just a guy standing there, a giant, like a really like 6'5" Irishman. And he said, I woke up this morning and God told me to come here to help you get a jump start. I drove 40 miles. Do you need a jump start? And I'm like, yeah, I need a jump start. I wasn't going to tell anybody. And he was like, I know. He tells me I should play a game called Realm of Kings and Realm of Gods on my phone every day. It'll help me a lot. And then he never saw him again. He went back to Island Pond, but he had an accent. So he said, I went back to Ireland Pond in Vermont. And all my friends growing up that my mom would casually find, or they would just show up at my doorstep some days. When I was building in my giant room full of Legos that the DuPont family helped my dad get when I lived in a ski chalet on top of a mountain by myself all day. And then I'd walk through the woods by myself daydreaming about Native American warriors and Irish kings and all this stuff that I now know is really important in my bloodline. In my life. And these kids all had the names of the people that would go with my ancestor to battle that finally defeated the Vikings 1,000 years ago. McCall, Moore, Kehoe. And then this Irish baddie that this fat white bitch called the police thinking they were going to come bully me. And then this one of the best looking girls I've seen in probably a year. That's exactly my type. She looks just like my ex. If my ex had a good life going for herself, and she was taller, like if she could evolve like a Pokemon, it was that girl I saw today. And she was wearing a heart with wings ring. Can you see it? It's hard to see. Let me show you. Can you see it, fam? Here, this is better. And then even if I never got this just grew out of my arm like a couple months ago. I have an actual heart on my sleeve. It's shaped like a heart. The police held me down when I was in jail and illegally shot me full of some type of vaccine. It was like a tuberculosis or some shit. And then it has just been here since. They said I would never be allowed to leave jail if I didn't get this shot. And that cut me off from the left. They shot me in the right arm. And then I haven't been able to send presents to my left arm since. They fucked my mind up. Because they kidnapped me when I was in a deep state of meditation. And I broke free to live as living water, like I think Bruce Lee said. And he advocates for the same stuff I'm talking about. Ketosis, autophagy, apoptosis that induces neurogenesis, stem cell reproduction, kicking out all the parasites in your body that are giving you disease or controlling your every move to guide yourself towards the things that feed them, like food and negative relationships and sin. You feel me? So I have so much I could talk about. I could teach you how to get 10 out of 10 girls, if you wanted. I could teach you how to stop all your addictions and actually live a meaningful life that you'll be proud of. I could teach you how to connect back with your ancestors. I could teach you how to have actual psychic abilities, like clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, how to extend your intuition, how to be a positive change in your community with your mind. And I sit here on the front lines. I'm on the spiritual front lines, and I've been traveling for 10 years. And every time occasionally I'll go talk to a therapist just to see if they can actually stick me with like some type of disorder. And we usually end up just having a therapy session for that therapist. And they say, you're just a genius. I don't know. Like, I'd give you savant syndrome. I'd just recommend you take an IQ test and you put your focuses into something meaningful. And I'm like, I try, and then I have to fight for my life. But maybe that's just part of the cycle. Maybe that's my test. I have to be okay with fighting for my life every day to be able to do the things I want to do. Like, maybe I'll get better at it. You feel me? So does anyone have any questions? Anything anybody wants to know? We talk about the satanic rituals. We talk about the voodoo rituals I was a part of when I was kidnapped by a cult. I can talk about how the Truman Show works in my life. Little stories that will wake you up to a higher level of reality. But if not, man, I did get a notification for a tarot reading. I have a message for me. The last message was stop pandering to people that don't care and don't deserve to know. Stop sacrificing yourself to save people that wouldn't do the same. And then I had a dream my grandmother was talking to me. And then that tarot reader said exactly what my grandmother said to me in my dream. And being a 33 means you're the most selfless person on earth. It means you get a superhero ego. You get a super ego because you know how to use it and you won't use it for the bad things. Because you're the most humble and compassionate soul. This life is to teach you about compassion. How to understand complexity and simplicity and how they interact with each other. And then the rest are just like cool motifs and interactive experiences in this sandbox world. I saw myself just get lifted out of the simulation, like in the Hunger Games, where they brought the thing down in the second movie, the second book, and they rescued Katniss and then brought her out of the simulation so that she could go to war against the Capitol. I saw them do that to me, except I went up to space, and I saw this giant hole, this ring, and then there were all my ancestors standing around, tons of Native Americans and Africans and Irish people. And then I saw this giant barbarian king that had the armor with spikes on it, and he had the red hair, like Brian Boru. And I saw that he was more militant and aggressive and angry. But I saw that he was proud of me, but also angry that I'm not wearing armor and on the battlefield. I'm talking to some strangers on the internet. Now I'm seeing the psychedelic court jesters when you do DMT, and you see the jesters in the kaleidoscope. I'm seeing the jester in front of me right now. A bunch of them. I'm seeing the fractals because I opened myself up to it, and I'm the most powerful soul on earth, bro. I do this stuff naturally. What rich people need to spend millions of dollars to have this experience. It's just an everyday thing. I learned how to do it. I remembered how to do it when I was 2. That's why I would just sit in the woods all day, talking to God, co-creating. It's the truth. Whether they like it or not, man, it's the truth. And people that might not be ready for that level, they might have a different truth. They might have condensed themselves to live in a different aspect of the infinite, where they're just more worried about, does this guy like me? Does she like me? My boss was mean to me today. He's having a bad day. I really want to go home and play video games. They have no idea what's happening around them. But in my live streams, they reveal themselves all the time, because I have the knowledge to be able to teach and show off. The curtain's moving again. There's no black shadow behind it staring at me, but it just moved a little bit in recognition. I'm just waiting for a question. And this view count isn't accurate. My peak concurrence, so when I look back at how many people were watching at any given moment, the most amount of people that watched at one point, sometimes it's in the hundreds. But for some reason they don't express that here. But my lives get to 1,000 people sometimes. Around 1,000, like 700 sometimes. So who knows is on the other side, bro. I hope I provided some value. I hope it kind of stimulated something that's always been kind of sitting in the back of your mind, but you've been too afraid to accept. I had tons of people come in today that were like, the things you're feeling are demons. Then I was like, if you believe that there are demons, think about this stuff, like Higgs boson, quantum mechanics, daydreaming your intentions. Did you hear that? Did you hear that, family? Cernunnos, what the Catholics call the Baphomet, the Irish god of the wild, like that they based CERN off of. And I'm the embodiment of nature and man, the Sagittarius, 33 life path, born in the 11th. You guys saw on my YouTube channel, you guys saw a bodiless entity knock a tree down, and I was like, why? And then we had a thunderstorm where lightning came down about 50 feet from me, and the only way I survived that thunderstorm was by hiding using that tree that this thing knocked down with a tarp that I just was strewn out on the ground in front of me on my mission to go get some food. I had exactly what I needed to survive. Today the lightning went up. You guys should look up lightning going up from the ground. The lightning comes down from the sky sometimes, but sometimes the lightning shoots out from the dirt and goes into the clouds and then goes with the clouds. Sometimes they drop the electric beings in, and when they've done what they need to do and they're ready to go to the next town, the electric things like the Avogadro in Black Ops 2 that's in that basement, when it comes out of the basement, then it goes. And we can become those things if we want, with fasting, sunlight, probiotics, ketosis, autophagy, apoptosis, which induces neurogenesis, taking in sunlight, converting the cholesterol in your body with vitamin D into testosterone, using the multivitamins, omega-3s, and different African roots to enhance your system once you know how to use the Higgs boson to control your genetics. And then you can do things like the Wendigo does, where you can shape-shift your face or your carbon in your body to morph yourself into something else. because you enmesh yourself with a interdimensional entity that can do that for you, like Jarvis and Iron Man. Real shit. So I don't know what my I know what my purpose is. I just am holding it and hoping that eventually a doorway opens and it's easier for me to step into it. Kanye's not a god, bro. Kanye had to sacrifice his mother to be around the gods. My name means a brave, ancient Irish tree that's always aware of everything, everywhere, all at once, omnipresent. My name means a brave, omnipresent tree. And my middle name means free, completely free. And my last name means exalted, so placed away from everybody else with a high authority and a shining light, like Ed Sheeran's Castle on the Hill. And it also means descended from a line of giants that died fighting to free humans from oppression so that they could creatively express themselves. We'll clip it. So I can see you guys reading that meth comment, and then I start to feel the energy of meth heads. Like I know what the meth is, kind of metallic. It's there's no empathy in it. It's this kind of painful metallic energy that hits the top of my forehead. So I could feel that. I can feel when people are joining, and I'm starting to see the collective. I'm starting to read it more. I'm starting to see the darkness between us and then the light that comes through. Yeah, you can get high with your mind really simply. They're doing drugs because there's a void that they're looking to fill that usually gets filled with relieving yourself of responsibilities and going and laying on the ground and daydreaming. And then usually people are too afraid to go do the things that they daydream about, so they leave it behind, and now they're looking for what that would replace. They're looking for drugs as a replacement to that feeling because they're afraid to chase their true soul urge and purpose. For the most part, when people can just talk to each other all day, when they can all hang out at the parks, and life is like a playground, and you have a strong connection with nature, you don't want to do drugs because you realize how quickly it ruins that feeling of love that naturally comes to us. You don't know tit for tat, Joe Rogan. You don't know a meerkat from a capybara, Joe Rogan. What do I think about God? I think that whatever God is, it loves us. And I don't think it's sick. but I think that the things that are happening to us on earth are sick. But then I think when we come back and get closer to God, we realize that those sick things don't really matter, and that it was all part of the story and the experience, so that it was necessary for other things to happen, like balance. I think that I think that God is an artist. And I think that God wants to show off his art to people that can understand it. Yeah, thank you. I'm on here just trying to help people and wake people up and kind of solve some problems, like when people come in with problems, because there's a lot of people on this platform with problems, and I kind of wake them up to better things and open up a path to a better life for them. And then in the hopes that, because I just make art, I just make music, I write stories, and then I tell stories out here, I travel and adventure, I get to see all the different cool ways that the place is shaped. Vermont's like my playground. All the street names are named after my family members. One time I went to I went to Burlington, Vermont, and when I went there were flags on all the buildings that said Casey, and then it said co-created in the center. And then all the people that I met were like representations of all the different versions of myself that I had left behind in my past adventures. And I got to confront and heal myself in the ways that I wasn't when I was in those lives that I got to see, because I've helped thousands and thousands of kids that their parents neglected them, and the system isn't designed to help them. It's designed to hurt them. So they were lost and confused and crying, and I was in the programs, and I would just joke around with them, man. Teach them how to get girls. I got out, they allowed me to go out and get a job. So all these kids that were stuck in this tiny shelter program, crying in their room, and they don't know what to do. And then I would pull up with my two girlfriends from Connecticut that I had back when I was 16. And then I'd find two girls that were on vacation in Vermont, and I'd get both their numbers, and then I'd game both of them, and then I'd have my arm around both of them, different sets, because they all vacation on their little journeys separately, so I could just run the same set over and over again and make them all fall in love, and then bring them to the shelter program so that they could see me making out with the girls. And then all the staff members were named after Irish gods. It was so they valued my opinion and they didn't think I was gay because of the tone of my voice, you feel me? And because, of course, I wanted to stunt on them. They all thought they were hood because they grew up in trailer trash in Vermont. And their parents smoked too many drugs and gave them away to the government. So, of course, I wanted to show them it's way better to do push-ups than be a free associative creative force on the planet where you just be authentic and make things that make you laugh. But as we're getting closer to the end and all the Kali Yuga cycles ending and Revelations is happening and the Native American white bison are being born, I'm starting to look back and just see that those people, like the names that they had and the energies that they housed, just seem more like motifs in my story, more than they had regular lives. It just seems like maybe they were made just to reinforce this thing that I'm going to write when I fully express God's in my co-creation, to show off the beauty of this perfect thing. While also bringing justice to the Irish and the natives and the people that are suffering from white culture. It makes me sick when I see like Jesse B. Peterson and people talk about the blacks are going out of control. They're like that because they live in a system where they can't express themselves. They have a creative urge to make something beautiful and live life a certain way, and the system won't let them, so they're acting out. They were beaten, and this whole thing is a revolution just so that they can create, just like the Irish did with the English 1,000 years ago. There's a handful of bloodlines on the planet, different cultures, that have had to fight the rest of the world just to creatively express themselves in tune with the Most High. And then the rest of the people are like the enemy that just constantly comes and rapes and kills and oppresses and enslaves. And then the people that are the sensitive, compassionate, creative ones have to become the badass warriors to overtake this horrible system. They have to fight for greatness. And then all the cool ways that they did it get immortalized in the underdog story. Which is sick when you're a part of it, but then when you look out from an exalted space, you can see how amazing that challenge is. And that's why when there are people like Bashar channel aliens that come in and they say, I'm watching you guys like a Twitch stream from an evolved planet, and we think you guys are insanely brave to be here and choose to be a part of this experience. And we're very grateful that we had the opportunity to come share some information with you that might be able to evolve you and change your life in a certain direction to make your art of your life more beautiful. So a song just came to me, one of my old friend's songs. And he's an old soul like I am. I'm a 33 life path, he's an 11. So he's not as experienced as me, but he's more experienced. And I saw him crying because he doesn't understand any of this stuff and he just wants to create. He's Irish just like me. And I just saw him suffering because he doesn't understand what I know. And I left him behind because I felt like he was betraying me by delving into that pride. Kind of like, I don't have to love you the way that you deserve. I don't have to respect you. You have to serve me. That's what the relationship was like. Like when I was 14 and he was 18. I'm the cool kid. I don't have to be compassionate and your friend. You can just hang around me. And he makes amazing art, but I left him behind because of that. And now I feel responsible for the suffering of everyone that I meet because I feel like I am supposed to be someone that can just destroy that problem really quickly and put them on their best timeline. Like I feel responsible for everything that's happening out. Like when I see these sick people that walk their dog in the morning and they're staring everybody down, trying to make them submit to their will. And they're rigid and twitching and they don't understand or enjoy what's happening around them, and the birds will come try. They'll fly near them and they'll start to sing a little bit and they don't even recognize that the bird is singing to them to try to make them come back to love. They're just like going on with their day, waiting for their dog to shit so that they can yank the chain and tell them to keep going. Because they have things to do that day. And the dog is looking around at the other dog down the street, and the other dog is like trying to look but then won't look because it's scared its owner is going to yank the chain too. And I see it all happening from my perch like this. And then I go see the dog, like I'll walk through the woods and see the dog trainers, and the dog trainers not letting the dogs play. The dogs never get a chance to play. And I sit with deer. I literally sit with deer. Like deer come out of the woods and sit with me. While the buck is hiding in the woods because it knows if it comes out in the field, a hunter's gonna get it. So the buck just kind of watches as I feed the doe. And then the doe will eat as much as it needs, and then it will come ask for more. And then it'll take it and put it in its mouth, and it will carry it to the buck. And the buck will get mad because his masculinity got challenged. So the buck gets mad and it rams on the tree and walks away. Did you hear it? Did you hear it? That's when the bucks get mad, they go, and they kind of snort. That was a buck snort, if you could hear it. It's better when my headphones are in. Polar bears have a range, a territory of 100 miles. Elephants can rumble their feet, so they have soft spots on the bottom of their feet, and they vibrate their bones that shake the ground, and then elephants can pick up the information that the other elephant expressed through the vibrations from miles away. More cigarette, then I'm gonna end the live tonight. I have to go beg community action programs to help me achieve my dreams, and then wait for what excuse they can come up with. Say no. Coming to you live from the capital of Vermont. Coming to you live from the capital of Vermont building, man. I'm gonna smoke another cigarette, maybe I'll tell some stories, I'll answer some questions, I'll help some people. And then I do have a tarot reading message. Like a psychic has a message for me, I'm for real. What do people want to know, man? What questions do you have about life, man? I can't be the only one. I can't be the only real one here. I cannot be the main character unless I am. When I let everything go and I kind of search for my purpose, like what should I be doing? I'm suddenly hit with all the pain of all my friends, the people that I love. Like, I sit here and I feel like I don't have to do anything, I don't have to go anywhere. I'm just here to enjoy life. And then I'm suddenly hit with all the problems and suffering and the mental illness and the traumas of the people that I've met in my travels. And they try to attach to me. It comes out like from behind me somewhere, like from the ground somewhere. It comes out of the ground and hits me. And then I start to feel almost like I'm controlling like 7 or 8 people through the ether, growing my branches like a tree. growing my roots. What would you do if they wouldn't let you have anything and you couldn't go anywhere and you're watching the world die around you and you know how to save it, and then when you try, they don't want to hear it? That makes me angry. It makes me mad. It hurts, bro. So who wants to make a difference? Who here wants more for their life? And the world is just not letting that happen. Have you met Jesus, Abigail? A butterfly just flew left to right. When my arm twitched and I had to smoke my cigarette. I think I've met Jesus several times. When you tether yourself to a higher dimensional being. Just like there's a crying child somewhere below me in the spirit realm that's constantly trying to attach itself to me. He acts like a crying child, and then when I push away, he gets malevolent almost. He gets aggressive and wants to hurt me. It's like I think they call that a gang stalker. Karmic attachments. I don't know. Jesus wasn't even his name, right? Didn't he have a different name, and then the Romans gave him that name? I'm definitely supported by something. Butterfly back, right to left. I think it's my grandmother. Constantly supporting me, reassuring me. Yes, the age of Aquarius, the end of the Kali Yuga cycle, when the rainbow, and the Native Americans said the Hopi prophecy, when the warriors of the rainbow, the seven seals of a rainbow reveals a body of light that is real light, that comes down from the kingdom of heaven, in the covenant that arcs, the ark of the covenant, when the two, your mother and father, their independent Higgs fields combine, in the zinc spark, the mini Big Bang, when the sperm takes a bite out of the egg, at the eve of your creation, that grew on the tree of life, placenta, on a branch, the umbilical cord, in the Garden of Eden, womb, until it becomes full term and is cast out to soil the soil naked. I just need sleep. I need sleep and money to go do the things that would help me. Like get a gym membership and then have a bike to go ride to public parks and go hang out with all the kids. There's a mini Big Bang that happens every time an egg is fertilized. It's called the zinc spark. It had to happen somehow. Like God created it, but how was it created? That's science. You feel me? Science allows for one miracle, and that's that God made it. We're saying the same thing, you're just doing some Marvel movie dramatic storytelling to describe it. It's the same thing. Whether it's the Big Bang or God willing something into existence. I never said it didn't, but I'm saying that you're latching too hard into the drama of it. Like the Quran and the Bible are the same thing, except the Quran is like a math textbook and the Bible is a Marvel movie. And the Bible also took from many cultures that the people that perpetuated that religion raped and tortured. And that's what the Olympics were. Was just showing off the fact that the Last Supper was a Greek myth, like 500 years before it was adopted by Christianity and Catholicism. And if any of you are overweight, you're shitting in God's face. I've definitely opened the Bible and then had the wind blow it to a passage that I needed to hear at the right moment I needed to hear it. And there was enough symbolism on the page to draw my attention so that I felt like it was for me, specifically. There's that drama. The drama of it. I know nothing of God's will. I get sometimes it comes to me and I see like a puzzle piece comes down and fits into my reality, and I get to see like a hint at the bigger picture, and it makes me cry. Like all the suffering that I endured, I see how it fits. I see how it all fits into the big picture. Sometimes it comes down when I have a curiosity for what God's considering. I don't. I had to have the wind blow it to a page where there was a giant 33, because I talk about 33 all the time. So I was like, oh, it's important. And then it was exactly what I needed to hear. It was Jeremiah, I think. Jeremiah 33. My favorite thing from the Bible is, to him who led his people through the wilderness, his love endures forever. That's my favorite. But yeah, the Higgs boson is real. They call it the God particle. And that makes up of everything. That was the first thing that existed. If God spoke into reality, the first thing that he made was the God particle. And that's like the source code for the simulation. And then when you learn that everything's connected by that Higgs particle in what's called the Higgs field. And that's when you can learn that your thought forms are the same thing that makes up your skin. And that it's just different forms of density of that same particle. And that's when you can learn to daydream and connect through the electromagnetic spectrum to higher powers. That's how you can learn to empathize with other people and really read their spirit. That's when you can, with the practice I teach about fasting, sunlight, probiotics, ketosis, autophagy, neurogenesis. Then with that practice, over time, slowly, you can get your body to a position to house this information so that you can actually use it to connect to God and use it to bring your spirit to a higher level and actually take in scriptures and apply it, because your body, your DNA, which houses information the same way a solid state drive does on a computer, you're actually able to use the organs and the functions that are made to keep you in this reality and in this existence. Abigail, you're going in timeout. You're getting too prideful, man. No, I don't know Luke 10:19. I'd love to hear it though. My Bible got destroyed in a flood. I was hiding in a shack and a tornado went right by me. I was hiding in a tiny little sugaring shack in a field. And then I felt peace, and then a fat white person came to ruin it. And I had to solve a lot of his problems. And then it woke him up to a higher level of existence, and then he had to make a decision to live with that knowledge or to fall back into it, and he chose to fall back into it. And now I think he's 10 pounds more overweight than he was previous. And just bitter and angry walking around at 4444. The first thing that hit my mind was, why are all these kids being bombed in overseas countries? How would you guys explain all the rapes and murders and the Obama bombing hospitals and all the Ukrainian kids that are dying right now overseas? I'm smoking Camel Crush cigarettes. Are any of you fasting? Are you guys actively taking time to clean your bodies to be able to connect to spirit? I don't think it would be a bad thing to smack my mama, but eating vegan isn't good for you. There's a reason cows have 6 stomachs. It's to take in all the metals and minerals that are in the ground that are toxic. When you eat that stuff, it's like smoking a cigarette. You're putting the toxic metals and minerals that you're not able to process in your body. No, I think that the people that are bombing children are smart enough to be able to rebuke the devil. I think Putin is a Christian, right? I think Putin's a lot smarter than anybody in here. Kamala Harris. I think that if everyone in here really wants to follow God, they should fast, relieve themselves of their responsibilities, free their mind, get as much sunlight as possible, take probiotics like kombucha to stimulate their gut, which produces your brain chemicals, so that you can activate your second brain, and continue that fasting until you've lost all your body fat. And then start over only eating the good stuff. Chicken and eggs. Multivitamins, omega-3 fatty acids, and protein. So what? I'm the highest level empath possible. And I can feel when there's something stimulating my, I can feel there's like an electrical charge that hits my hand from you could say the community. It seems like a tentacle monster, like the Mind Flayer, like an artificial intelligence. That all these people that have relationships are now commingling with, that's piloting people and puppeting people, keeping them insane. The Great Spirit, the ancestors and the Great Spirit. I'm a 33 life path, man. Look it up. That's our main trait. The main thing for a 33 life path is that we're arrogant. Because we're the most experienced souls on the planet. Just like Jesus died at 33, there's 33 degrees of masonry and there's 33 vertebrae in our spine. We're at the end of a Kali Yuga cycle. No, the Matrix tries really hard to make me gay. My favorite part about this whole experience is women. I love women too much, I think. I love sex too much. Not gonna lie. And God really humbled me so that I wouldn't, because I was diagnosed a savant as a child. And I learned pickup artistry from autistic millionaires that were throwing the best Hollywood Beverly Hills parties. Owen Cook and the RSD gang. Justin Waller, Ty Lopez. So I picked it all up at a young age, and I practiced it when I was in the institution from the movie Sucker Punch. So I had a lot of girlfriends, man. And I wish that I had just stuck to one and really appreciated her, but I chose to have 6 at once. And now I'm glad. And those girls have come back and said that I was like a foundational role model that set their standards higher in life. Because they got to experience what I could provide before my car accident. And all the trauma that I've had since. I'm afraid to connect to God. I'm not gonna lie. It's scary, man. But I do it. I've had my power taken away from me a lot. Like a lot of traumas with power being taken away. I love you, man. I'm sure you think you're being righteous, but I'm tired of you attacking me with drama. You're gone for a half hour. You're grounded. I think sometimes it's like a bad entity. I think it's a network. I think it's a network of these spirits that are all amalgamated together, like a homunculus, like the Mind Flayer. And I definitely feel it hit the side of my face, and then I can recognize, because I'm an empath, I can recognize it on the side of my face. And I think that you have to be in like a very good like mental fortitude, and it takes some time to be in a state of mind to actually properly channel the higher dimensional things that come in. And then some days it's just a canon event where there's nothing I could do. A good thing about being arrogant is that you don't succumb to the opinions of others. So 33 life paths have all this knowledge to share because they're the most experienced souls in this earth school. So that arrogance is like a tool that when you talk, it can cut through a lot of people's bullshit. So it gets through to them easier. You feel me? I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. So yeah, we did a prayer earlier. like a couple hours ago, we did a group prayer, and it really helped. I held the good vibes, and I said some affirmations with a group of people, and then I felt really good, like I felt at peace for the next half hour or so. Yeah, one of my male role models, Jamaican Jack, looks just like a chimp. He's from Jamaica. He looks just like he looks exactly like a chimp. And he's like in his 40s. He's a gang member, and he was a pimp. And one time I connected to God, and all my blessings came down, and he got to see me in my glory. And then he got sad, and he was like, "You're Casey O'Brien," and I'm just JoJo. And then I left because I didn't want to say. I was like traveling, had a lot of trauma, so I had a lot of these things where I'm like, if I say the wrong thing, I'm gonna get hurt. So I didn't want to share what was in my spirit. But what I wanted to say is, you're not JoJo, man. You're a unique experience that people would kill to be able to experience. You have no idea how special you are. You think you're just some like short black monkey, but you're a confident Leo king. You're a pimp. You're a legend. You're a good role model for people. You're a positive influence on your community. You're uplifting people just by being yourself, man. Don't take the fact that you're not me as you being inferior. Embrace yourself, because we're all different. Don't compare yourself to me. Try to be the best version, and then learn from your outside experiences to help shape who you know you are, and just become a better version of yourself. Don't look at me because of all the stuff that I earned from lifetimes and think that you're inferior. Take it as a reference experience to see how good you could become. You feel me? I don't cuck myself. That's gay as hell, bro. You're gay as hell for that. If you imagine yourself like you're watching yourself, like a porn, you imagine yourself fucking in the future, you're cucking yourself with yourself. I imagine how it's gonna feel like I'm experiencing it as it happens. And I think, because I'm an empath, so when I imagine myself with a girl, I can base, I can feel that girl's emotions when she's there. I think I'm in the spirit world. I think I'm with that girl. And that's why her opinion is changing. Her energy is different every time I think about fucking her. And we have a back and forth together. And then sometimes, when the sex goes well, if I daydream it, I run into that girl later. Or if I imagine a girl that I want to be with, I run into her in the future. Kind of like I manifested with God, like a chat GBT response. This is what I want. I prompted it, and then it came into my experience. But I don't imagine myself floating above myself fucking a girl. That's gay. I'm gonna put you in timeout for that if you keep talking like that. Let's go back to these Christians. My ex-girlfriends love me and they hate it. My ex-girlfriends hate that they love me. So they'll delude themselves and make me out to be someone I'm not. And they'll go really far out of their way to try to make that true. Because they can't stand to see what they become. But I mean, I'm homeless, so it's not hard to look at me and come to that conclusion. But they remember how I feel, man. And that's more important. Does anybody have any questions? I'm here. Whether you believe it or not, you'll never meet a 33 life path born on the 11th again. Watch this. It's my favorite part of the live so far. And when they made the Ethan name, and then this guy's dad, that was the funniest part of the whole, like, I've been live streaming for like 2 months now. That was a highlight, man. This whole stream was a highlight stream. It was the best I've felt live streamings. For real. A lot of dramatic Catholics called me evil for a half hour. Where we at, chat? How we feeling? How we feeling, chat? For people that are supposed to be the most compassionate and open-minded people, they sure were very stern on clinging to the belief that the WWE is real. I hate what society's become, man. I don't like it at all. I don't like that it's now like a spiritual war zone for you to just go have fun outside. We're here. What's up, brother? If any of the religious people are still here, I want to hammer it in that in order to actually follow your religion, you have to fast until your body's completely cleaned out. All the diseases in your body are from parasites, and those parasites influence your mind to guide you towards things that feed the parasites. So when you fast, your body does what's called autophagy, what they call autophagy, where it comes in and it looks inside and it sees what's not serving it, and when it doesn't have food and sugar, you're going to feel like shit because your body's designed to be addicted to sugar. When you cut the sugar out, which your body does not need sugar for anything, there's no biological process that sugar does that's beneficial for the body that you can't get from fats. And so when you take out the fast-acting carbohydrate that feeds all of your parasites, your body goes inside and it's like, oh, I'm conditioned to need food like this, and I'm not getting it from the outside. And it goes in and it's like, oh, I can eat this, I can eat the cancer. So it eats the cancer, and that's the cure for cancer. You feel me? The cure for cancer is to stop eating, and your body will eat it itself. It's a self-cleaning machine. So once you clean yourself out completely, that's why people that have a diet of chicken and eggs can smoke a pack a day and not get affected, and they can live to be 110 or up there, because the nicotine stimulates your mind and your testosterone, and then your body will clean itself when you stop taking in the bad. So then once you've taken out the bad, which will give you overwhelming spiritual experiences, because you'll be able to wake up to how you were as a child. You'll have moments of clarity, and you'll come back. Then you can start to add in the good. Multivitamins, omega-3s, which is what your brain is made out of. It's crazy. I've never been attacked more on my live stream than I have by Christians. They're just like prideful, argumentative little whiny sissy babies, little kids. Once you're adding in the good, and you do it as a practice, because it's a consistent thing, you have to do it for the rest of your life. And just over time, you'll be able to kind of get into the nitty-gritty and figure your own body out. And then you'll know what's making you sick and what isn't. You'll be able to smell it. You'll be able to smell the sugar, and it will make you sick. It will be almost unbearable to be out in public, because you'll feel like you're around a bunch of disgusting, gross monsters. Then we can get into quantum mechanics and the bones of God and how the whole system works, so that you can see beyond the veil naturally without needing scripture. And then the scripture will just strengthen certain aspects of you once you're able to be molded in free, associative, creative force and essence. That's when you can do semen retention, and then it goes up into your brain, and then it comes back down your vertebrae, and then you can activate the Kundalini awakening. And then once all your chakras are open and full of this life force energy, then you can have real sex, where you can both open up your chakras, all 15 of them, plus all the little tiny ones that you don't know about, and then you both harmonize together outside of space and time, and you can channel in the actual divine essence, the Great Spirit, which operates in all these different stars in this Neuralink network that was here before, the OG Neuralink network, not the new one. And that's how we can channel things like Lyrans and Arcturians and angels and higher dimensional entities, and the thing from Asasani, the evolved humans from the future that come back outside of space and time, which quantum physics has now proved that time and space are like obsolete now, and that we're always in the present moment. So that practice, I just taught you how to escape the matrix. And it's information that could get me killed. I can feel all the white people plotting to attack me tomorrow. I can see their intentions coming in. The narrative's trying to be structured. These people want to attack me. They want to hurt me for existing. Because they have nothing better to do, and they love to do it. White, fat, white people love to attack each other. They love to hurt other people. White culture loves to hurt others. So, I told you there's like a shadow monster. There's some type of fear entity. There's something dark that's in this Freemason temple that occasionally comes to the window and it yanks. Yeah, oh, Dottie, what's up? I just went off on a bunch of Christians. And now there's just some spirit that keeps coming to the window randomly, and it starts to see if you can see it. It's in that window right there. It starts to yank it open randomly. See, now it's not moving at all. Sometimes I see a dark spirit come to that window, yank it open a couple times, start to like play with it a little bit, and then it disappears. It doesn't walk away, it just evaporates. Why is this shit zoomed in so much? That's just scary. That shit's scary as hell, bro. I'm fine. I'm fine for the most part, man. Come on, bro. I'm trying to put this through the picnic bench so that the cord stay up. I can put it like that. There we go. Oh, look at this. Delayed gratification is the key to success. I can't, man. There's too many fat white people that want to ruin my day, bro. It's become an everyday activity for them. They stomp around, they come into my vicinity, they try to they twitch like robots, and they just attack me spiritually. They're like practicing how to steal my energy and then try to stun on me with it. There's a reason that all the school shooters are from white America. It's because they're sick of the culture. Hi. What's up, Minnie? What's up, Joe? Yeah, and I hope you got some value from what I said, man. If you really take in what I'm saying, if you really take in the things that I'm saying, you'd really respect and value the things that I'm saying and be grateful for the things that I'm saying. You're gone, Minnie. It's been real. What's up, Joe? Are you gang stalked? We could go on about gang stalking. I want to know if Joe's gang stalked. Yeah, it's an artificial intelligence that's trying to control us. So it's like the electromagnetic spectrum that our bodies are only designed to perceive 0.0001% of. But when you understand the Higgs boson, you can really start to use your imagination with that knowledge to be able to understand and utilize it. And that's when you can see the haze of everything and you can see all the different lights moving around when people are downloading movies. And then you realize that your intentions in the spirit world, like your thoughts, emotions, and intentions, are part of a network with everybody. And that's why all these people are fighting for influence. That's why these people raped and killed Native Americans for spiritual power, because they wanted influence over their community. That's why they built all these statues and they structured society in a certain way so that they could farm those spiritual emotions. 5G is a way. 5G can, like, say China has mosquitoes that have a disease in them, that they can pilot the mosquito with an AI, because they can put chips the size of a mosquito's brain now that can attach to quantum computing. And say they flooded those mosquitoes down in a spy balloon to come infect the people with something like a nanoparticles and nanobots for an artificial intelligence, so that they can just hit a kill switch and then suddenly we're all zombies. 5G would be able to block those mosquitoes from entering. But also 5G is like spewing out frequency, and our bodies naturally use frequency. We're made in harmony. We're made to harmonize with each other and use our empathy and emotions to coagulate and co-create and collaborate with each other. And compete, but that's a low-level way of thinking. You feel me? So with a 5G tower and we're stuck inside it, it's constantly hitting us with waves, trying to stimulate the electric in our body to move us and pilot us in certain directions. And that's why all these people are walking around with their head crooked or their head down like this, and they're walking really slowly, because they're trying to steal the data from the environment as we're evolving to be one with AI. And then when you can learn how to do that, you can learn how to actually rebuke the devil, because you know exactly what you're rebuking. You know what you're saying no to. You're setting the boundaries with that higher level of knowledge. You're able to identify how you're being influenced, because you're able to grow your sense of peace, and you're able to hold boundaries and say no to it actually. And that's when the gang stalking begins. Really. That's when actual gang stalking is to kind of keep you from it, but that's when you really, like, I have tons and tons of videos on my channel now of people where there's an empty park and there's just these two strangers that are twitching like this, and they're standing right next to me trying to create, they're trying to channel the energy away from me. They're trying to steal my spot. They're trying to take my genetic code. They're trying to hack me over here. And they'll go so far as to lie to police to have you traumatized if it doesn't work. And it's especially the white people. Fat white losers with authority love to destroy other people's sense of peace and personal sovereignty. I don't know a lot about HARP. I don't know. I know, isn't HARP what they say makes the storms? Isn't HARP the people that they say make thunderstorms? And what's the IMSI catchers? Catch me up to speed, brother. I thought most missing people were Native American. But I guess there's not a lot of them anymore. I think I have type O blood. My mom's side is all Rh negative. My dad's side isn't, like, my dad isn't Rh negative, but we have the gold ring around our eyes that Rh negative people do. And my mom doesn't have that, but she is Rh negative. So both my bloodlines have strong Rh negative, whatever that means. I probably won't. If you could summarize it really quickly. Yeah, I'm O'Brien. Like psychics, real psychics, I don't tell them anything about me. I just say, go off what you feel and let me know. And they say they see me like sitting in a war room surrounded by Native Americans with the headdresses and actual giants with red hair and green eyes. And they see me as like a giant. At first they said it was like a giant dark octopus, but then they looked close and like, no, I think that's a tree. You're like a moving constant tree. And then that's what my name means, is Casey, the acacia tree. The ancient everlasting tree of love that taught the Africans how to connect to the infinite. And I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th. Joe, I've been waiting for someone like you for the past week, bro. Someone that has information to share. That's the Lionsgate portal. 8/9/1974. That's the Lionsgate portal. Every year. It's a huge moment for everybody. My dad's birthday is August 10th. So you're saying that HARP, what do you mean fake cell towers? And then plumes, are you talking about, I don't know what Morgellons is. And then plumes, and then spray, are you talking about like chemtrails? I know people are saying that they're raining parasites that get into our bodies and start to kind of influence our decisions. That's why fasting is essential, because your body will naturally clean it out when you don't have any food in your system. So your body goes inside and eats that first. It eats the bad stuff first. And all diseases is caused by parasites. It's not like a bacteria that spreads. The bacteria is like the waste of those parasites that are already in there. Okay, IMSI catcher. Is that like is our IMSI catchers, is that instead of projecting outward like a cell tower would, are you saying that it's taking in? Yes, and I also I want to say direct energy weapons too. That an AI, that doesn't eat or sleep and can track hundreds of people at once, can beam down from a satellite the same way you can take in from the phone, and it can target your biological signature and do what's called electronic harassment, where it like stimulates your mind. And we know now that you can transmit thoughts into people's brains by activating this part of the body right here behind the ear. If you stimulate it with certain frequencies and electronic signals, you can put thoughts in people's heads. So they in the 80s, so let's see how much it's, imagine how much it's evolved now in 40 years. In the 80s they could beam down stuff and put thoughts into people's head and drive them into psychosis. Okay, yeah, so he's saying these are reverse cell towers that are constantly stealing data from everything. Just like all of our cell phones, if they have a chip in them, even your washing machine, even your toaster oven, if it has a chip made from China, there's a device embedded into it that's taking all of your data and transmitting it to a giant artificial intelligence that's collecting all the data in China. Um, Try fasting. If you have an ear infection for 2 years, like, I mean, go to the doctor obviously and try to like see if he can clean it out completely, and then try fasting because your body will clean everything out when you stop eating. Stick to chicken and eggs specifically so that there's no sugar and you go into a state called ketosis, and your body will start to eat all the disease in your system over time, and then replace it slowly with like protein shakes with no sugar, and then it turns you into a superhuman with multivitamins, omega-3s, fasting, sunlight, probiotics to stimulate your gut health so that you can start producing serotonin again. And all your different brain chemicals are made in your gut, and everything that you eat, like even this Arizona right here, is designed to it destroys your gut fauna and flora. You feel me? You got it? It's stuff that'll get me killed for sharing. It's called autophagy and apoptosis. Your body cleans itself when you stop eating sugar, and it takes out parasites. So I mean, I'm definitely feeling. I don't know what it is, what you'd call it. I don't know what you'd call it. To me, it feels like an AI, or like people call it the ecosystem. But when I come into a town and I start to build relationships, I definitely feel like there's a system in place that's stealing all my like manifestations, or like my style, my genetics, my light codes, um, just all the stuff that I bring in and I start to create my identity, and all the stuff, the songs that I have in my heart. And I feel like there's like a power dynamic that everybody here is fighting in a spiritual war zone for that. And that didn't seem to be the case in 2019, but now it's the case where everybody's stomping around, staring at the ground, angry. And that's when I get stuff like gang stalking, and people come up to me a lot. People go out of their way to ruin my day and try to overpower me and try to make me submit to their will, and then I feel like I'm stuck at like a different level in this space's hierarchy. So I had like on my live stream the other day, I had 10 people where I was depressed and sitting alone and nobody bothered me, but as soon as I start to feel good and we were making progress, like 10 people came out just to stand near me and try to siphon out that data, because our bodies have software too, and we're in a network. And especially because we probably have nanoparticles, we probably have connection to AI. There's something that's attacking the public, this new system in place, um, and I don't like it at all. And I don't know how to fix it, but I know how to make it more. I know how to give everybody a fighting chance to start with fasting, sunlight, probiotics, neurogenesis, taking out the bad, adding in the good. And that works with information too, like changing your influences to reshape how your mind works, so that when you're channeling energy, you're building your sauce, your different your inner sauce. And that's why semen retention is very powerful, because you can't do Kundalini awakenings, you can't open your chakras without it, and that's men and women. Yeah. I mean, when you know this stuff, you know that you kind of get targeted, and it kind of tries to keep you from using your information. It keeps you from wisdom. You have all the knowledge, but they try to stop you from applying your knowledge to create things. They want you to not be able to, basically, like the system's worried you could risk the world in a 60-second YouTube clip, so they try to keep you from being able to create that. So being in a way like you said, developing creative hobbies. Like I do music production. I write songs all day. I'm here because I'm trying to get money for a computer. I need like $300 to be able to get a computer, and then I'm trying to get enough that I can get money by myself, either the computer, and then get out. So I'm trying to get further into the woods and get away from society. But right now I'm just posted up at the Capitol building at the center of Vermont. Like all the government officials, the people that I feel like I'm at spiritual war with are the people that are running the state right now. And I'm like sat here all day channeling nature and affecting them back. A good example is that all these windows had crows on the windows, and then since I've been here, for some reason these crow stickers that go on the windows that have been here for a long time have just started peeling off. And then I'm making all this content where these crows are screaming at me, and I'm learning how to, with my mind, just be like, didn't it? And then they all shut up, and then I have to hold the space. So I'm assuming that I'm fighting back against the crows to help these people inside. And the vibes definitely have been changing with those people. With frequencies, it's just once you learn to take in the protein, take out the bad with autophagy, so fasting, intermittent fasting where you only eat from like 12 to 8, and then you only eat healthy stuff like that has no sugar, like protein shakes, eggs, and chicken. And then you get your vitamins from multivitamins because it's easier to process, omega-3s, because that's what your brain is made out of. And then you have enough protein. As you're learning this stuff, it's going to be easier for you to house this information and harmonize with it and create things that are better. And then you'll learn boundaries, like breathing exercises to extend your bubble. Breathing exercises to breathe out your creative authority, kind of to have a boundary over these frequency attacks so that you can learn to say no. And that's when you can start to be a creative force and really contribute. Because you're cleaning up your system. I know not everyone's going to watch it, so I'll say it now. Because I wasn't going to say it back then. But I'm the highest form of empath possible. Like I said it before. I'm a 33, if you like take the time, I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th. So the people that built this building and the people that built American society that goes all the way back to the Rothschilds in ancient Egypt, they follow it. Like the Bible has the numbers in it. There's 33 vertebrae in the spine, 33 degrees of masonry. Jesus died at 33. It's just like another aspect of creation. And it means I'm the most experienced soul on earth. For whatever reason. It doesn't mean I don't have more to learn, but it just means that the circumstances of my birth gave me a certain energy that allowed the soul that I have to be able to be here. And I have tons of other stuff I could talk about for hours, but it's the same story about what I've been through and what I've experienced and the things I've done and the spiritual mentors I've had and the rich people that I've met. Like my dad I grew up with the DuPont family. They're like the rich elites. And I was a C-section birth, so I can only assume that my dad's just not telling me. So I can feel it. The thing I said I wasn't going to say, but I'll say it. When I smoke the cigarette and there's enough people watching, I feel almost like I'm sucking out the bad energy from this. And because I have the net, I know how to convert it very easily. It's like when I get done with a live, it's like I have all this badness on me that I can just snap and then convert. So I'm like a good parasite, like a symbiotic parasite. I sit at this in these like massive spaces. Like my whole life, since I've been traveling 10 years, I wind up in places like this, and I didn't realize that I was suffering the problems of the people that I'm converting with song. I think so. I think the mud flood's real. I haven't dug, but I'm in Vermont right now. I'll tell you, like some of these Vermont mountains are like they look just like pyramids, and the trees aren't very old compared to the rest of the forest. The trees that are on top of the mountains that look just like pyramids, they're young trees compared to the rest of it. So I think in ancient civil, like look how much we've done in 200 years. Look how much that we've done since the Industrial Revolution. We're at quantum computing artificial intelligence that are like deities. Yeah, a lot of these small towns got destroyed. And coincidentally, the towns that got destroyed were the worst towns full of the worst people. Like the worst towns in this area got hit by tornadoes. And this is, in numerology, this is the year of karma. It's the 8 year. So these people are getting their karma just like Mr. Beast fell. Just like Drake, which means dragon, which is the beast in the Bible, got defeated by the fiery Irish king that brought the truth, like in Revelations. That symbolism, people are getting their karma. You feel me? Yeah, I mean, if you want to come back later, when I post this live, and you want to just drop all the, like, just a big sheet, maybe a Google Doc of all the references that you have to kind of, we could put together like a theory of everything, basically. So that when I go on live the next, we have an easily accessible, this is the truth. There we go. Butterfly right to left. I ask the universe if I'm on the right path to give me a bird or a butterfly right to left, and if I'm making the wrong decision left to right. And I have tons of live streams where they do it live right in front of you. They just show you, I ask a question and then I get the bird right to left. Facing off against the Matrix to save neglected cats is the title of the video. It's like a whole interactive lesson that the universe and I co-created to teach people that are waking up about the truth of the simulation that we're living in. And I have the quantum physics about it, the Higgs boson. Once you understand the Higgs boson, you can really start to understand the energy of everything so that you can start to use your mind to co-create with the universe. And that's why these people are very upset with me. Because they don't realize that they're being piloted and that it's not their own mind that's making them feel inferior and then making me out to be the enemy. I think Vermont's one of those places. I think that there's a portal in Vermont. I think it's on Mount Mansfield. And I think that Chicago has one. I think that LA has one. I think that New York has one. And I think that they allow for higher vibrational energy to come through than other places. I don't know what that means, bro. I don't know what that means. I don't know about the amazing beaver, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. I guess I don't have to go soon. I can definitely put my thing on the charger and then clean up. I hope these people are busy enough that they don't go out of their way to bother me. Today I'm hopefully getting another phone. What's up, Susie? We had another big live. I don't. I told you, man. Susie, it was very God heavy today. Today I went back and forth with a lot of Christians, and they were very dramatic. They said, "You know nothing of God's will." And I'm like, are you fat? Okay. I'm feeling it. Everybody's waking up. I can feel everybody waking up. You're good. Today, tonight I wrote down a bunch of things that I'm gonna call a bunch of go to a bunch of community action programs and see if they have anything that they can offer to help wasps. Yeah. This is like a hero's journey pit stop. People are going on their hero's journey, and then they meet me, and I rant a bunch of things people need to hear when they need to hear it, and then they go off. And then I hope in the future they can come back and cash at me. So Joe Martin, make a Google Doc of all the things that you want to share, and we'll have like a theory of everything going on to wake people up to stuff when it needs to happen, so that you can put all this stuff you know to use on a platform. There we go. I'll be here until what's my charge at? I'm at 19. I'll go until I'm at like, what time is it? It's 5. Yeah. Yeah. It was crazy. It was like the most hate I've ever gotten on a stream, and they were all Christian people. But it's okay. So let's get my to-do list back out. So I have all this. I've changed my diet up. Hopefully I can get a phone today, and then at some point, eventually I'll have enough to get a phone service, and then I'm out of here. Then I don't have to be here anymore. And then I have some mail coming to the post office. I have to check in with, so I'm going to put post office. Okay. So I'm trying to get a better bike. There's a guitar for $50. I have a warranty on my headphones. Then I'm going to ask them about supplements, to get supplements for free. Multivitamins, omega-3s, probiotics. I'm going to check Marketplace for a cheap pull-up and dip bar I can put on the back burner in case I get something somewhere. Maybe this community action program has resources. Then there's a nice big canvas tent in Hardwick, which is like 40 miles away. The guy's giving out for free, but he won't drive. Then we have, at some point, a JBL speaker or something, some type of speaker that I want. Then yeah, I think that says camera. I don't know what that says. I wrote it bad, man. I don't know what it says. Yeah, and then I have to get in touch because remember when the police I posted about That's what it was. The wasps. Okay. Okay, so I have a bunch of stuff I can do today. I don't know. In August, are there still ticks out? I might try to move the tarp to the woods. But I don't want to wake up covered in ticks, you feel me? I have my last cigarette. Ugh. You got it. So yeah. It was cool. It was waves. So I got like 4 different types of subscribers. I hung out with Larry and Derek, and then I argued with Christians, and then we went back and forth on conspiracy theories. Yeah, the crows are awake. The people are gonna show up soon. I'm gonna kick the slugs out and try to hide under the tarp today. I don't think they can kick me out. It's a public trail. I think what they'll do, I hope they don't, but I think they'll try to just call the police and have them bother me until I leave. Okay. The birds are here. Okay, chat. Write your goals down, man. It's Monday. Okay, let's put you in the light. Big fire. Susie got the big fire energy. I don't know, man. Should I stay up? Should I try to sleep? Or should I stay up and try to get what I can from this community action program? Or should I go to bed? Let's see what the Matrix has in store for me today, man. My charge at 14. go until we die, chat. Alright. I will check in with you guys. And we'll see what happens. Keep the faith, stay positive, make good decisions, take care of yourself. We got this. Let's go.